that's the way the world's moving, and it's very, very much part of Melanie and my philosophy, to try and implement and in kinds of foods as we possibly can.
Oh, that's very cool. Your customers, are they the demographic? Are they mostly tourists, locals? What do they look like?
No, we've never ever marketed our business to an overseas market, because our business is so seasonal. So it doesn't help you market to all your beautiful swallows, and then they leave you in winter, and then you're left with no business. So our demographic has always been our local business, and the pudding has been our swallows, our overseas visitors. So a lot of them are retired and really love to dine and wine and bring families along, and to just really enjoy a laid back, comfortable eating experience at a restaurant with a beautiful view. And I must say, we've had our staff for as long as we've been open, a lot of them. So our staff know our customers by name, and they just love that. They love coming in and they say, your regular or your usual, or your bottle of Sauvignon Blanc or your bottle of Chardonnay. And our guests just love that. They love being greeted by name.
Well, that's now you're mentioning the bottles, and I mean, that's awesome that they can do that, right? So, I mean, wine is important for a good dining experience. So,
Absolutely.
how do you actually choose your wines? Do you only use Avontuur wines? And,
We
how do
do.
you, okay. Tell us a little bit about the wines that you
Yeah.
serve with the food.
Well, the whole idea of opening a restaurant was to showcase our wines, and we have a brilliant winemaker who's just won 4 new golds at I can't tell you right now because it's actually a secret.
Oh, okay.
But he's just won 4
You can
four
tell us, I
beautiful
won't
prizes.
tell anybody. But unfortunately, I'm recording it. It's going to be on the internet. So.
No, that's all right. I'm only kidding. It's all good. It's all good. He's just won prizes for our beautiful wines. And that was what
Amazing.
Tony wanted in the beginning, was to have a restaurant that could showcase his wines. So all our wines our food items are paired with our wines from the estate. We only sell our estate wines, and we work very closely with the winemaker and with our marketing lady who's not with us anymore, Kobie van Oort, and who will be sorely missed, I must say. But with the wines, we like to pair the food with the wines, because that's the whole idea. You want this whole experience. Your senses must be just, one beautiful experience after the next. And how much nicer can you get than a wine that marries well with your food?
No, absolutely. I mean, like I said, that place, I've had a few of those wines as well. They're very, very good. So
Yeah.
something else you guys are doing is called the Avontuur. I actually didn't know you guys have this, the Avontuur Business Club ABC, which looks like a breakfast club.
It is.
Yeah, tell us more about
Yeah.
this.
Oh, this is one of my favorite parts of our business, and that is running the network breakfasts. And what we do is we get the best speakers we can find in South Africa, and even we've had international speakers too, that come and speak to our members about all the different themes that go along with business. So it could be managing your time better, or your tax implications for small businesses, or you name the topic. We've had it in the last 15 years, because we've been running the Breakfast Club for probably 16 or 17 years now. And we've had people like Mike Hancock, the top speaker in Australia. We've had Al Nabusak. We've had Margaret Hirsch. We've had some amazing people come through our doors, and what's lovely is that we don't charge a membership fee. We believe that the very people we want to benefit from our network breakfasts are the ones that quite often are self-employed, solo entrepreneurs, and membership fees are expensive. So all that they pay for is their breakfast, and we take care of the rest. And it's very popular.
So that's very interesting. Do you find that those people become long-term customers from the restaurant, and also from, for your wines?
Sure, well, that's a really good question, because the answer to that is yes. You know,
Hmm.
because we host these breakfasts every month. You can imagine over the last 17 years how many breakfasts we've hosted
Yeah, that's what I
and how
was
many
thinking.
speakers we've had. They become friends, and they become long-term loyal customers of ours. You know, they come back in the summertime with families, or they host weddings or christenings or birthday parties, and that's how we've maintained our business. We've always believed in a reciprocal sort of ethos, really. You know, where what you give is what you get. Actually, our business name, our CC business name, is called the Open Hand,
Oh,
and
that's
that's our,
amazing.
yeah. So that's what we believe in. Yeah.
So that's a very interesting business philosophy, because, and I think it's a, it's one of those hidden secrets, that I always call it pushing the free line. If you give people more than they expect, or give something for free, and like you say, you're giving, you don't charge for this networking for breakfast. It's actually a very, very good marketing ploy. Or
And
not a
is
ploy,
it
it's
really
just good
is.
marketing, because you actually
It
show
is.
your customers that you care about them. And,
And what we do
people appreciate
is
that.
we give them, oh, absolutely, and we give them one of our breakfasts, what we actually serve as a breakfast. We don't pare it down or make it smaller, or
Mm,
your network breakfast food is horrific at the best of times.
that's
I've had
true.
some
Yeah.
terrible meals, and our philosophy is completely different. We give the best that we can make. So and then people know that this is what they're going to get, and it's so divine. And I think a lot of people actually come back for the breakfast, not for the networking.
So is there wine at this breakfast? I just want to make sure there's wine at this breakfast.
There's always champagne.
Okay.
There's always champagne. I think one of the questions that you asked me is like, what is a wine saying for me? And that is that champagne goes with everything.
That is true. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't say it better. So do you guys do any other events?
Oh, we do. We do themed events sometimes in summertime. Like we've hosted a most wonderful and fun Mamma Mia night, which was a dress up. I think we are starved for fun.
Hmm.
And so we try and do a lot of fun events. We do women's events where we get women in to empower other women, and it works with the same sort of idea as the network breakfast, but specifically for women. And themes are inspire, empower, joy, those kind of ideas, where we get people from our communities to come and participate. You know, influencers, people that have a lot to say and to give on many levels. And then we have obviously goodie bags and beautiful makeup and lots of wine flowing. It's a lot of fun. And of course, we host events for everybody, you know, from christenings right through to memorial services. We are part of people's history, and we are part of those sort of memories that people have. And we are very lucky to be part of those stories.
Well, that's awesome. So tell me, I'm just wondering. You mentioned not only events, but also actually I've not completely forgot what I wanted to ask you. All right,
I'm
I'll,
glad
it
it's
will
not just me.
it will come back to me. Things have changed such a lot this year with the coronavirus,
Mm,
and everybody has been forced to change their business models.
mm.
So, have you guys, well, or at least rethink it? Have you guys come up with any ideas or any new plans?
Well, we have to obviously rethink what we're doing, because just from a practical perspective. And so when we open next week, we will be running with a smaller menu just to get started with, because we don't really know what to expect. Are we going to have 50 people? Are we going to have 20 people? Are we going to have no people? So it's very hard to know what to do. And so we're going to just open with as much faith as we can muster. And we're going to run with a smaller menu and a smaller staff, just like we did before we had the lockdown, where we had to go smaller and move our tables and all of that. So it will be very much the same. But yeah, in many ways, this has been a great opportunity to look at what you're doing and see what you can do different. We've been on the hamster wheel for 19, nearly 20 years. And what can often happen is that you can kind of just get caught up with the momentum. And this lockdown has given us a chance to step off and to relook at what we're doing and what we want to do. And also, what do we really want to do differently? We've got 20 years experience to look back on. Maybe we can make some changes. So the first thing that we've done is we've actually painted the restaurant just to give it a fresh new feel. And we're going to change all the pictures, and we're going to just make it look clean and beautiful and lovely. And I think just from a sort of spiritual perspective, it changes things. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, I understand exactly. It's like I say, change is as good as holiday, and I think that's right. I think in this scenario where people would like just to see. I think there's something to say to go back to things that that you are used to, but also to have places change and looking progressive. I think that is great.
Yeah. Well, we have to change, menus and things like that. So we just decided that we would go with this really clean, beautiful look. I'm a photographer as well, so I've got 20 years worth of beautiful photos of this estate, which I have to say is truly, a photographer's paradise, because every day is different and every season is just better than the last. So we're going to, just give a new feel to an old favorite.
So did the lockdown give you some time to sort your photos that you never got time for?
The 50,000 photos, hell.
Oh my word. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of photos. Well, we've done some lovely new things. We've done some wallpapers with, when you do big take a picture and you make it as big as the wall.
Yeah.
So we've done that. That's really beautiful. But
wow.
Yeah, we're going to go with we've got a few photos to look through and make some decisions. Yeah.
So actually, just remembered what I wanted to ask you. You mentioned influencers, and I was wondering, you said you do the marketing for the restaurant and stuff like that. Do you and this I think falls in with what's happening, right? Everybody now are even more on their phones and on online than they've ever been before. So do you guys use things like social media and influence and marketing and stuff like that in your business?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are on every platform that there is, from Instagram to Pinterest. We have a very big following on Instagram as well as on our Facebook page, and a very what is the word I'm looking for? When you have a lot of back and forth. I can't think of the word.
Engagement.
Anyway, engagement, thank you. I couldn't think of a word. So there's a lot of engagement, and I always say in my kitchen, I'm the only one who's allowed to be on my phone, because I'm the one who's actually speaking to our customers out there in the big world. And yeah, we are very, 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 well, let's put it this way. I love social media. I think it's one of the funnest, most quickest way to engage with your clientele.
Well, I think the magic word there is engagement, because most people think social media is you post something and you forget about it, but actually it's not. It's talking to people, answering their comments and actually speaking to them, and it's like the fastest way, like you say, to actually talk to people. You can start today and talk to 100 people if you really want to.
Absolutely.
You need to
well,
make
I have
the
to
effort.
say, in all our years of having our restaurant, we've never paid for marketing. We've never gone with a big marketing campaign or spent 20,000 Rand on marketing. We've never done that. We've always used what's called guerrilla marketing. I don't know if you know the term.
Yeah.
But I am like the ultimate guerrilla marketer.
So every time if you say the word guerrilla marketing, I think about the guys do it at the rugby stadiums. You're sitting there, next minute there's people jumping up in yellow t-shirts that were supposedly come to watch the rugby, but meanwhile they bought the tickets was paid for by some marketer that wanted
Uh,
to advertise a new cell phone or orange juice or whatever.
well, I don't know if that's guerrilla marketing as much as harassment.
That's true, right? That's more like
But yeah,
jumping onto somebody else's bandwagons, a type of
yeah,
marketing.
absolutely. No, I think I think for me, guerrilla marketing is just about being consistent and showing up all the time.
Well, like
And
you said, engagement with your customers, right?
yeah,
Actually talking to them, asking them what they want, and then giving that to them in their products. I think that is the
mm,
most
mm,
important thing.
mm, absolutely. And it's such fun, if you post something. Say I posted a picture of a chocolate mousse last week, and the comments, the people just love it. People love food pictures. It always me.
Well,
They love to look at them as much as they love to eat them.
Instagram is just a wonderful place for food, right? And I think
Mm.
you as a photographer, obviously, it speaks to you as well, and you appreciate the platform for the visual. Um,
Oh yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's absolutely a
some
digital
very
platform.
talented people.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Anyway, so the most important thing that you've learned from your journey there at the restaurant and in the winelands.
Ooh, that's a big question. I think consistency. I think if I've learned anything about about being an adult and working, at a job that's fairly stressful and demanding, um, but also incredibly fulfilling, is consistency. In order to maintain your level of customers and to make people happy, you have to produce the same standards every single time. And I think that can get a bit tricky, because some days are good days and some days are bad days. But for the most part, you've got to get it right 99% of the time. So for me, it's been about consistency, passion and consistency. Yeah.
And that's awesome. So you cheated by giving me your champagne quote right in the beginning. But that's great. So tell us, if people want to get hold of you guys, how did they get hold of you?
Well, obviously, we're on social media. We're on
Mm-hmm.
Facebook. We have our own page, the Avontuur Estate Restaurant. On Instagram, also Avontuur Estate Restaurant. They're all the same, and Twitter, as well as Pinterest. But right now, our phone lines are down. So if anybody wants to phone and reserve for next Wednesday, can I give it to you?
Yes, please do.
The number is 083 508 1525, or you can email us at openhand@polka.co.za.
I love that open hand one. So we'll put all the links down in the description so people can get that, and I'll make sure the phone number are in there as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Zunia, are you doing anything special now that you're opening that you want to tell listeners about, or what?
I think the fact that we're opening is special.
That's
We're
true,
just so
right?
happy to be opening. So we're not doing any specials as such. We'll just be running with our menu just slightly smaller. And yeah, we cannot wait to see our friends and our loyal customers again, because we've missed them a lot.
Okay, I'm sure they're going to flood you because I think people want to get out and people want to go to places. So as long as you haven't taken the duck off the menu, I think everything will be fine.
Our takeaway menu as well, and it's the most popular, and it's a winner. You can't say it's delicious.
Yeah, no, I can vouch for that. Zunia, thank you very, very much for spending the time with us. And yeah, I mean, we will put, like I said, we'll put all the links down in the description, and we appreciate, I know you're busy, so thank you for spending the time. Yeah.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you so, so much for having me. I've enjoyed our chat.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube, and on our social media channels are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Marcus Swemberger. Marcus is the General Manager at the Devon Valley Hotel. Welcome, Marcus, and thanks for talking to us on About the Winelands.
Thank you. Well, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
It's our pleasure. How are you coping with the lockdown situation here in South Africa?
Well, it's not only in South Africa; it's a worldwide phenomenon. So yeah, I'm coping. I'm personally coping. Yes, I keep busy at home with homeschooling and some small activities that we do at home with the children. But otherwise, yeah, it's the industry itself is obviously rough. It's really rough. As you know, the hospitality and the travel sections. It's a huge challenge, but I'm coping. Yes, thanks, Will.
Excellent. So tell us, Marcus, how did you get involved in this industry, and tell us a bit about yourself and history and stuff.
Well, my history, maybe here in the accent, I'm from Europe, I'm from Austria, and I fell in love with South Africa back in '96, you know, and then I came to the Cape, and I just immediately fell in love with this place, you know, and it's just beautiful. The people are lovely, the food, the wine. It's been just an incredible journey for me. And I'm actually come from a chefing background. I've been a executive chef in this hotel for 14 years. I've been worked around the world. I worked in Cape Town. I worked in restaurants and hotels. So the wine industry is actually fairly new to me. You know, like, even though I've been working and pairing and playing with wine, but the wine industry as a whole is actually quite new to me.
Well, that's it. That's awesome. So, so you moved here 14 years ago. Where did you obviously you worked in Europe before that, right?
I worked in Europe. I worked in Austria. I did my training. I worked in Germany, in Switzerland, in Israel, in America, in the UK, in France. So I was a real sort of traveling youngster until I met the right Macy, as you say, and then the rest is history. And I'm now settled in Somerset West. We've got a house. We've got beautiful children, and we got a bond. We got lots of debt. So all the normal things.
Okay, awesome. That's fantastic. So, I mean, the Devon Valley Hotel is in one of it's such a beautiful place, the whole Devon Valley. You know, tell us a bit of the history of the hotel.
Well, Devon Valley, yeah, it is an amazing place. I've been here for 15 years, 14 years as the executive chef, now 1 year as the general manager. So the hotel's history actually stretches back to 1947, and it's an interesting, it's a fascinating story. It was the family who owned this piece of land. They bought this whole cedarwood from Cape Town. It was a shipwrecking in Cape Town Harbor, and they bought all of this wood and they built this beautiful hotel back in 1947. And it had a couple of owners changes, and since 2003, the Louis family has it, and they refurbished the hotel. And it's in a beautiful state now. You know, the gardens are lush and beautiful. It's being completely remodeled. We got 50 rooms. We've got 6 conference facilities. We've got a beautiful vineyard terrace. So on a bright summer's day, it's just the views are really breathtaking. You feel like you're sitting in the middle of the vineyards. You overlook the Devon Valley. You overlook the Helderberg Mountains. It's a spectacular view. It really is. It's world class. The only view who makes this is the beautiful Devon Mountain, but everything else is just, it's breathtaking. Working here, and it's breathtaking sitting here on the terrace and enjoying some sundowners. So as soon as the lockdown is over, I hope we're going to keep it up and running again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the view from there is just unbelievable. And like you say, you know, you've got accommodation there. Actually, when people get married there, a lot of times the guests and everyone stay overnight, I would assume.
That's right. No, it's our wedding industry. It's big. It's huge. You know, so we've got we actually, before the lockdown, we started clearing up a little wooded area on the back of the property, and we're gonna we're gonna incorporate this into our wedding venues. It's gonna be stunning. It's gonna be right in the woodlands, you know, like of Devon Valley. So I'm really excited. Our plans are just huge. What we want to do on this property, and just the wedding is one of them. So we're gonna be offering numerous different packages. Exciting thing what we're doing at the hotel as well. We actually help you to finance the wedding. So in the future, if you have a wedding here and the lockdown is over and we're all up and running, come and chat to us, and we're offering that we can actually finance the wedding for you. So this is actually an exciting sort of thing. The thing is going to be stunning there. We have the ceremony going to be on our manor lawns. You overlook the Helderberg Mountains. When this woodlands is carved out, and we finish with it in hopefully, I don't know when now, but it's going to be stunning. It's really going to be stunning.
Well, that's an awesome offering, financing weddings, and thinking now about, I mean, you're one of the few hotels in around that area where people can actually have quite a fairly large event. Besides weddings, I assume you're focusing on the conferencing market as well.
It's our bread and butter, Bill. We have 6 conference facilities, and again, we just upgraded the facilities. We've got it's our bread and butter. And in winter months, we don't experience a large drop like other hotels do, because our corporate business is very strong throughout the year. And we have six conference facilities. We've got our 80-seater is our biggest seater of our venue. We've got numerous breakaway venues. And this is going to be after lockdown. This is going to be our focus, the local business, and we're gonna pick up where we left off. But we're going to be all guns blazing. We are ready to go.
Well, in terms of conferencing, I want to ask you, because obviously this is something that you mentioned. The whole tourism winter. Cape Town has managed as a city to fight that off by with the convention center and with all the conferences and stuff going on, and you seem to do the same. But when the lockdown lifts, I assume your offering is going to be targeted at first more to locals rather than overseas tourists or overseas conferencing, right?
Yes, now 100% will. Yeah, I listened, I think yesterday or the day before, to the minister speak, and we don't expect a lot of international travel before December. So it's a killer for the hotel industry. So our main focus, our only focus, will be the local market. It will be the corporate market. It will be the locals. It will be the support locally.
So do you have any plans to attract local corporates? Any new ideas? You're not going to focus. Are you going to focus? Are you going to finance conferences as well?
No, not gonna. Yeah. No, look, we have a marketing lady, and it's going to be an aggressive marketing campaign. Not only social media. Social media is great, but you need to go out there. You need to sell the place actively. And we have one lady, a marketing lady, and as soon as she's allowed to go out, she will be doing exactly that. There's lots of small businesses, medium businesses in the Stellenbosch area, Somerset West area, and we will be targeting. So we will be offering special packages. There is things on the pipeline. We're busy working online. How we can streamline the operation, how we can offer, how we can attract corporate and a business to the hotel. Now we are busy with that, but it's difficult to plan ahead at the moment. It's just difficult to see what direction is everything doing. Every day things changes, and so we put things we put things on paper, and then it all changes. Then it all changes again. So at the moment it's definitely a wait and see approach, but when the time comes, we will be ready. That's for sure.
I think that's the one thing that the businesses hate most is uncertainty. But one thing that I found certain at your hotel is going to be something interesting. And the last time I was there was about a few weeks before the lockdown, and I saw that you still you have some cats there in your lounge. It seems to have been there. Like I'm certain they've been there forever. What's the story about the cats?
It's funny that you mentioned that. We have one local cat. It was with us now for 6 months. It's a youngster, and just this last 3 weeks since I'm in contact with the with the person who looks after the property, there's 2 more kittens have just arrived. So we actually got 3 cats at the moment. So 2 kittens and 1 older cat. So yes, yeah, that's cats and Devon Valley. It goes together.
It does go together, yes.
Yes.
So the other thing that is interesting that you offer that's a bit different is in your lounge or bar, I'm not sure what you call it, you've got a whiskey tasting. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, Cedarwood Lounge. Yeah, no. We've got 150 different single malt whiskies on offer. You know, this is mostly Scottish whiskey, but we do offer Irish whiskies, and we offer some exotic whiskies. You know, we got whiskies from India, Japan, Sweden, and Taiwan, and obviously the local whiskey, the Three Ships whiskey range we have, and some American bourbons we have as well. So our whiskey range is huge. It's one of the biggest in the Western Cape. It used to be the biggest, but I think there's other properties there they're quite big as well now. So it is definitely one of the biggest whiskey range, and it's super popular. It's really popular. And we're offering food and wine pairings. We have a new executive chef, and our whiskey range, it is more a focus on the New World whiskies. So the New World whiskey just have more flavor, and it's just a more fun whiskey, if this makes any sense. And so is our cannabis. You know, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fresh. It's going to be just a little bit different. And that's what we're aiming for. Maybe I can just introduce Andrew Jordan. He's only started with us beginning of March. He's in lockdown as well. He's roaring to go. You know, he got all those ideas, and he's the executive chef we appointed the beginning of March, and he's got wonderful experience. He was for 14 years in the UK and works for the Sheraton Group, for the Conrad Group, and so he is planning and menus are ready. So now he's pairing it with the whiskey. So it's all good. It's all good.
Well, that's awesome. At least this time can be used for a bit of planning, right? And I know dates are difficult, but at least, like you say, you can plan venues and you can plan new products and new offerings. So that's one good thing.
It's one good thing, yes. And I'm like that. You know, like I'm pushing and I'm pushing and I'm pushing, and then all the work is just about done. You know, there's only so many menus you can design. So now we're just hoping that the minister does us all a big favor, just lift this lockdown soon.
Well, I hope so too. So the other thing that I've noticed is lately, I'm not sure how long you guys have been producing wine, but can you tell us a bit more about the wines you're producing and also the winemaking philosophy at the farm?
Well, I can tell you my winemaking philosophy. This is the best way you learn about wine is to drink it, you know. So, but we are having the hotel is mostly focused obviously on hospitality, but we have 3 different cultivars on the estate. We have the Bush Shannon, the Cab, and the Pinot Noir. But we don't make our own wines anymore. For the last couple of years, we went into partnership with the Middelfly estate. We buy wine from them, and our neighbor Dion after our vineyards and looks after them. So in the past we used to make our own wines with the Silverbell and the Ghost Tree range, but at the moment currently we don't, and we buy actually our wines from Middelfly. We went into partnership with them a couple of years ago.
But you make the wines under your own brand, right?
We make the wines under our own brand. Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So where are your wines sold? Mostly in your restaurant, or are you selling in the local market?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Mostly in our restaurant, only at the hotel.
So as a chef, you know, and how important would you say? I mean, you just told me your background is you've been a chef all those years. So the wine experience that the diner will have with his food, how important is that for the experience?
Well, we have we are in the wine industry. You know, even though we are a hotel and our focus is hospitality and it is corporate, and it's a wine. It's our makeup. It's part of who we are. You know, when you come to the hotel and you overlook the vineyards, you sit in the vineyards. So we're offering a huge variety of wines. You know, the list is endless, but our focus will always be Devon Valley, will always be Stellenbosch, will always be local. So we have Devon Valley flights. We're offering from the Louisville range to the Middelfly to the Clonmalvern. We're offering all the Devon Valley, and this all the Devon Valley wines. And this is what we what we are pushing. I think we have an excellent relationship with all our neighbors. The offering is called a Devon Valley Tea Tour package. So when the guests come here, they can come to the valley and to come to all the different estates. They can eat and they can drink and they can experience the Devon Valley in a quite unique sort of way. And it's a fantastic offering. It's very reasonably priced as well. It's just to bring a local awareness to the Devon Valley. And I think it's working really nicely.
I think that's important that you say, you're working with the locals there, like Clo Malvern and all those people are making, all of them have a different and fantastic offering. But the Devon Valley, like you say, as an area, is such a nice offering that it has as a group. So it's important that you collaborate together. But the other important thing is, especially for your conference as well, you're only about 4 or 5 kilometers out of Stellenbosch, which is also important.
That's right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's so we are away from the city, but we are still very close to the city. So you get the feeling of the vineyards, you get the feeling of countryside. So it makes the people feel relaxed. But not only do with the corporates, and we work with the corporates. So we're offering for working cost challenges. We're offering braais. We're offering the full range of catering, and it makes a difference. When people come, because people come to work, but at the same time they come to relax. So it's like a package we're offering, but it comes naturally. So people don't have to pay anything extra. They just come here and they naturally relax because they're in the vineyards, and and it works. So we get lots of support from the local medium small businesses, and it works.
So, Marcus, I also noticed on your website that you have a few social responsibility initiatives. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
Yes, yeah, no, we do. And the main social responsibility, what we're doing is the Louis family, is the Louis Group Business Academy. So we have about 280 students coming throughout the year through this academy. It's to learn about business, ethical business. The Louis Group is sponsoring that, and they're coming to Devon Valley. So it's a great initiative to learn about business, and to learn about the way the Louis family does business. But we do other charitable events throughout the year. But it's then more on the basis what comes to us, what's happening. If there's a crisis somewhere, then we're going to jump in and be helping. But obviously, we, as social initiatives, we still promote water savings, and with all our guests, we still promote social awareness, what's happening in South Africa, and it's basically our drive. So our main drive is the Louis Group Business Academy.
That's interesting. So, talking about the other social awareness thing we're talking about now is the coronavirus, right? And it's forced all of us to rethink our business models. So, do you have any changes or new ideas in mind in your business model?
Well, I'm a Christian, and I'm personally on my knees, and I'm praying so much more than I used to. And I know the Louis family, they're strong believers. They feel the same. The whole business model is based on strong Christian ethos. But we all know we have to do things differently going into the future. It's not going to be the same for quite a long time. Even though we have these beautiful refurbished conference facilities, we have this beautiful hotel in the middle of the vineyards. But in order to create business again, we have to think differently. We have to think out of the box. We're having online brainstorming session. We go to these webinars. We educate ourselves. But it is a learning journey for me, big time. I think for many of us sitting in this industry, hospitality industry, it's a learning curve. Try to keep our staff employed, and as maybe I can mention it as well. I really want to honor the Louis family when it comes to that. We haven't had a single retrenchment. We keep everybody on the payroll. So it's been amazing actually. The family is really looking after the staff really well. So it's a learning curve, and I'm learning every day. So Corona it's a headache, but it's not going to kill us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and it's important, like you say, that you have the right philosophy and mindset to get through all of this. Talking about that, your whole journey through the hospitality industry, not, I mean, through first as a chef and your life journey. What is the most important thing that you've learned?
What I've learned,
Mhm.
well, I've learned since I'm at this hotel that wine makes every meal an occasion. It's every table more elegant and every day a little bit more civilized. Now, like I've loved to, I learned to love wine. I love to, even at home, I love playing with food, match it with the wine. So it's a love. It's ingrown. And like I said, it's part of me.
Oh, that's awesome. So, Marcus, if people are listening to this and they want to book their wedding, or they want to come and visit you guys, how do they get a hold of you?
Well, at the moment, we are still in lockdown, but obviously we are available on our websites there, or on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. We are doing social media launches on a regular basis. So but as soon as we open up again, you can visit us. I'm here at the hotel Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 days. We've got banqueting coordinators, we've got booking agents. So you come to visit and we will help you. So and come and experience them, really. Come and experience our terrace. Come and experience the food we are offering. Like there's, when you go on our website, is we can only sell so much. When you come here and you see who we really are, this handmade hospitality we try to sell to our guests and our clients. It's tangible. When you come here, it is tangible. You can feel it in the I think over the years, like we can show the success, we can show what truly handmade hospitality is all about.
That's awesome. I mean, Marcus, it's been a pleasure. Thank you we'll put the links to all of this obviously in the description, but thank you for taking the time and chatting to us. And I think everybody listening to this can't wait to get to the Devon Valley. I can tell you myself that view from your terrace is one of my favorite views in the world. So,
Great.
definitely looking forward to seeing you guys. And yeah, thank you for spending the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers, Will. Appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today I'm talking to Laurie Cooper of Abingdon Estate. Good morning, Laurie.
Good morning, Will.
I'd love to hear a bit more about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Yeah, so my kind of journey in wine is probably a short one, but a fast-tracked one. It goes back to my parents started Abingdon back in 2004. So throughout school, I was involved in the industry, and then my parents were running a wine estate, but I never had any interest in it. I don't really remember much of it. It was only much later, around 2012, I was living in London, and I finally decided to do just a quick wine course because I really needed to know more about wine. And that was kind of the beginning of being completely sucked in and immersed in this industry. And from one short wine course to my WSET diploma, I then came home, started to join the farm full-time. So I did the winemaking with my dad, opened the wine school so that I could run the WSET courses and do. And then got involved on kind of sommelier side of things. So went into my sommelier qualifications, won the Moët & Chandon Best Young Sommelier last year, and
Awesome.
I'm currently on the Master of Wine program. So it's been kind of a whirlwind, but loved every minute of it.
Tell us a bit more about this Moët program. That sounds
Thank you. So it's, as I said, my history is a lot more on the study of wine, the wine tasting, and I've never really been involved in the sommelier service side of things. So I did the qualification just to kind of better myself, and also because I was running those courses and wanted to be able to teach it. And I thought I'd just enter the competition on a bit of a whim, really. So it was the Moët & Chandon Best Young Sommelier, which took place in October last year, and we went through the quarterfinals, the semi-finals. The next thing, I found myself in the finals and won it. So it's, yeah, that side of things is also taking off and being a great journey.
That's awesome. So tell me, how did your parents start making wine in KZN? I mean, I'm from the Cape, so I was actually there, to be honest. So I feel,
Yeah,
I was ashamed of myself. But anyway, tell us a bit more how you started and a little bit of the history of Abingdon Estate.
Yeah, I suppose you could call it brilliance or sheer madness. So my dad, we moved from Johannesburg. My parents were based in Johannesburg and moved to Abingdon back in 2000. And they bought the farm with absolutely no plans to make wine. My dad is a petroleum engineer, has absolutely no experience in winemaking at all. But the more Ian looked at the land and the more he wanted to do something with it, he kept coming up with different ideas. And we were actually in the Alps, and he saw these vineyards, and something just triggered. And he just thought, you know what, if you can make wines in extreme climates, if you can make them in wetter climates at altitude, why aren't there any vineyards in Natal? So he started researching it. And he started researching, this idea came about in about 2002. And in 2004, he planted the first vines. So everything he's done from the beginning then was 100% self-taught. He has no experience in wine. KwaZulu-Natal had no vineyards. But he's just an incredibly determined, stubborn, hardworking man, and he decided to make it happen. So in 2007, we produced our first KZN estate wine.
What an awesome story. Now that you mentioned the Swiss Alps, some of the best wine in Europe are made and then obviously consumed right there, because it's not a lot of volume that can be produced in those extreme climates. Are you finding the same volume type of thing, that you're producing small amounts?
Yeah, so we're a very small estate. We're about 3.5 hectares under vine, and it's exactly that. In an extreme climate, for us, we want to be able to make sure that we are focusing on the quality and not the quantity. And the bigger you go, obviously things like summer rainfall, you've got to manage your rot. Your hands-on maintenance and canopy management is so big that it would just be silly to try and produce on a mass scale. You just can't keep on top of it. So we do keep it small. It's small production, and it just means that we can really, as a family, stay on top of the viticulture and make sure that we're monitoring everything, and we're really looking after the vines in this kind of a climate.
By the sounds of it, you're the only one producer in KZN, am I right?
There's 3 of us. So on a commercial level, there's now 3 producers. So Abingdon is the oldest, and we produced the first estate wines out of KZN. And then since then, Highgate Wine Estate is just across the valley. They've they've joined us, and there's also Cathedral Peak Cellars, Cathedral Peak Wines. Yeah.
Do you think there's growth in the industry there? Do you see opportunity for more vineyards to be planted?
Absolutely, I hope so. I think, especially with global warming, we're starting to see, the quality this year was sensational. We're starting to see warmer days. We're seeing less rain. Our season is becoming drier and drier, and so I think there's huge potential to build KZN as a wine region and get more wine estates. We've got beautiful altitudes. So Abingdon sits at 1,140 meters. So beautiful altitude with the season getting drier, those cold winters. It's a lovely place to be.
It's amazing. The global warming seems to be having an effect everywhere. I've been to, I think, what's the place called Denby Wine Estate in Surrey in England,
Yes.
which they used to have warmers in their vineyards to actually heat their vines during the cold winter days. And the last few years they haven't needed it. And also the quality of the wines have improved significantly because of, the warming effect.
Yep, I think there's certainly places that we thought wouldn't produce previously are now in the limelight, and yeah, the UK is definitely one of them.
Yeah, amazing. So, what can a guest experience when visiting your estate? What do you have there?
So we focus on, we're a family wine estate, and we want you to be able to really experience that. So on the estate, we have a tasting room and we have a wine that serves tapas style meals on the weekend. I want you to know that if you do come to Abingdon, you will meet one of us. You'll be able to speak to one of the winemakers, either myself or Ian. Jane does all the cooking. Jane's my mother. She does all the cooking, and we're very much involved. And there's always a bustling atmosphere. You get to taste a range of all our wines, and it's just that really personal experience that we hope to be able to give people when they visit.
So the fact that you're calling it a wine bar beside the tasting room sounds to me like you almost there must be some locals coming, and it's almost a place where people come to hang out on weekends on a regular basis. Is this true?
Very much so, yeah. So we've been very privileged that I would say for about the last 5 to 6 years, most weekends are fully booked. And we've got repeat customers. A lot of our Durban-based guests travel to us for lunch. And so, yeah, we've been very successful. Last year, we won the American Express Dining Awards, the best kept secret in the country. And yeah, it's a great place that's always going to be busy and hopefully an experience.
Amazing. So, Laurie, now to the important stuff. Tell us a bit more about the wines that you are making there.
So we make for a small estate, we make a range of different wines from, well, MCC, although we don't call them Method Cup Classique, we call it a Method Traditionnel. So we've got a Chardonnay Blanc de Blanc, we've got a Rosé style MCC, we also have a Viognier Pet Nat. In terms of the white wines, we have Sauvignon Blanc, Chardonnay, and Viognier. On the red wines, we have Syrah, Cabernet Sauvignon, and a Nebbiolo, which we produced our first vintage this year. And so a range of different wines. We like to be able to experiment. There's always 1 or 2 different blends or different wines that we produce each year just to give you something different. But we hope that they give you a uniquely KZN profile. So everything we do is 100% estate wines. It's all from the farms, and we want you to be able to hopefully taste that difference, to taste KZN wines, that continental aspect, that lovely fresh acidity, the elegance that comes with them. So we're never going to make a full-bodied, big, bold, rich style of Mediterranean style wine, but we do make something that's uniquely KZN. And yeah, it's been a great start for me, I think, in my winemaking journey, to be able to come to a family estate where we can experiment and play around. And yeah, we have great fun. Amazing.
So where are your wines sold? Are you exporting them or local market? What happens?
So about 98% are sold from the estate, cellar door. So we are listed in a few restaurants and hotels around the province, but most of them are sold from the farm. And I think a large part of that was the decision that we didn't want to be in a bottle store. We didn't want to be a wine on the shelf. We wanted people to come visit us to hear the story. We don't export at the moment. It possibly would be something that we'll look into in the future. But again, it was just making sure that we looked after our local base, making sure that we got to the point where, as a young wine estate, we had consistent production. We were happy with the quality. We're building a name in our local base before looking at any other options.
I understand that. Are you, I mean, with your wine bar being popular and also the local market there, would you consider maybe expanding to a restaurant? Is that something in your pipeline?
Definitely, yeah. So we've been very lucky with a lot of our listings so far have been great listings. So things like the Oyster Box Hotel, Hartford House, 9th Avenue. We've been able to be quite selective, which has been fantastic. And it's only really in this last year that we've managed to see out a full year with our wines. So previously they were selling out within 2-3 months, and we would spend most of the year with no wine.
Wow.
Which as a wine estate becomes a little difficult if people are coming to your tasting to taste your wines. There was one December was our busiest period of the year, and we closed. We had no wine. So a lot of it in previous years has also been just looking after the tasting room and making sure we have the stock so that people who visit the estate will be able to taste our wines. Going forward, now that we are slowly, the newer blocks are kicking in, we've got larger production, and we can start to look at those other options.
Are the other producers, can you buy in from them, or are they also using their own their stock to full capacity?
So as far as I'm aware, we're the only registered estate in KZN. So everything we do will be 100% from the farm.
Okay.
I know that I think, the others, Highgate, they still KZN, but they might have bought some grapes from, I think there's a Hilton vineyard. So it's still keeping it within KZN, but for us, we are 100% estate grown, and we will always keep it 100% estate grown. So for us, this year is a small harvest, and we wish we had more, but that's the way it is, and it will stay 100% Abingdon. So a small harvest is a small harvest.
Laurie, now about this, the next thing looks like your baby, the KZN School of Wine. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
So my original journey was all through the Wine and Spirit Education Trust in the UK, so WACT. And I went through to my diploma level when I moved home. And at the time I moved back, there was only one other school for WACT, which Kathy Marston's running in the Cape. And I really wanted to offer something on the East Coast, and to be able to offer the courses, which are wonderful courses, internationally recognized WACT wine courses. And I wanted to be able to bring that to KZN. So I decided to open the school, which was back in 2014, I think, and run a range of different classes so that we could offer wine courses in Natal, and to anyone. I'm really passionate about wine education, and just to be able to expand that. So yeah, the KZN School of Wine is run on the farm, and we run different courses from really fun, quick one-day courses through to the WACT level 3, a lot more intense courses.
Well, I suppose with the growth in tourism in South Africa the last few years, demand from hotels and places like that who need people who are educated in wine has also grown.
Exactly, yeah. And I think especially for KZN, we don't have that history of a wine culture. We need, I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of the service and the wine education.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support your country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show. So, Laurie, the thing that has on our minds all the time with the lockdown and everything, the coronavirus, and this has forced everyone to rethink their business model. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind? Maybe online sales? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I think it's certainly forced everyone to relook at things. So it's obviously, I think hospitality has been hit in a huge way, and with the ban of alcohol sales, the wine industry, it's tough times for us. So I think everybody needs to be able to look at different ways to move forward. Anything that is digitally minded, I think, is a great way at the moment. I think, you know, Corona really has brought about kind of a digital transformation of business. So yeah, online sales is definitely, once we can open sales, that will be fantastic for us. And I think what we've really been focusing on is what we've seen throughout this time was the support we've had, which has been really fantastic. Is just those really loyal supporters who have wanted to, and I think we've seen it across the industry, wanting to help those who can't drum up business at this time. So we've really had an unbelievable response of those who want to be there for us, show their support, buy wines for after lockdown. And a large part of our kind of ideas moving forward is also around how do we give back to these people, because a lot of them have been with Abingdon since day one. They've bought our first vintage, they've been there and they keep buying. And I think we, you know, as a family, we had a big discussion as to, right, when this is over, we need to find a way to give back, whether it's through wine clubs and invitation to events and verticals of our old vintages, and just being able to support those who've really shown their support, not only through this period, but also just from the beginning. And that's really humbling. That's been a really lovely kind of, in this period, which is not ideal, it's been really great to see. And so now it's just that, I think, is our ideas is right. It's time to give back.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, it's amazing how this whole thing has brought people together. Also, with your education side, I think there potential, a lot of things can be digitized and taken online, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen, again, huge support from kind of WACT courses and wine courses as to, right, how can we help you to continue to run your courses? So a lot of them, and I mean, you see it on Instagram, it's fantastic just to watch, you know, different chefs cooking and how many people are starting to do lectures. So yeah, we're starting to look at ways to lecture online. We have our online courses, different ways to run the exams, to get the materials. And yeah, there's a huge amount of change coming in, and you know, this is a time where people are home and maybe not as busy as they usually would have been. So it's a perfect time to start courses and to start something.
Well, like
yeah.
No, apologies. Like you say, you know, people are sitting at home, so they might as well learn something.
Exactly, yeah. So we're really looking at ways. We have a great online support and ways that we can continue those courses online.
Right. Your wine journey. Tell us, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
I think for me, because it's been a short wine journey, yet kind of a fast track wine journey, you're always learning. And if there's anything I think that I've learned, or what I've found most important, is that you never stop learning. So it's always to stay humble. It doesn't really matter whether you've had 2 years in the industry or 60 years in the industry. You are always going to learn something new. Something's going to be thrown at you. You never ever know enough. And I mean, especially in things like KZN and New Region, we are still learning every day. Every time we think, okay, we've got it, you learn something new. And the same thing with the courses. It's just every time I've done another qualification or I've finished another book, something else gets thrown at you. So I think it is really a way of teaching you to stay humble, because this is a lifetime journey. I don't think I'm ever going to know enough. So yeah, just keep learning. You'll never know enough.
Well, it's awesome that as a winemaker, you can actually learn from your dad. And also, what I'd like to know, your family's philosophy on winemaking. Can you sum that up a little bit for us?
Yeah, I think, you know, I really admire my father and his philosophy. From the beginning, it's always been 100% quality driven and integrity. And he, you'll see, of course, in a family business, you have debates and heated discussions, shall we say. The amount of times my mum and I are saying, oh, Ian's done it again. He's, I don't know, pruned this vine so that we can have a healthy crop 4 years time. And he's been so stringent on making sure that even if you make sacrifices in a year, 2 years, 3 years, by the time you get to the long-term goal, you'll be in the right place. And I think you really admire that. So it's never been, there's no shortcuts. It's always been, he's thrown 100% into it. And it's been, I suppose, integrity and quality. So everything we've done is, we're not just going to be, the small guys trying to make some wine. Let's do this with the aim to produce quality from the very beginning. And even if that costs you short term, let's do it for the long term, which he started from the beginning. And I wasn't even in the industry. And when you become involved as a second generation, that's when you really appreciate it. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. I mean, that's awesome. Laurie, last question. Do you have a favorite wine quote, or do you have your own wine quote?
I have lots of them.
All right.
Probably not all my own, but I was thinking, there was something I read the other day that kind of struck home with me, and it said, wine is not only an object of pleasure, but an object of knowledge. And the level of that pleasure depends greatly on the knowledge. And that really struck home with me, because the more you know about my wine, the more knowledge you have, the more you appreciate it, the more you want to know. And that's really lovely, because, that knowledge of wine gives you the pleasure, but also we're in the fortunate position where the pleasure of wine gives you the knowledge. And that, to me, I think has always been my journey in wine, is knowing more about wine, to continue studying it, so that you can get greater joy out of it. And we're really lucky that the study of wine is also drinking it.
Awesome. Laurie, if our listeners wants to find your estate, or they want to find your wines, or they want to find you online, how do they get hold of you?
Yep, so the estate is Abingdon Wine Estate. So our website is www.abingdonestate.com. The school is the KZN School of Wine. So likewise, www.kznschoolofwine.co.za. And we should, on the website, you'll see the full range of wines. If you want to get in touch with us, please send us an email. We always have updated lists, and we can send to the Cape.
That's awesome. Laurie, thank you for spending time with us, and I appreciate the time you've taken, and good luck with the rest of the lockdown and the rest of your year. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Liam Tomlin. He's the owner and founder of Chef's Warehouse. How are you, Liam? Welcome to About the Winelands.
Thanks, Will. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's challenging times we are in, and especially with you being in the restaurant business. So
Yeah,
I can believe it must be hard.
it is. It's quite difficult, but we're taking it day by day. There's nothing really else we can do. We're doing our best to hold on to all our staff. Yeah, it's a challenge. It really is.
Liam, how did you tell us a bit to our listeners who would be interested here? How did you get involved in the restaurant and the food industry?
Wow. I started an apprenticeship when I was 14 years of age in Dublin. So I left school very early. I started actually washing pots in a hotel in Dublin, and then it just grew out of there. The chef offered me a position, and I worked as a young chef in Dublin for a few years, and then I went to London and Switzerland, and sort of when I got to Switzerland, the penny sort of dropped for me that I really wanted to be a chef as a job to make money. But then when I went to Switzerland, I just totally fell in love with the career. But
that's amazing.
Hindsight's a great thing. Looking at it now, owning 6 restaurants, probably not the best business to be in. But anyway, no, it's been a brilliant industry to be in. I've had an amazing career so far, and I'm sure we'll continue to have an amazing career once we get back on track after this virus.
I think times will be difficult, but human behavior does not change that quickly. I mean, we've gone through 2 world wars and a lot of other stuff. So let's hope that things will go on its merry way very soon.
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you share a bit of history about the Chef's Warehouse brand? I mean, I saw that I saw that after Switzerland, did you go to Australia, if I'm right, and you also won some awards there?
Yeah, I had a restaurant. I moved to Australia. I lived there for 15 years. So I lived in Melbourne for 2 years, and then moved to Sydney and lived there for 13 years.
Wow.
And we had several restaurants there, but we had one called Bank, which was, that was the one that sort of put us on the map. We won a lot of awards in Australia for that, which was fantastic. It was an amazing restaurant. And we had it for 6-7 years.
Wow.
It was very cool. It was a great restaurant.
Why did you make you move to South Africa?
Originally, I went to Australia for a year and ended up staying for 15. And that business in Australia, I was in a partnership that went a bit pear-shaped. So I decided I didn't want to stay. I never really originally wanted to go to Australia. So I agreed with my wife to go for a year. And like I said, we stayed for 15. And I decided it was time for a change. And we'd been to South Africa once before and absolutely loved it. And I wanted a lifestyle very similar to what we had in Australia as far as climate and lifestyle and whatever. And we came to Cape Town, and best move ever. Love it here.
Amazing. You sound like a typical South African immigrating to Australia. The lifestyle and the sunshine.
Yeah, you know what they say, the grass is always greener on the other side. But when you get there, you still have to cut the grass. It grows. And, quite honestly, Australia is a wonderful place, but I love it here in South Africa. I really do.
Yeah, what a fantastic country we have.
Yeah.
Can you share a bit of the history of how you started Chef's Warehouse and the brand and,
Chef's Warehouse was originally, it was a cookery school and a retail store for cookbooks and kitchen equipment. And then where Chef's Warehouse now, the original one on Bree Street, that venue came available, and I always loved that space. And we decided to move venues, and it wasn't in the planning. It wasn't to open a restaurant. It was still going to be a cookery school. We were going to expand the deli side of the business and the product range and everything. And then I don't know, we had a few seats, and we decided we'd do like a light lunch, and we opened the first day. Second day, I think we were full, and it just never, the cookery school sort of never happened, and it ended up turning into what it is today. So sort of, it was just purely by moving location. I mean, the location for me, I love that space in the original Bree Street space. And it just grew out of that. And then it became extremely, extremely popular. And we had a whole little menu going on, but we offered, part of that menu was tapas for two. And after a couple of weeks, we discovered that's all that people were ordering. So we decided to do tapas for two, and that's been the concept ever since.
So where did you get this tapas influence? Because it seems I saw that was a, you know, as a kind of a golden thread through your restaurants.
Yeah, it was just, you know, when we were in Sydney and we had that restaurant bank, that was very fine dining, very top end, very labor intensive, and it was very French influenced. So you were very sort of restricted in as far as what ingredients you could use and what techniques you could use, etc. So I just, firstly, I like eating the way we serve our food. So lots of different flavors and sharing. So I love that whole concept. And I didn't want to be restricted to, you know, I didn't want it to be like a typical classical Spanish tapas. So, you know, we can go in and we can choose what we want to cook on a daily basis, whether it be Japanese influenced or Asian or Indian or Italian or whatever we want, whatever is available to us as far as ingredients. And it just gives us so much flexibility, keeps it interesting for the guys in the kitchen because they're learning something on a daily basis. And it also keeps it interesting for guests that they're coming back and we're forever changing our menu. I mean, it changes on a daily basis. Not in all our restaurants, but in Bree Street, it changes on a regular basis.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. You also have restaurants in the Winelands. Tell us about that.
We have three. We've got one, Bo Constantia, up in Constantia. We've got another Chef's Warehouse at Maison in Franschhoek. And then we recently opened a restaurant with Neil and Tina Jewell up on the Spice Root Farm in Paarl called Jewels. So yeah, I love the restaurants out in the Winelands. It's just, you know, they're all set in these most beautiful settings. It's just really, really beautiful spaces. I love them. Yeah, I really do. I love the ones in the city, but I also love driving out to the Winelands, and it's just a completely different atmosphere. And, you know, we're blessed with some of the most beautiful countryside in the world, I think, when you go to Paarl and Franschhoek and drive up through Constantia Neck, I mean, Cape City.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, and also, you know, you have this advantage almost of a cross-sell. If people come to your Bree Street restaurant, you can say to them, go try our restaurant in this place, because then they want to visit those places anyway, and it would be great.
Absolutely. I mean, the tourists will often have people who come to Cape Town from wherever, UK, America, Holland, and they will eat in all 5 restaurants during a week or 10 days. And that's very special to me.
Well, that must make you feel proud, right?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I mean, the great thing about Chef's Warehouse is they're all individual. You know, there's no two the same. We're doing completely different thing. I've got brilliant chef partners, Ivor Jones, Dave Schneider. We've got Nanda Cadasso at Bree Street. I've got JP and Nate up at Tali, and then obviously Neil Jewell. And I mean, they're all very talented young chefs and all very different, but and all brilliant cooks. So everywhere you go is very, very different. So, but you can, you know, there is a common thread through our restaurants.
That's amazing. You know, so what you're telling me is you have a philosophy that is the thread, but it doesn't really feel like a chain.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, it's very important for me. You know, I stepped out of the kitchen. I'm still very involved with the restaurants on a daily basis, but I stepped out of the kitchen a little bit over 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, to focus more on the business side of it and to focus on the opportunities that come our way. And it's very important for me that, you know, it's not Liam Tomlin Chef's Warehouse. Every Chef's Warehouse, whoever works there gets the credit for what they do. Yeah, I founded the brand and the concept, but these guys are the ones who should take all the credit because, like I said, they're very talented individuals.
Well, that's amazing. You also, another fantastic city, of course, is Barcelona, and you ventured into Barcelona. Can you tell us a bit more? That sounds very exciting.
Barcelona is run by two chefs who used to work for us in Bree Street. And one of them, Angelo Scirocco, worked with us for about, I think he was with us for close on 2 years. And he went over to Barcelona to do some work for me with our business partner. And my landlord in Bree Street has hotels just outside Barcelona. And Angelo went over there to do a little bit of work for her to help. And he fell in love with a young Spanish girl, and he phoned me up and he said he didn't want to come back, and he wanted to open a restaurant. And that's how it came about. So I said to him, "Okay, go find a space." And he honestly walks the streets of Barcelona. He went to college every morning to learn the language. He speaks fluent Spanish now, writes it. Incredible young guy. And he phoned me one day. He says, "I found the space," and himself, myself, and my landlord from Bree Street are equal partners in that restaurant. And it's hugely, hugely successful, obviously, until we got undone with this virus. But he'll be back in a couple of weeks, hopefully. And he's a seriously talented guy.
Well, amazing story, right? A love story that ends in a restaurant is something that has to be told until you're old, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's a true story. He fell in love with this young girl, and she's lovely. I've met her. I've been over there. And he said he's staying. So, and he's happy, and he has a European passport, so there was no issues regarding visas or if he could stay or not. So he's very, very happy.
So I see also have a pantry and a bookshop. So tell us a little bit more about that. I saw somewhere that you wanted to build the biggest cookery bookshop in South Africa or in Africa.
Yeah, that was our plan. I mean, I think we've probably got one of the biggest selections of cookbooks on offer. It's located at Bree Street, and it's part of the retail section of what we do. So we do in both Maison, Bree Street, and in Jules up on the Spice Route, we do retail in the restaurants also. So we sell all food-related things and especially cookbooks. But we don't do any of the, the TV stuff, the Jamie Olivers or the Nigellas or anything like that. It's all very much, I'm not saying they're not professional, but we don't do mass market stuff. We do very boutique-y, artisanal cookbooks. So if you're looking for something out of the ordinary, if we don't have it, we'll get it for you.
Interesting. So you've also written your own books. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
I've written 5 books, I think, and I'm in the process now of doing the 6th one. So I've been trying to do it while we've been in close down during this, but I just can't focus. It's too hard to concentrate on anything at the moment. But I'm doing a book at the moment, which is going to be published by Penguin later this year. And it's basically a book about our 5 restaurants here. And it's a chapter on each of the chefs and their food and their philosophy and all about our, how we operate as a business, each individual chef's philosophy, all about our suppliers, our ingredients, sustainability. So it's a photographic journey through a day in the life of the kitchen. But we've got an amazing young photographer, a lady called Claire Gunn, who is used to be a chef herself. So she completely understands the runnings of a kitchen, completely gets food. So it's an absolute pleasure. And it's not your typical book where we stylize everything. Claire just goes in and shoots from 7 in the morning to 11 at night. And she shoots everything as it is, as it's going out to the restaurant, as it's served to the guest, whatever. There's no frilling it up. It's really in your face kitchen stuff, but it's brilliant. It's really, I think it's going to be the best book we've ever done. And
Sounds
then we've got a
awesome.
book. Yeah, it's very exciting. Then we've got another book that's being republished. It's on its second print run now, and it should be, I think it's released in June again through Penguin. And it's called Tapas, and it's based on Bree Street. So we published that about 4 or 5 years ago. So we've redone it. We've put some new dishes in, took some of the old one out, put some new shots in it, etc. So we've sort of refreshed it, republished it. So that should be out hopefully in June.
Okay,
If
awesome.
the bookstores are open, then we'll be out.
Yeah, that's a different story, right? We'll come to that a bit later. What is
Otherwise, I'll
the?
be selling it at the traffic lights.
I'm sure you'll get some buyers. What is the Ginger and Lime's cooking school?
Ginger and Lime is a very dear friend of mine, Denise Levy, and she set up a cookery school probably 3 or 4 years ago, and she started it in her home in Fresnay, and I used to do quite a few classes with her. But it's a beautiful space where you can either come and see a chef like myself do cooking demonstrations, or there's lots of other people who come and do demos, or you can hire it out and do hands-on cooking with Denise and her team, or you can hire it as a space just for, if you want to do a work event or a team building event or anything like that. And now she's opened a second one called Kitchen Collective, and that's in the Bocop. So it's a much bigger space. But it's basically, she's not a chef by profession. She's just got a real passion for food, and she just always had a dream of opening up her own cookery school. And she did it a couple of years ago. It's hugely successful. And she's just published her own book, her own cookbook as well, with her favorite recipes from her travels and from her cookery schools.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, no, she's a very special woman.
Your cooking philosophy, where did that come from, and what is your cooking philosophy?
Quite honestly, you'll get a lot of chefs who say they were cooked with their grandmother or whatever. I none of that. I mean, I was brought up in Ireland. It was very basic food. It was, you knew what you were eating on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It was sort of a very small repertoire. I'm not knocking it, but my mum was a great cook and a great baker, and she cooked for us every single day. We had wonderful food, but it never fascinated me at that age. And like I said, I got into kitchens purely because I wanted to get out of school. I wanted a job. I wanted a bit of pocket money, and it grew on me over the years. But I don't know. I'm probably very old school when I look at the young guys who work with us now. I am quite old school. And I like to keep things pretty simple. My whole philosophy is less is more. I'll look at a dish and I'll look at what I can take off it rather than what I need to add to it.
Yeah. I find this our winemakers say the same thing, right? It's all about, the ingredients and letting nature do its work. And I think with cooking, it's probably the same thing. Like you just wanted to say, the ingredients are so important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got such amazing ingredients here. The produce here is as good as anything in the world, anywhere else in the world. We've got amazing little boutique growers and suppliers. You know, we up at the restaurants, we're so lucky we can even forage some beautiful mushrooms and herbs. We're very lucky we've got space where we can grow our own vegetables. We've got beautiful vegetable gardens of our own. So it's very much, we're very seasonal driven. So you know, you won't see Israeli strawberries on our menu. You'll see strawberries when they're grown in South Africa in season. Same with our asparagus. You won't see asparagus from Thailand or wherever. So all our chefs, I think, are very seasonal driven. But for me, yeah, less is more. And it really is. I just hate food. I don't see the point in it. I really don't.
Yeah. So,
And I don't want to eat that type of food.
I agree with
to
you
be quite
totally.
honest.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show. What are the most important traits that a chef should have, do you think?
Wow. You know, it's changed a hell of a lot since I trained in, like, if I look at when I worked in Dublin, London, I worked in Amsterdam, I worked in Italy, I worked in Switzerland. And we used to, and we still have young chefs who are completely dedicated to this profession. But we used to work 16, 18 hours a day. I used to work for the Roux brothers. I always remember Michel Roux telling me that you couldn't cook good food in 8 hours. And basically that was his way of telling me, you're going to work 16 hours a day, but I'm only going to pay you for 8. But we did that. We did it because, you know, those other 8 hours, even though you didn't get paid for it, it was an education like you get nowhere else. And now with labor laws, especially, I still follow what goes on in Australia a lot because obviously I lived there for 15 years. I've got lots of friends there still. I mean, I don't know how they operate over there. It's a very strict 8 hour a day. And it's true, you can't cook great food in 8 hours a day. You really can't. And it's not feasible to have, in most restaurants, it's not feasible to have 2 shifts a week. We're very lucky. Up till a couple of weeks ago, our restaurants were extremely busy. So we try and work our chefs 4 days a week, so they get 3 days rest. We make sure they eat well. I mean, that never happened when I was working. You know, you were lucky you had a choice, get a 10-minute break or go outside and have a couple of cigarettes. Most of us went outside and had a couple of cigarettes, so you wouldn't eat all day. And when you did, it wasn't very healthy food, but we try and cook a decent meal for all our staff every single day. A lot of them is the only meal they're going to have. But I think it's you've got to have passion for this. And you've got to be completely committed. But I also think it's really important early on in your career is to decide what it is you want out of the career. Do you want to own your own restaurant? Do you want to be the executive chef of a large hotel? Do you want to be the chef on a cruise liner? Do you want to have a catering company? Whatever it is, and then train towards your goal. And especially, you know, young chefs who want eventually is to learn about business. You know, a lot of fantastic chefs around, and me included, we're not the best business brains. We're cooks at the end of the day. So for me, really, really important that if you do want to go off and set up your own business, whether it's a top-end restaurant, catering company, I don't know, it could be a food truck, whatever, a stall in the market. You need to do the figures. You need to know, you know, you need to be, it's a lot more now. I'm a human resources person. I'm an accountant. I'm a chef. I'm a restaurateur. I'm a cleaner. You got to be, it's not for the faint-hearted, this profession. I think reality TV has made it look very glossy, very glamorous, but it's like any profession. It's like Premier Footballship. It's like Formula One racing. It's like anything. There's only a very few that make it really to the top of the game. And they're the ones you'll see on TV, are the ones who, you know, the celebrity guys, the Ramses, and that's very few. That's 0.0002% of the industry.
Unfortunately, those are the guys that young people see and they aspire to, and they don't realize the hard work that getting to a point like that.
No, absolutely. They all want to be TV stars, but they don't want to do the hard work. I mean, for me, you know, I think I'd worked in the profession for 15 years before I took my first head chef position. Now kids will get offered a head chef position after coming out of college after 3 years. It's ridiculous. It really is. But we don't have the volume of people we used to have.
Also, we have a world that, you know, everybody wants instant gratification. I mean, I think that also even happens with your customers, right? They don't want to wait for anymore. They just want everything fresh and served immediately.
No, it's true. It's very, very true. It's really true.
One thing I'm very interested in that you're talking about, you know, in your traditional, I mean, you had a very traditional experience in starting really at the bottom in the restaurant and working yourself up. Were you ever trained in any business, the business side of, or the guys that you work with keep that to themselves? And did that change over time? Do restaurants now actually train the chefs in the business side?
I try to. I think it's very important. I think it's really important that the young guys understand the value of everything and what things cost. And you know, everybody walks into one of our restaurants on a busy night, and often people will say to me, "Oh, you must be coining it because you know you've got 4 or 5 full restaurants." But you know, our rents are massive. Our VAT bills are massive. Our salary bills are massive. Our gas, our electricity, our water, our refuse, our PAYE. I mean, there are so many things that come off that 500 Rand bill or 1,000 Rand bill. There's so much that out of that 1,000 Rand that has to be paid even before you consider looking at profits. I mean, the price of ingredients, the wine list, the license fees, it goes on and on and on. You know, the printing of menus, the soap in the bathrooms, it's endless. Staff uniforms, credit card fees, bank fees, license fees to have your liquor license. It just, you know, everybody thinks restaurants print money, but it's the margins get smaller and smaller and smaller. And now my big fear is when we come out of lockdown and we're supposed to keep social distancing and we're not allowed to have so many people in the restaurant, etc. You know, my restaurants are designed for a certain amount of people. So if it's a 60-seat restaurant, it needs to have 60 people in it to make it a profitable business. You can't have a 60-seat restaurant and be told you can only serve 30 people and you can't serve alcohol after 6 o'clock in the evening. That's not a business model anymore. So I really fear for not just the restaurant industry, the wine industry. I've been watching, obviously we've got restaurants and 3 wineries, and I've got lots of friends in the wine industry, farmers, winemakers, salespeople, etc. And, you know, the restaurant industry, a lot of people depend on us, like the wine industry depend on us. We've got all these different farmers. You know, I've got over 100 suppliers and services that I use that I'm not using at the moment. So it's not just the restaurant industry, it's the knock-on effect of what's going to come out of this if we are limited to what we can do.
Well, it's the whole chain, isn't it? I mean, that's
yeah, absolutely, completely. I mean, it's not just a restaurant. In a lot of, you know, I get the impression when I look at Facebook and a lot of social media, I mean, restaurants are getting a huge amount of coverage. But I mean, there's every single industry is taking a knock at the moment. I've got lots of friends in different industries and they're all taking a knock. I think when we come out, we're all going to operate differently, for sure.
Well, you know, there's such a knock-on effect, and eventually
it all flows through to the financial industry because the banks, everybody has some kind of a banking facility. So eventually, if this carries on, we will have some kind of a financial crisis. So that is also a bit worrying. But I want to ask you something else. Now that you talked about the actual staff and stuff like that, one of the things I've noticed in South Africa, and is that you're typically working in a restaurant and the income level, and the actual person may be eating there. And the problem with this is not a lot of times that I found even at 5-star hotels and stuff like that, that your staff are not always knowledgeable about the food they are serving and stuff like that because they haven't really ever experienced it themselves. How do you bridge that gap?
What you put in, you'll get out. And we put a lot of time and effort into our staff. We really do. It's very important for me that they're trained in product knowledge, in wine lists and everything. I mean, a restaurant isn't just about coming and having a plate of food. A restaurant for me is a complete experience. It's it's a night out for a lot of people. A lot of people use it for business. A lot of people use it for entertainment. A lot of people celebrate. It's an event. It's a night out. I mean, I eat out often, and it's probably the thing I'm missing most. Obviously, my work, but also been able to go to my favorite restaurants. But for me, the restaurant is an experience from the minute you pick up that phone to make the reservation to when you leave and someone says goodbye to you and thank you as you walk out the door. The space is part of the experience, the service is an experience, the food, the ambience, the view, the music, it's the company you're keeping. It's a complete experience. It's not dissimilar to going to a show in the theater. It's a performance.
It's true, and that's what you remember. You remember your experience.
We train our staff to do, to go on stage twice a day, every day, and perform. And we don't always get it right. That's for sure. You just have to read TripAdvisor, and they'll tell you.
That's true.
Yeah, but we try. We really try hard. And the salaries, that's not the best paid job. But like I say to the young chefs, it's not the best paid job, but you're getting some of the best training. And over years, it's like anything: the better you get, the more you'll get. And that's I found. I used to, when I lived in London, basically my money went on my accommodation and my tube fare, and that was it. A couple of packets of cigarettes a week, and you were done. There was no money left. But now I'm in a better financial position. Well, I was up until 4 or 5 weeks ago. But you know what I'm saying? As you progress and you get promoted into a higher position, or you move to another country, or whatever it is, but over time, it can be a very rewarding business.
I have to ask you about wine. What is your favorite?
I'm a very big red wine drinker. In the summer, lots of Pinot, lovely chilled Pinot. And then in the winter, I'm more Cab Sauv, Shiraz, sort of bigger, bolder wines.
You obviously love our South African wines here. How do they compare for you with the rest of the world?
I only drink South African wine. I don't see the point in drinking anything else when I'm in South Africa, to be quite honest. And it's like if I'm in Australia, I don't see the point of drinking anything else, or in France. But I mean, our wines are incredible. They really are. There's just, we're so fortunate. We really are so fortunate to have the wine industry that we do have in this country. And they can be super, super proud of what they produce.
So how important is wine in your restaurant experience?
Massive. I mean, it's huge for us. It's out of all our alcohol sales, it's probably 95% of our sales. And I get amazing feedback when I speak to guests, especially overseas guests. I mean, they're always amazed at the quality, firstly, of the wine here, and value for money. I mean, they're drinking some of the best wines they'll ever drink because it's affordable. They'd never drink wine like this back in their own country at this level. for this price. So yeah, I just hope the government lifts these bans sooner rather than later. I get why they've done it, but I just don't understand who's going to, you know, if we can't start selling wine and alcohol soon, I don't know how we're going to repay all this debt that all these billions and billions are thrown around the place if nobody's generating any income.
Well, that's
So,
you know, it's such a worry for everyone. I mean, and this coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models. So,
no, absolutely.
do you have any
And
changes in mind that you can do, or you know, in your business model?
yeah, look, we are trying to. I've got an amazing senior team, like I said, with business partners and head chefs and managers, and we speak on a regular basis via Zoom, and we're all, you know, like I say, these are the brains of our business. I can't operate without them.
Mm-hmm.
And we chat every day for an hour or two, and we bring our accountant into it, and we bring our labor lawyer into it where needed. And I want to come out of this in a positive way and not a negative way. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of slash prices and offer 2 for 1 or whatever to get people back in. That to me doesn't make any financial sense. I'm not going to jeopardize the standard that I've spent years building, and none of my chefs or managers or staff want to do that. When Chef's Warehouse comes back, I want it to be bigger and better, not, oh, remember what it used to be like before the virus. I want it to be as good, if not better. And we've got some exciting stuff that we're going to introduce when we come back, but it's stuff that we didn't have before we went away. So we're trying to turn this into a positive. So we're very busily, for an example, up at Bo Constantia, we are very, very busy redecorating our private dining room, which is a most amazing little spot on the farm in Bo Constantia, overlooking the whole of the valley. So we were in the process of doing it just before lockdown, but when we come back, we're going to have a brand new private dining space, because I think people will be looking for private spaces where they don't have to mingle with other guests. So that to me is a positive. We're going to come back with this beautiful new dining room. Mm-hmm. In Maison, up in Franschhoek, we are looking at launching accommodation. So there's an amazing opportunity up there for us for accommodation. So we're going to come back, I would like to think, as a beautiful little boutique hotel with a dining room, the Maison restaurant. So I'm trying to add positives to everything and not negatives. I want it to be exciting. I want to have something new when we come back. I want to give guests and our customers another reason to come and visit and see what we've been doing while we've been obviously closed. We're still working very hard in the background to try and come up with new ideas. But I don't believe the way forward is to slash prices, because you know, we're at a certain price for a reason, because that's what we need to charge to cover our costs, to pay our staff, etc. So to go and slash the prices, you know, after this, the electricity isn't going to be cut by half, the water isn't going to be cut by half, my supplies aren't going to be, you know, dropping their prices by half. So I definitely can't afford to be cutting my prices in my restaurant by half.
I understand. So, what about other revenue streams? I mean, you guys have a pantry and you also have books. Have you thought about, say, delivering from your pantry, home deliveries, or any digital stuff?
We've looked at it, obviously takeout, but then current situation, it's not financially viable to do takeout. If there's curfew between 8 and 5 in the morning, you know, that means your delivery time is very limited. People aren't allowed to come to your restaurant to pick it up, so it means you've got to pass it on to someone to deliver it, who I think, I've never done delivery, but I think it's around 25-30% of the revenue. So, and then whoever's delivering is going to pick up the tip at the other end. I only think the delivery companies are going to get rich out of that. And, you know, my overheads, if I go in and open one of my restaurants and fire the kitchen up, it's going to cost to do, let's say we do 10 takeouts in one night, it's going to cost me the same price as it would cost me to do 100 paying customers in my restaurant, as far as utilities. So it doesn't, the overheads just doesn't stack up. I don't, and what am I charging? A quarter of what I would charge in my restaurant because it's takeout. And I'm not geared for it. I don't have the equipment for it. I don't have the packaging for it. I've never done it before. We're not a takeout service. So for me, it's not a solution right now. Maybe when we reopen, we've got a Indian tapas restaurant rather. That is the only one that would make any sense to me to do takeaway from. But where people come and pick it up, for me to cook all day and pack all day and give it to someone to deliver and give them 25% for getting on a bike and delivering it to a house doesn't make commercial sense.
Yeah. So, Liam, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your food journey?
Wow. That's a difficult one. I mean, I've had so many amazing experiences, really. I've worked in 20 different countries. I've met probably all my food heroes, if you like. I've been invited to amazing events. I've cooked for amazing people. I've got amazing staff. They're almost family to us. The same when we were in Australia. They were family to us. You know, I think, I really don't know. I've had an amazing journey up to now, and this is part of our journey. This is just going to lead on to something else. You know, we're all going to operate differently. I really don't know. Just, I suppose, go with the flow. We've got to take it day by day.
That's good advice. Go with the flow, because you never know what happens. We've just learned how quickly our world can be upended, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody expected that.
We can't overplan. I mean, we really can't, because we can see now we're not totally in control. One thing I have learned is I'll put more money by next season for, you know, I'll keep more money in the business, because I think a lot of people will come undone for not having enough money in their business. I think we're very lucky this happened when it did to us, because we got 80% of season in before this happened. So a lot of restaurants will be financially in a good position. If this had happened in winter, I think the fallout would be a lot worse. But I've had I can't speak for everybody, but we've had a fairly good season up to date until we were closed down with this virus. So
I get the same message from people in the winelands, and like you say, everyone had a good season, and a lot of restaurants, especially in Stellenbosch and these places, actually close in wintertime anyway. So at least for a month. So I think
a lot of them do. So yeah, it is. But yeah, I do worry. I worry about the restaurant scene. I really do. There's a lot of young guys out there who've opened, you know, who won't have huge cash flow, etc.
That's for sure.
I worry about those guys. I really do.
So Liam, can you give us your very own wine quote? I've decided you might cheat and give us a food and wine quote if you want to.
I don't really have a wine quote, but I'll tell you what I've learned.
Okay.
Is, again, like I say, just go with the flow. But I mean, I'm lucky. I've got a nice little wine collection at home, but I've started opening all the good stuff, and I'm working backwards now. See, all the stuff that was been aged, like I said, we have got no idea what's around the corner. So I'm going to start drinking. My quote is drink the good stuff.
Drink the good stuff now, because you don't know what tomorrow will bring.
Absolutely, because it'd be a shame to leave this behind.
We're immediately going to open a bottle or two today, definitely.
So yeah, absolutely. I'm going to cook lunch in an hour or so, and I'll sit, and every day I sit, cook lunch. This is a nice thing. There's some nice things coming out of this. We're actually spending more time at home. I'm actually cooking and sitting down and having lunch every day, and I am opening a good bottle of wine every day. So my advice is start with the oldest and work your way back. By the time you get down to the other stuff, it'll be all aged, hopefully, and we'll all be out of this.
So Liam, if people want to know more about you and your business and want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you guys?
We've got a website, www.chefswarehouse.co.za, and there's information on all our different businesses, etc., and contact numbers and email addresses, etc.
Okay, awesome.
And we will be, as soon as we've got an idea of when we're going to be operating, we're going to be all over social media telling everybody that we're open again.
Okay,
and we look forward to having everybody hopefully back in the restaurant.
That's awesome. Liam, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I really appreciate that you take time. I know you have a busy life, and yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise. Take care.
You too.
Cheers.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today, we are chatting to Tim Pearson. Tim and his wife Vaughan are the owners of Seven Springs Winery in the lovely Overberg region of South Africa. Tim, thank you for joining us this morning. It's great to have you online. Welcome to our chat.
Thank you.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry in South Africa.
Okay, I mean, that's quite a long story, but I'll be as brief as possible. Yeah, I'm 66 years old. I'm English. I've born and bred in the United Kingdom. But the South African connection, I'll go back a few years. 1994, 1995, my wife and I lived in South Africa with our two young daughters for 6 months. We lived in a place called Nelspruit, which is now, I think, Mbombela, which is in what used to be called the Eastern Transvaal. We were going to buy a small cleaning business over there, but it didn't work out. But we were there for 6 months. So I guess that's where our real passion for South Africa came from. We loved the Kruger Park and we loved the area and things like that. So the business didn't work out, so we came back to the UK. I built my business up over here, which is a commercial cleaning business. And in 2005, my wife and I came back to South Africa for a 3-week holiday. We were in the Cape for 3 weeks. And it was my wife who said, look, if you're still interested in doing something in the wine business, wine industry, let's just have a look and see if there's anything over here. And we visited Hermanus for 2 days. And my wife said, look, if we're going to do anything, this would be a great spot. So came back to the UK, did a few web searches, and found a piece of land that was for sale down the Hemelanard Road, and spoke to the owner, went back and purchased 12 hectares of land, and that's how Seven Springs started. Initially, we were going to go in with a few other people who were going to buy similar plots of land and then go in as a, not as a cooperative, but as a joint venture, if you like. They fell by the wayside, so we decided to start our own business up and start up as Seven Springs, and I'll come on to how we got the name later. But that's in a nutshell how it started.
So I was Yeah, I was wondering about that because it's quite a jump from a cleaning business to the wine industry.
Okay, I've always loved wines, and a lot of our holidays when the girls were younger. We have two daughters, Kim, who's 36, and Kate, our youngest, who's 33. A lot of our holidays when they were much younger were camping holidays in France, and they always were in areas which were wine producing areas, because I've always loved wine. So that's where this sort of the beginning of like the knowledge came from, and visiting winemakers and visiting different estates and things like that. And a lot of them were very, very small people, very small farmers. So that's and we didn't have much money in those days, so the holidays had to be done on the cheap, which meant we were taking last minute cancellation holidays and just going to areas that were beautiful and were full of full of wine farms.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the French countryside and the French wine areas are such a joy to visit. Tim, why did you decide to establish a new winery from scratch rather than investing into one that already existed?
Okay, I guess the easy answer for that one, Will, is that I guess I've always loved a challenge, and I think the thing is, I guess it would have been easy. We have a house in Italy, okay, so we have a home in the area where they make the Verdicchio grape or Verdicchio wine in Italy. People say, well, why didn't you set up there? And it wasn't a matter of just sort of investing in a wine farm or something like that. I like to take something from nothing. Mm-hmm. I enjoy a challenge. But we'd found this piece of land and we felt that we could develop it. We knew the area was good for making Pinot Noir and Chardonnay. We didn't have a lot of money behind us. We didn't have, millions and millions of rand that we could invest in a wine farm. So it's something we had to do from a more, if you like, a more modest start. And by buying some land and then planting that land and then developing it from scratch, gave us the opportunity to do this. And my cleaning business was, we employed 250 people in the cleaning business over here. And that business was making enough money to be able to invest on an ongoing basis in Seven Springs.
That's awesome. It must have been quite a journey from the time you planted the first vines to actually producing the first bottle.
I think that's a bit of an understatement, Will. I mean, look, okay, I mean, I know it's a cliche, but life is a journey. And I think what you have to do, if you're passionate about something, you can find a way of doing it. I'm not, you have to live within your means, I guess, but it's been an interesting journey. I've had to apply logic to all I do, but we have some good friends over there in the wine industry, so we knew people like Bayers Truter and Ken Forrester and Darnie DeVette. We'd met people like this before, we even thought about buying some land over there. And I always felt that the South African wine industry, or people within that industry, were very much united, very much pro South Africa, very much pro the winelands, very much pro their own products, and were people I saw had a real passion for what they're doing. But that's the same with anybody making wine or anybody in farming. I think people don't go into this type of business to make a lot of money. If that had been something that was high on my agenda, then we wouldn't have gone into the wine business. We'd have invested money in property or something like that. But I think the most important thing for us was, and I'm very much involved in Seven Springs with my wife as well. Vaughan, my wife, is works with me, and we work very much as a team over here. But so that's the scenario there.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, it's true that what you're saying is that farming, I think, lends itself, to be a community type operation in the first place. And it's very nice that you can actually, do your business, and you guys doing it as a couple is amazing. Seven Springs, an interesting name. Where did that come from?
Very good. Okay. Well, if I tell you, we purchased the land in 2006, and then we planted vines 2007, 2008. So we actually have sort of 8.5 hectares of planted grapes. But so the fact was, we had time to think about names and do marketing and start getting things into shape. The name Seven Springs took us about 4 years to come up with.
Wow.
It was only in we didn't want to use something like Pearson Family Vineyards, and we just couldn't come up with a name that we really felt was appropriate. Anyway, we decided that our first harvest would be 2010. It was going to be 2011, but in November 2009, Peter Finlayson, who is Bouchard Finlayson, co-owner and winemaker, Peter said, look, if you want to make wine next year, i.e. in 2010, you can do so, because these grapes are good enough to make wine. So we were then sort of a year ahead of where our plans were, and then we thought, we've got to come up with a name. We've got to come up with somebody to make our wines and somewhere to make the wines if we're going to make them in 2010. So we then started looking for an appropriate name, and it was actually my wife Vaughan who was looking online at Caledon, which is our nearest town. Seven Springs is between Caledon and Hermanus. And Vaughan was reading that Caledon has 7 springs, 6 of them thermal springs, 1 cold spring, and we said, that's it, that's the name. We had that eureka moment. So that's where Seven Springs came from.
Oh, that's an awesome story. What's a bit of inspiration there? So
and I thought if winemaking is going to be half as difficult as coming up with the name, we might as well get out of it now.
Well, I mean, now you're talking about that, I would like to ask a bit about your your winemaking philosophy, and also tell us a bit more about the wines that you are producing.
Okay, so the grapes we planted were Sauvignon Blanc and Chardonnay for the white grapes, and Pinot Noir and Syrah for the red grapes. So we make 6 wines in total, an oaked and an unoaked Chardonnay. We make a Sauvignon Blanc. We make a Syrah Rosé, which is only in its 2nd vintage. We've only made two rosés.
Interesting.
We make a Syrah, or a Shiraz, if you want to call it Shiraz. And I guess our winemaking philosophy is minimal intervention. We only use sprays and chemicals as and when they're required. So we keep it. I mean, minimal intervention is a very difficult term to sort of quantify, but we keep it as naturally as possible. We're not organic, we are not biodynamic, because we have next door an apple farmer who uses chemical sprays and things, and we're close to people that are using chemical sprays. So we didn't know enough about organic farming, living 6,000 miles away. So minimal intervention is what we do in the actual vineyard and the winery.
That's interesting. The oaked Chardonnay that you are making interests me, because it was a fashion in the 90s in South Africa to almost over oak the Chardonnay. And
correct.
So can you tell me a little bit more about that? That's quite interesting.
Yeah, from day one, we've only ever used 2nd and 3rd fill barrels for our oaking regime, if you like. So we use barrels that have already been used a couple of times, 3 times before.
I assume that is because your vineyard is quite new.
Yeah, and the other thing is neither my wife and I like overly oaked wines. Why kill off good fruit with a heavily oak? I think if you're going to add oak or add oak barrels, what you need to do is to use the barrels as or use the oak as a complement and not as a dominating factor. And I think with winemaking and wine, I think the most important thing is having the right balance. So when we started the farm, when Peter Finlayson said, "Look, you can make a wine in 2010," we had to find a winemaker. So a very good friend of ours, a guy called Guillaume Nell, said he'd had a young lady working for him for the season. He was a winemaker at Baxburg at the time.
Okay.
Guillaume came up with a young lady called Rihanna van der Merwe, and Rihanna was 24 at the time. So we took Rihanna on in very late 2009 to make our wines in 2010. We didn't have a winery at the time, so we made our first wines at Iona in Elgin. And
Okay.
in subsequent years, we made our wines at a place called Almankirk in Elgin, until moving to our own winery facility 2.5 years ago.
Oh, awesome. I see you've established quite a good network of international distribution, and that must have taken a lot of hard work and sweat. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because that was actually established in quite a short time for such an extensive network.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's about reaching out to people, but it's also difficult is the right word, because you can't meet these people face to face often. If you go to shows like Provine, and we've been to Provine twice, and it's such a big show and has so many people going on. I think what I tried to do to start with was target people who I felt would be suitable for importing our wines. I didn't have a hit list of, look, let's have a look at this country first and that country second. I think what we wanted to do, the most important thing, was working with people that have a similar philosophy to us, people that you felt could represent your brand in their country, but also people we felt we could work with on a personal basis and help build our business while building their business. And we've had some people that we've dealt with. We had an importer in the USA. Unfortunately, his business stopped. Him and his wife were divorced, and we were ended up owing us a lot of money and things like that. So you have all of these sort of you can do as much homework as you can on people, but we have some good importers. We have some people we've been our longest importer is a guy called Morton, and he's based in Denmark. He has a very small wine shop called Vingavn, which is in the north of Denmark. But he's consistently orders our wines. We go over every couple of years and do wine tastings with his customers. And it's a matter of building relationships up and actually working with people. So yes, we have a number of networks. We're actually looking at the moment at extending or expanding our international markets. But we only produce 50,000 bottles a year, Will. So we're not we don't produce a massive amount of wines. And certainly from our perspective, we opened a tasting room about 18 months ago, which is obviously closed during this current crisis. But that's obviously that's bringing more and more people in, both visitors locally and international visitors, because we are close to Hermanus, international visitors to our vineyard and our winery.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that our winelands have some of the most fantastic places you can visit. Make sure you follow us on Instagram at Visit Winelands, and we will keep you updated with the latest offers and other special deals in the winelands. That is on Instagram at Visit Winelands. Now, let's get on with the show. Talking about the US, I see that you've got a brand called Over the Mountain, specifically that you branded for the US market. Is there a story behind this?
Well, would you think there's a story behind it?
Oh, yes, that's why I'm asking the question, you know. I'm a curious person.
Of course, there's a story behind it. The fact is, there's if you do a web search, you'll probably find that there's a Seven Springs based in Missouri, a very small winery based in Missouri called Seven Springs. There's also a small vineyard, it's about 22 acres in acre terms, in Oregon called Seven Springs Vineyard.
Okay.
The vineyard it's just used to produce Pinot Noir grapes, but they then sell the grapes to one or two producers who produce the wine under their own label, but under.
Oh, okay.
We felt if we're going to sell our wines in America, the only way of doing it was to come up with some kind of alternative brand rather than looking at legal battles of saying that we're called Seven Springs, etc., etc. So we decided to come up with a different name for America, and that name took me about 10 minutes, which is quite a change from the Seven Springs name.
I was just thinking that it's quite a difference in choosing a name in time frame.
And very easily, well, the name Seven Springs came from the name Over the Mountains. Sorry, came from almost a literal translation of Overberg, which is the area that we're in.
Of course.
So Overberg, you being Afrikaans, I guess, would know what the literal translation of that is. Or so it was very, very simple to come up with that name. We hadn't even thought about it before, and then when we thought, oh, we've got to come up with an alternative name, it just sort of snapped, and we thought Overberg, Over the Mountain. Yeah, let's go for that.
So that's interesting to me that you mentioned that you're obviously not producing in bulk, and I've talked to a lot of wineries before that are scared of the US market because they feel they cannot really supply the demand that would come from the US. Have you had any areas in that problem or problems in that area?
No, I think what you have to do is to choose. Look, the important thing I think is choosing an importer, and it's no good us going for an importer that is states wide or covers all of the United States, because obviously we don't have enough wine. We couldn't supply a fraction of what they would look for. So you have to choose importers that probably have, we have an importer at the moment, for instance, in Florida. They're called PG Fine Wines. They're based near Fort Lauderdale, but they only cover Florida, and they only cover the restaurants, mostly restaurant business. And so, they are of a size which we can supply and look after, and it works well. So it's about not trying to chew off more than you can eat.
So my next question is about, your location. I mean, you're so well located between tourism hotspots. They're close to Cape Town, close for lots of international visitors in a place like Hermanus. And are you currently looking to expand your tasting room and maybe build a restaurant or accommodation or any of those things that most of, the bigger farms are doing? Is that in your future plans?
Look, I don't know. I mean, no is the simple answer to the question. We have a tasting room. It's quite small. It's very personal. It very much fits in with our philosophy as people, and I guess our brand. What we are, we're very inclusive people. We're very welcoming people, and anybody coming to the tasting room, it's a matter of giving them a personal tasting rather than a generic tasting. We don't want to employ people in a tasting room that goes through a sort of a checklist and say, this wine is X amount of percent alcohol. It was harvested on this date. So when people come and taste wines with us, it's either Whitney, the lady that runs our office, or Gus. We have a winemaker now called Gus Dale. Gus has been with us 2 years because Rihanna, our winemaker we've grown up with, Rihanna went and is now living in Australia. She met a guy from Australia and decided that he couldn't work in South Africa, so she decided to go and live with him in Australia. But so it's either Gus, Whitney, or Renico, who's our assistant winemaker, who will do the tasting with people when they come on the farm. So we kind of afford to take somebody on full time doing that job because we don't get sufficient visitors. We get quite a few visitors, so it's done by whoever's there. And if my wife and I are there, we usually go in Africa on there.
Are you open certain times, or do visitors have to make an appointment?
No, we're open daily 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock. So our office is at the winery. We're open 11 till 4. If people want to come and do a group tasting, for instance, and we have some groups coming in from we had a group in from New Zealand last year, and I think another one from the Netherlands last year. If somebody's going to bring a tour along of 7, 8, 9, 10 people, just let us know, and then we can prepare for it. But weekends, we open weekends from September until the end of March. We open 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock weekends.
Oh, awesome. Tim, now to something more serious. I mean, this coronavirus, I think, has forced everyone to rethink their business models. And I noticed that you don't have an online shop on your website, as an example. But do you have any changes or new ideas in mind going forward? Are you seeing any major changes happening?
You said go into something more serious. I thought the wine business was quite serious, but yes. I think what the coronavirus is doing, it's obviously everybody's going into a lockdown mode. And as I said, we live in the UK. We only arrived back in England from South Africa about 11, 12 days ago.
Wow.
But what's happening is more and more people are obviously shopping online now because they're unable to get to the shops. And online was not something we didn't have an online shop. We did actually, our wines were or have been available online through a company called A Buzzer based in Cape Town. Mm-hmm. A guy called Nick Plummer has been running and managing A Buzz. He owns A Buzz, but not directly. But we were in the process before this happened of setting up an online portal on our website for our wines, and we have someone who is doing that for us. She's based in Johannesburg, and she is in the process, or has been in the process, of setting up an online business for us. I understand online. I mean, we have a company over here called Slurp. It's SLURP, and Slurp are an online wine merchant in the UK, and they've seen an exponential growth in their business, as most online businesses have in not just the UK, but I guess Europe. During the coronavirus situation, people are sitting at home; they can't get out so much. So they're ordering stuff that they would normally get from, say, a bottle store. They're now ordering online because there's a very little option of doing otherwise. But in South Africa, as you probably know, Will, we're not even able to sell wine anymore. We can't export any wines. So
yeah, it's actually, everything is shut down. Yes, I'm aware of that. I think also I saw that some of your European distributors, I think the one in Germany, has an online shop. So
Anvine is, yes, Anvine is 100% online, an online wine merchant.
Okay, that's awesome. So Tim, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Oh, how long is this interview going to take? Well,
I mean, people are sitting at home, so go ahead. To pour your heart out here.
But no, it's not a matter of pouring my heart out. Look, I think the thing is, and I'm not just going to talk about what we've done here. I think if you have a passion for something, like I said earlier, you find a way of doing it. Would I have done something, or would we have done something different if we'd have started again? Yes, maybe, and I think we probably would have done. But I think what it's, I built my cleaning business over here from scratch, and we now employ 250 people. I didn't know a thing about cleaning before I started that business. I started from home because we didn't have any money. So I think I think what you can gain out of life in general is that if you've got a passion for doing something or a desire for doing something, find a way of doing it. I think what the wine industry, what we knew from the start was, we're not going to make a lot of money out of the wine business unless you build a business up and then sell it on. We were not looking to make a lot of money out of the business. It wasn't something we went into because we felt it was something we were going to get rich on, because we knew that was not the case. And I think what we did was we've met a lot of people. We've actually been to a lot of countries that we wouldn't have been to. We've had a really positive experience. We've had negativities along the way. There always are in any business or any venture in life. But, I don't have a philosophy, but, the most important thing as far as we're concerned, and my wife and I are the same, that we're in good health and our kids are in good health. That is most important to us. And just treat people the way that you would like to be treated. We're no different to anybody else. We may have started a wine farm and we may own a wine farm, but that makes us no different to other people. As I said, in our philosophy at Seven Springs is that we're very welcoming, we're very open, we're very inclusive. And I think that the thing is, it's just this business has taken us to places that we wouldn't have been to, and it's given us experiences we wouldn't have had. And I think whatever you do in life, if you have a change of direction in your life, whether it's a job or whether it's a new partnership or whatever, it just throws you in a different direction. And I guess this is what's happened. If we hadn't have gone to Nelspruit, for instance, in 94, 95, to look at buying this cleaning business I told you about, I don't think we'd have been speaking to you now about having a wine business in the Western Cape.
You probably, were a bit dejected because the cleaning business didn't take off, and now you ended up in something that you really love.
No, I've never been dejected, because I've always known, as I said, if my wife and I are together, and we've been married 40 years this year, that to me is very important. I think what you have to do is really go back to basics. If something doesn't work out, it may be a real negative to you at the time, but I think life shows you that what happens, you do something and it doesn't work out. Like I said, it throws you in a different direction. And what was a negative, and we loved Nelspruit, we loved the area of the Eastern Transvaal, but we came back to the UK and we built our business up here. So it just you just get on and do something else.
Awesome. Tim, as my last question to you, can you give us your very own wine quote?
That's a very good answer, and I think the very simple answer is no. I don't have any wine quotes, and if I did say something, it might sound pretty cheesy. So I think okay, I'll give you something. Drink wine and be happy.
Drink wine and be happy. Oh, that doesn't sound cheesy at all. That sounds right to me.
No, I think the thing is, look, I think the wine business it's a great business to be in. You've got some phenomenal winemakers in South Africa. You've got some phenomenal people in the industry. You've got an industry that gets very little support from the government. Gets very little support from WOSA. Unfortunately, WOSA is vastly underfunded. But you've got some brilliant people in the South African wine industry that are really driving the industry forward. They're earning the country a hell of a lot of money in exports and in revenue. And we feel really proud. My wife and I feel really proud of being involved in that industry, and we've made some really good friends, and we've had a lot of positive times.
Well, Tim, it was great chatting to you, and thank you so much for spending the time. I think our listeners will find this very interesting, and I would certainly love to meet you at some point and visit with you.
Well, you'd be very welcome to visit, whether we're there or not. We're there for 2.5 months usually. As I say, it's usually sort of most of January, February, and half of March. But if you ever get to out Hermanus Way or Caledon Way, you will be more than welcome, as any of your listeners will.
Thank you very much, Tim.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Also, for a small donation of 100 Rand, we will list links to your business on our website. Thanks again for supporting About Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on your social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to SJ Kruger. SJ is a owner and founder of Late Bloomer Boutique Winery. Hi, SJ. Thank you for visiting us.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's a pleasure. So, SJ, tell us a little bit more about yourself and how did you get involved in the wine industry?
So basically, where Late Bloomer started is in a garage in Johannesburg. My father actually started making wine in his garage in Johannesburg. I mean, he spent some time on a wine farm, learned how to do it, and yeah, then he used to bring his grapes to Joburg and make it himself. Where I got involved is obviously we started liking his wine, and we thought, hey, he's actually got some talent in making the wine. And me and a few friends own a wedding venue in Pretoria, and we wanted to kind of see if we could make the wine there. But just the cost of getting the grapes and the barrels and equipment there was so expensive that we decided to go to Stellenbosch and do it there. And then people started liking the wine, and yeah, that's where we are now. Just growing the winery, growing the brand a little bit.
So did you guys move down to Stellenbosch?
Yes, my dad stays in Stellenbosch. I'm still in Pretoria. Still have some other things to do here as well, other businesses and a full-time job as well.
Okay, so you're quite busy. So tell me, it's an amazing story, you know. There's not a lot of guys that started making wine in a garage. How did you, was your dad always interested in wine, or where did this interest come from?
Yeah, so he's got a passion for wine. He loves wine. He's always, I mean, I think myself and even my brother and some of my friends, I mean, we got the wine passion and the interest from him. I mean, he's always wanted to do it. I mean, since I can remember, he was always telling us how he's going to learn to make wine. And I think in the ripe age of 52, he decided it was time for him to learn how to make his own wine.
That's awesome. And you yourself, are you a wine lover as well?
Yes, I'm a wine lover. I'm not a wine maker, but I do love wine. I love good wine. I like the story, and I like the skill and the craft that goes into making it.
Okay, so it seems like Late Bloomers is very much a family business. So can you tell us a bit more about Late Bloomers? How many people are involved, and what are the roles of each of you?
So basically, we've got my dad is making the wine mostly on a part-time basis down at Stellenbosch. We also get some assistance from the cellar. We share a cellar with some other wineries, get a lot of assistance and advice from the guys that have got lots of experience there. And then basically it's me and 3 friends who invested in the winery and to get it going.
Okay, and are you involved in the business as well, in the marketing or any other aspects of the business?
Yeah, so I basically run the marketing side of it. You've got Esther that you've obviously now dealt with, who sets it up, is our social media guy. And then, yeah, most of the marketing, sales, a lot of the planning stuff. I mean, every year when we sit down to decide what we're going to do is basically me and my dad, and we decide what worked the previous year and what we're going to do this year. So I run most of the business side of it and a little bit of the finance and so on.
How long have you guys been going?
I think the first bottle of wine was made in 2012, and then we decided in 2015, when the opportunity came along for us to expand this maybe and turn it into a business and a dream. I mean, the dream we wanted to have a winery. So in 2015, I think we sold our first bottles under the Late Bloomer label. In 2016, we started actually selling it.
Oh, excellent. So tell me, your winemaking philosophy at Late Bloomers, how would you describe that?
So we want to make wine for drinking. We used to joke and say, no, awards are for ponies and wine is for drinking. I think that's basically our philosophy. So we want people to enjoy the wine. We're not making wine to go and get a bunch of awards, but we want people to drink the wine, have stories, great memories, get families to get together, open wine. I mean, we love nothing more than getting photos from our clients who basically tell us how they're enjoying the wine. So it's great having awards, and I think we want to get to a point where we actually are able to kind of enter some of competitions with our wine. But the goal for us, the main philosophy, is to make wine that people can enjoy with their family and friends.
Okay, interesting. So can you tell us a bit more about the wines that you make, and especially about the one called the Farnese Fusion range? That sounded quite interesting.
Yeah, so basically we currently we're making 5 wines. We're adding another one, but basically we've got a Sauvignon Blanc called Summer. Basically it's a nice fruity, it's an easy drinking wine, some real summer wine that you can have on your slip on a hot day. I mean, we've got a rosé called Candy Floss. A lot of people think it's sweet, but it's actually not. It's got a nice sweet aroma, but actually it's a dry, light rosé. This year we made it from Pinot Noir grapes. We've got a Syrah. Grapes come from Elgin, so we've made it a nice light, not a heavy full-bodied Shiraz, but a nice light Syrah. We've got Mengsel, which is like a Bordeaux-styled wine, a little bit more full-bodied. It's a blend Merlot, Cab, Petit Verdot. And then the Farnese Fusion, which is our flagship, is basically named after my grandfather, Farnese. I think he instilled a lot of the passion we've got for wine and the craft and the skill that goes into it. And we basically took his 3 favorite cultivars, which is Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz, and made it an equal blend of the 3. We wanted to make something that was really easy to drink, and as easy to drink as it was spending time with him. He was an extremely gentle soul. We wanted that to come through in the wine.
So did you also make wine in his garage?
No. He just liked drinking it, but no, he did not make wine.
Okay. So your typical customer that you have, what does that customer look like?
So we've had a mixed bag, if I put it that way. We've had people, young people, older people, all across South Africa. Our wines are a bit lighter though than some of the other farms in South Africa. So we haven't really necessarily made wine for the heavy wine drinkers who like the full-bodied, heavy tannin wine. So it's normally people that like something a little bit lighter and easier to drink, if I put it that way. But yeah, we are releasing a new cab which will probably appeal to the heavy wine drinkers this year.
So, I mean, wine is quite a competitive industry. So how did your dad start selling his wine? Family and friends, or how did he manage to build a market? It's quite interesting.
Yeah, so when he started making wine, I think he used to tell us a story, a bit of a joke, and he said he thought he could make the wine cheaper because, I mean, he likes drinking wine. So if he could make the wine cheaper and drink it himself, then buying everyone else's wine, I mean, it'd be a win for him. And it turns, and obviously he kept on handing the wine out to his friends. He wasn't selling it, and it kind of built up a following, and people always wanted his wine. And people started saying, but listen, my friends came to me and said, "Hey, can I buy some of your dad's wine?" And that kind of started the thing of saying, but hey, maybe it's something we can do. I mean, it's been a dream for us. It's a pipe dream, so maybe it's something we do. We start making wine to sell, and yeah, here we are.
That's amazing. So, are you selling only in the local market, or are you exporting as well?
At the moment, we're still very small, and I don't think we really produce enough to export. But the goal is to eventually get to a point where we can export our wines and kind of create a bit of a global, client base.
So you're involved in marketing at the moment. So what is your strategy in terms of marketing? Do you find that avenues like social media and that are growing in importance?
Yes, definitely. I think we've been lucky because we've had our wedding venue, which is extremely popular in Gauteng, and 80% of our guests have been ordering our wine. So we've kind of been getting that exposure there in the area in Gauteng, and we've kind of, through that, we've gotten a lot of return customers. We do a lot of pop-up tastings and events, and we kind of created a bit of a loyal client base that keep on coming back for wine to us. And that's kind of allowed us to not focus too much on social media, but I think with the current circumstances, we've had to up our game on the social media and online platforms. And I can already see the exposure we're getting and a lot more people that are interested and curious about our wine. So, I mean, social media, I think, is going to play a massive impact in everyone in the wine industry in the next few months or even years.
So your avenues has been basically through your wedding venue and direct to customers that buy directly from you. You're not using any distributors at the moment, right?
No. We like I said, we're still fairly small. I mean, and we kind of build up a client base that we focus on, and servicing them and growing that client base. I mean, I think at one stage I probably know 90% of our customers. I mean, every time we sell a bottle of wine to someone, we follow up with a WhatsApp saying, "Hey, did you actually enjoy it? Give me good feedback, bad feedback." And we've kind of I think the story behind the wine is what got people get people hooked on it.
Oh, that's interesting. So your wedding venue at the moment, is that still closed?
Yes, we've closed obviously now with the COVID-19 lockdown.
And no idea when you're going to open yet, right?
No, so there's a coffee shop portion and a pizzas and so on that are been selling on takeaway, and then obviously now with the restaurants open, we'll probably open the coffee shop. It's also on a farm with cycling trails and so on, so it actually allows us to open that up a little bit.
Okay, but you won't be able to sell wine there.
No, we don't sell wine obviously for on consumption, but for off consumption we do. I mean, like I said, a lot of our customers know that we've got the wine, so they do come and order from us.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, we're talking about the lockdown and everything. I mean, the coronavirus has forced everyone to, rethink about their businesses. I mean, you basically just told me you've got a wedding business, which is basically still in lockdown, and then also your wine business. Have you guys made any plans, new ideas to what are you thinking in this time?
Yeah. So in terms, like I said, in terms of our market strategy, we've kind of been communicating directly and building relationships with our customers, and we deliver at their houses. We're lucky that we've got the restaurant here in Pretoria that we can actually use as a kind of distribution point for Gauteng. But yeah, we're focusing mostly online. I mean, we're not a wine farm we're a winery. We're not open to the public at the winery. Most of our events and tastings have been pop-up tastings and so on. And I think we'll probably keep staying that way. We want to be flexible, nimble. I mean, if the market changes or the circumstances changes, we want to be able to change with it. And I think being online is probably the easiest way for a small winery like ourselves to do that and keep in touch and build and maintain those relationships with our customers and leverage off that.
Do you have an online shop where customers can order directly, or how does ordering work?
Yes, so you can order online from our website, and then we also obviously take a lot of emails, get emails with our customer base and WhatsApps, and then we are busy with one or two other platforms, online platforms, also to start selling it. That's not our website, but it's also online stores.
Okay, that's amazing. Do you have anything special that you're offering at the moment, or specials for customers or anything like that at the moment?
Yes, so at the moment we're running a special on our summer Sauvignon Blanc. We call it I Really Miss Summer, seeing that it's been really cold in Gauteng for the last few weeks. And if you buy 12 bottles, we give you free delivery and 10% discount. We're also running a competition until the end of the year for everyone that subscribes to our newsletter. We're sharing the stories of the different wines on our newsletter and some stories about the team and so on. And if you subscribe, you can win a mixed box of wine every month until December. So we're doing that, and then at the end of this month we're releasing our new Fonnie's Fusion blend, which will probably have a nice special on, and then also the new signature cab that's coming out later, which will be quite special. So only 2,500 bottles will be made of that.
Okay, and do you deliver countrywide, or do you have only?
Yes, we deliver countrywide. Obviously, in the big metro areas like Western Cape and Gauteng, we can do free delivery, but we can ship anywhere in the country.
Okay, so you use a courier service. How are you finding logistics at this stage? Because I've been speaking to a lot of, I talk to a lot of wineries, obviously, and lots of them complain about logistical nightmare at the moment of actually getting deliveries done.
Yeah, so it has been tough. I think the couriers are extremely busy because a lot of people are ordering online. So it's been slightly slower than normal, but we've been able to get good service from the couriers that we've used.
Okay. And your long-term vision for late bloomers, where do you see your business going and your brand going?
So I think we set ourselves like a medium-term goal of a number of bottles that we want to get to that we sell every month. So, and we built our kind of sales and everything based on our customer base and how we want to grow that kind of loyal customer base to a certain point, and how many boxes of wine we would like them to order a month. But I think eventually we would like to become a global brand and export our wines to different countries. I mean, I have people that have inquired from the US and from Europe and also from countries like Australia. It's just getting to a point where we produce enough and that we can actually make a profit out of it is still the challenge for us to get to.
Yes, I think that is the first hurdle, is getting, making enough wine. So, yeah. I mean, you've had quite an interesting start in the wine business. Like you say, your dad started in his 50s, and you've been involved right from the beginning when he started. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from this journey? So me and the rest of my business partners, even my dad, we come from high pressure industries where things need to happen quickly. There's no time to wait for anyone. And I think, time is money, but with wine, there's a lot of waiting and a lot of being patient. And I think that's the one thing that we've had to learn with the winemaking is you need to appreciate time more. You need to slow down slightly, enjoy the process of making the wine, of tasting it, of seeing it develop and grow. And that's the thing for me. We've learned to appreciate time and the craft and that goes into it. I think that's right. I just spoke to a winery this morning, and the guys mentioned the same thing, right? They said patience is the big thing required, because I think people forget that making wine is actually still the agricultural activity. It's like it's almost like a seasonal activity. You've got to wait for the harvest, and then the wine has to ripen. Yeah. Everything has to happen. So that's quite interesting. If you can give me a wine quote, what would that be? I don't really have a favorite wine quote, but I do love the stories that we get back from our customers. And well, tell us one. I'd love to hear one of your stories.
Sure. I think one of the biggest things for us is like with the new Fonnies. I sent out the new Fonnies, and it's always great getting the feedback. I mean, one of my good friends just sent me a WhatsApp the other day saying, "Oh, it's such a smooth wine, and it's so nice and easy to drink." And I think that's the one thing for us where we could say, actually, that's exactly what we wanted to achieve, is create something that's smooth and easy to drink. I mean, some of the stories of the weddings we've had, I mean, it's been quite a journey, and you'll see that's why our slogan is, there's a story in every bottle. What's yours? And we really want people to tell us, hey, actually, I had this story. My sister came over for the first time in a year, and we actually opened one of your wines, and we had just a good evening, and it was actually such a great created such good memories out of it.
Do you ever ask your customers to record these stories and send them to you?
We ask for short feedbacks on the stories, but yeah, we haven't necessarily asked them to record it, but we have one or two that's actually given us a little bit more detail on it and so on.
I think that could be a good marketing strategy, getting some video where people actually, say something good on your brand, especially in today's environment. I think that could work very, very well.
Yeah, we have some videos that we want to record at the end of July that's coming up, but that we'll probably start releasing some of those ones in September, October, so on, some roundabout there.
You mentioned that you've got a new wine coming out. What is that? What is that going to be?
So we have actually got a new Fonnies Fusion coming out at the end of this year, which we actually took 2 years wines and blended together to get the taste we wanted. And then we've got a signature cab that's coming out. It's been on oak for 18 months. It's a little bit more full-bodied that we're bringing out. And then later this year, we're going to bring out a new rosé. Last year we made it all. The current rosé we've made out of Pinot Noir, but we're going to actually change that Pinot Noir rosé now into an MCC over the next few years. And we're experimenting with a new blend of taking a Merlot Sauvignon Blanc and making the Canny Floss into a bit of a blended, like more of a blush type of rosé. So we've got 3 wines coming out now, probably in the next 2-3 months.
Oh, okay, that's amazing. Jay, how do people get hold of you guys if they want to order wine?
So we are on Facebook. I think it's Late Bloomer Boutique Winery, as well as Instagram, and then our website, which is latebloomerwines.com. And people can email us there, or they can contact us through social media as well.
So they can DM you if they want something.
Yeah.
So just repeat that offer you have again, that special. I mean, that would be nice for people. It sounded actually quite nice.
Yeah, we've got the I Really Miss Summer special, which is 12 bottles of our Summer Sauvignon Blanc for 10% discount and free delivery.
We all miss summer, right? I can't wait for summer to start this year and maybe get back to normal. Thank you so much for your time. And
thanks for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. I know you guys are busy, and good luck with everything. Good luck getting your wedding business back on track as well. I suppose that's a different challenge. But thank you for speaking to us, and I think our listeners will find this interesting.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start the show, I need to share something really exciting. It's called the About the Winelands pop-up. And if you want to get your customers excited about your lockdown or online specials, you need to email us right now. Email us at visitthewinelands@gmail.com and add Winelands pop-up to the subject line. Who knows? We might just make you an offer you cannot refuse. That is visitthewinelands@gmail.com. Now, on with the show. Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines. Welcome, Lisa, to About the Winelands.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invite.
So, Lisa, tell me, how are you enjoying your lockdown period? Are you having a good time?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm enjoying the 2 hours extra a day. It's quite refreshing. To wake up refreshed every morning is a nice thing. I've never been a morning person, so well, that's quite nice. And otherwise, I must be honest with you, I enjoyed the time with my kids and my family. It was all an unusual experience, something we most probably will never have again. But I think it can slowly but surely come to an end now. I'd love to go walk on the beach and go back into the winelands. I miss it terribly.
So, talking about the winelands, how did you get involved in the wine industry?
I went to Stellenbosch University.
Oh, that's a good way to start, right?
Yes, I think so too. Yes, a university in the winelands. So it's everyone was sort of involved in the wine industry. No, seriously, at that stage I was romantically involved with the person who's my husband now, and he was as a winemaker, and all the events we went to, everything was around wine, and it united us because it meant meeting people, eating great food, and having great moments together, and we just loved it. It was a nice industry to be in, and it involved and connected a lot of different types of people. So it was lovely. That's how it started. And he then moved to Germany as a flying winemaker. And after my studies, I also went to Germany and stayed there for over 18 years before coming back to South Africa. But because I studied politics and multicultural relations, my partner was stationed in a very small remote little town with only one employer, which was at that stage the largest wine producer in Europe. It was also the only place where I would be able to work. So that's how I got into the wine industry itself. I started to work for this wine producer. And then once I returned to South Africa, that's how I created Lisa Loves Wines. I started Lisa Loves Wines with the experience that I had in the industry in Europe.
Well, that's awesome. So I mean, you've been in the wine industry for quite a while. So and also you speak different languages. Which languages do you actually speak?
I speak Italian, French, German, and a bit of Spanish, as well as Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my mother language.
Amazing. So Lisa Loves Wine started as a tour business, am I right?
Yes. Well, I worked in the wine industry before. So when I came back to South Africa, I initially looked for work in the industry. But it really bothered me to think that I would be spending so much time in an office under a roof within 4 walls, or traveling again, which I didn't want to travel again at that stage. I wanted to stay put. So, it started by chance, really, as it so often does. And one tour guide actually in a coffee shop recommended an institute where I could get myself qualified. And that's where I started to freelance as a tour guide. And I then started Lisa Loves Wines as a company offering wine tours because that was inevitably my background. And I just enjoyed it so much to be back in South Africa and the winelands. I wanted to share this joy, you know. Often people who live in their own country, inhabitants or locals of such absolute beauty, are sometimes oblivious. You know, they're oblivious to the grandiose mountain backdrops, the sea views, the landscape, the wildlife, and that you can enjoy all of this while softly sipping wine in the sun. I mean, it's like gorgeous, it's simply stunning. So I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to experience it more. And yeah, but the wine tours, they were just the start of it all. Lisa Loves Wine's goal is to be a platform where people can connect and learn, and a platform where there is a cultural exchange, you know, and enjoying authentic cultural experiences. Yeah, so that's the beginning of Lisa Loves Wines, was actually just showing the world what the Cape is all about. But in the future, I hope to show the Cape what the world is all about in terms of wine. So that's the next challenge. You can watch the space.
Well, that's interesting. So, Lisa, what makes your, I mean, why would I come on your wine tour? What makes your wine tours different to other people's wine tours?
Well, they're very personal. They're authentic. They're in the tourist's home language. And Lisa Loves Wines can relate back to the tourists in the term that the tourist might understand and know, because of my experience in Europe and the mindset of the European consumer, and also the wine consumer, for which in which I work, in a milieu in which I worked, and as a brand manager and in marketing and sales. So it's a different type of tour if you can relate back to where the tourist comes from. No.
Well, that's interesting. So, are you currently, when people come on the tour, do you personally take them on the tour?
Yeah. Yes, at this stage I do it personally. Well, at the moment not, because of the virus. Funnily enough, the virus is, well, my industry is wine and tourism, and both of them are pretty much kaput now in lockdown. But when I do tours, I do it personally. It's all hands-on. And yes, what people appreciate is the knowledge of wines. Yeah, as I said, in the language of origin, and the personal nature. I think people appreciate an authentic experience. And I also visit wineries that not run-of-the-mill wineries, smaller wineries, or just unknown wineries. You know, each winery has a story to tell. So that's what makes it a bit different.
Well, that's very nice. I mean, that's our you know, aim is to tell the story of the wine. Yeah.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So, Lisa, in terms of any other services you offer or you're planning to offer, can you expand on that now, or are you going to keep it a secret to a later date?
It's a little bit, well, it's a little bit fresh, okay, but I'm super excited about it. So I'm going to reveal it. I would like to offer a platform for other wines, you know, for people in Cape Town who are interested in wines. I find that there's a lack of accessible European and other world wines in South Africa, and I would like that will be my next project, because I'm literally sitting at the source of a whole network of producers in the world that offer wonderful value for money and are unknown. And I think the South African wine connoisseur is appreciative enough of good quality wines that do not need to be a brand or a well-known brand or wine. I think South African palates are evolved enough to be able to appreciate lesser known, good value for money wines. And I would like to import these and offer a platform not only to taste the wines, but to experience them as a cultural offering, with food. And still want to see how it develops with maybe, for example, if you do sherry, then you might have a flamenco player, or you do sort of a pop-up system where you, for 1 month, you showcase sherry and the region sherry and the culture of sherry, the food of Jerez, and the next month you do the south of France, but with brands that you might not know and are still great value for money. I look forward to partner with someone in the future and offer this right here, and especially now after Corona, where people might not be able to or do not want to travel to these countries, offering them right here, these experiences right here might be very interesting.
I just wanted to ask you about that. I mean, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I wondered if you're planning collaboration with some local partners or even other producers locally. That I think personally that for somebody here in South Africa to appreciate their own produce and our own wines, we need to expand our horizons and taste other stuff as well. So yeah, I think that is absolutely a fantastic idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have no with other individuals, yes, but not with wineries at this stage. No.
Okay, that's
interesting.
interesting.
I would be strictly speaking not a competition to them, but it would also be well, funnily enough, the winemakers in the region, all the people, the producers in the region, they all import wines from all over the world to be able to benchmark their own product. Because that's the one thing that's missing in South Africa, is that we have everything, in European countries, or in Germany, where I lived before, you have everything on offer. You have every country on offer, and the countries compete with one another on the shelf. Whereas here, we only have, generally speaking, South African wines, and I think people are open to new tastes and new backgrounds and new cultures. And it's just a question of getting the right entry point, because there's a misconception that overseas wines are extremely expensive, but that is in fact because it's always the brands that we see, and not necessarily the plain run-of-the-mill wines that are excellent quality and good value for money. And this is what I would like to showcase.
Well, that's amazing. So Lisa, as a wine tour guide, and also with your business, Lisa Love Wines, and your presence online, you're becoming an influencer in the wine industry. So if a wine producer or a wine estate is sitting there and thinking, I want to get more people to me, how do they get your attention? What do they need to do?
It's so easy, all producers are unique. They all offer a story to tell, and I enjoy hearing all of them. My main media platform is Instagram at the moment. I just enjoy the simplicity of pictures, videos, and a few words. And this is the thing that I particularly, as with people, wineries, producers, each winery or producer has a specific angle and a specific story to tell. And I think that I'm quite good at finding that story and portraying it, an authentic story, not necessarily that which most marketers tap into, where you need a lot of money. I don't believe in that. I believe in finding that story or that angle which everyone has, because all wineries are unique, all producers are unique. Finding that story, and it's not an expensive thing, and then to speak of that and reveal that to the world. And I think that's what makes Lisa Loves Wines unique, is the capacity to see that in a producer or in a winery.
That sounds awesome. So you've mentioned the coronavirus, and like you said, it forces everyone to rethink their business models. I like your idea of bringing the world to South Africa.
Yeah.
Do you have any other changes or ideas for your business in mind? And do you have any ideas for your producers as well, on what they can do while they're stuck in a system where they can't really accept visitors to their place?
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to engage with your customers, with your public, in an interesting, well, as I always say it again, but in an authentic manner, to find what is your unique offering, and that I find very important for all producers, is to find that and to showcase it. But the way that the world of tourism will change, at least, is that I think we're going to have to focus a lot on local tourism and engage our own people, and that's going to be important for wineries and producers to find a way how to attract them. I envisage like family reunion packages, where people can come out to the winelands, to a place that they maybe don't know, and sit around a fire and drink wine and enjoy each other's company as a family, where they feel safe and secure. And that's going to be very important after the corona, that people feel safe and feel that things are clean, and that they can be sure that the chances are very small that they will contract the virus, because that's something that's on everyone's mind.
Awesome. That sounds like a very good idea. So, Lisa, your wine journey has been interesting. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
That most people in the world have the same idea about life, love, and laughter. We can all sit around a table, enjoy each other's company, all of us, mostly. It's rare that people are utterly unenjoyable. All we need is a table and a glass of wine and a platform to connect.
That's interesting. So on that note, can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yes. Wine and vines are very much like people. Those that struggle or make an effort in life are far more interesting and have more character than those who do not.
Awesome.
That's my finding. Yes.
That's very good. Lisa, if people want to get hold of you, how did they find Lisa Loves Wines? How did they find you?
On Instagram, on Facebook, those are the platforms that I am keeping up to date. I'm restructuring my website, as everyone else is doing in the corona time. And my website will be live within the next month. I'll have my new website out.
Awesome. We'll put all the links down in the description. Lisa, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time speaking to us, and I'm sure our listeners will find this interesting.
Yes, thank you.
And
thank you.
Yeah, I know you're busy, so thank you for the
Excellent.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Before we start today's show, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor of the show, Lisa Loves Wines. Lisa shared with me that she has a very special offer for our listeners today. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe, and I think South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Biggest Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a discount on 1.5-litre magnums. This is also a great Father's Day gift or a birthday gift. We will leave the details and links on how to get this awesome offer inside the description. Now, on with today's show. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Ryk Melk. Ryk is the owner of the esteemed Merathi estate in Stellenbosch. Welcome to About the Winelands, Ryk.
It's a pleasure. Thanks very much for inviting me, Willem. That's very kind of you.
No, it's our pleasure talking to you. Thanks for taking time out of your busy life. How is life treating you with your whole lockdown situation and everything? Are you guys coping?
Yeah, I think we're trying to think out the box, trying to make the best of the situation. And you know what? There are a couple of things. One thing is you learn how to perhaps box a bit smarter. Secondly, with all the time on hand, it's funny how family time suddenly becomes very relevant again. I don't think I have consumed so many bottles of wine on 68 consecutive nights in my life before. But we've had some really good family time, good chats and all that, and that's made it special. The stress levels are obviously high, but at this time, you start valuing what you've got around you and how privileged we are. So there is positive stuff in this.
Well, that's amazing. Merathi is such a special place. I remember from my students' days, it was one of the first places that we used to go on to wine tours. So I'd love to hear, and I know our listeners would love to hear a little bit of the history of Merathi and, the piece of heritage you have there. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, if you come and visit us at Merathi, everybody's welcome. What we do, I try, if they make special appointments, then I will sit and chat about the history, because, this place you need time to come here, really. It shouldn't be a whistle-stop tour, because we've got so much history here. If you think back we date back to the year 1685. So, what we did was, my mother back in 1987, when the Melks, my father Ronnie, bought the farm back from Annemie the spinster, my mother got a Professor Dr. Helena Scheffler from UCT to do proper research on the farm. So Helena spent about a year in the archives and basically came up with this manuscript of the history, and it was so beautiful and rich that that is how we have taken Merathi forward from that research project she did. And that's where also a few years ago, about 8 years ago, I decided that I would start naming our wines after people that lived here over the past 300 years. So Merathi was established in the year 1685. So as a privately owned family farm, we've oldest privately owned wine estates around in the country. And the history started with a certain German soldier called Lawrence Kampfer, who left the armed forces. He was a mercenary and was granted this land by Gouverneur Simon van der Stel, and with instructions in Groot-Hollands, beplanten, bepoorten, betimmeren, and bezaaien. And that is what he did here. So he came, cleared some land, tilled the soil, with the instructions given to him. But the problem that he had was, while he was a soldier, based at the Cape. His barracks were very close to the slave quarters and to the gardens of the Cape. And there he met a little slave girl who was working in the gardens, and her name was Ancella. And this little girl, Ancella, was born in the slave house. Her mother was taken from Guinea in West Africa in the year 1658 and put on a slave ship called Amersfoort. And that ship sailed via Guinea to Angola and then to the Cape. And in 1658, 120 slaves were brought here, and Ancella's mother was one of them. So Ancella was born, she was a product of the slave lady and probably a soldier or a sailor, that we don't know. But the point was, Ancella was born in the castle, in the dungeon, given a name, and in those days, any slave born at the Cape, the surname was always van der Kaap, so that the Dutch officials knew where the slaves came from. So we know about Anthony van Bengala, he came from Bengal, and so we knew where the people came from. So this little Ancella, she grew up in the slave house, and then when she was old enough, she had to work in the gardens where they grew all the vegetables, which supplied all the Dutch vessels sailing to the east, and that's where Lourens met her. So Lourens then comes out to Mirati. At that time, it was called the Driesprong. He starts his farming career here, his life. But his girlfriend, the love of his life, Ancella, clearly could not join him because she was a slave. So, and you know, Mirati is just outside Stellenbosch, and it's about, what, 35, 40 k's from Cape Town as the crow flies. So what Lourens had to do in order to see Ancella at the slave house was he had to walk on foot 3 days to Cape Town. And the non-slaves had visitation rights, so they could visit the slaves in the slave house. And what happened in the evening was 8 o'clock at night, they would take a roll call and check in all the slaves. And then at 9 o'clock, they would ring a bell and all the non-slaves were thrown out of the slave house. So Lourens did this for a period of 10 years. And
Wow.
After 10 years of visiting her, Ancella really obviously wanted to join him here at Mirati. So Ancella had to do a few things. And that was, firstly, she had to become a Christian. So she had to have herself christened. Secondly, she had to be able to speak Dutch fluently. And thirdly, she had to prove to the governor that she would be of no financial burden to the governor. So Lourens obviously said, okay, he will cover that base. She could speak Dutch and she was christened. So they set her free. And on the 28th of June, 1695, Lourens fetched her at the slave house, brought her to Mirati with the children now that she had by him, Cornelius, Jacoba, and Achaniki. And they were the first rightful owners of Mirati back in the time. Interestingly enough, when the title deed was signed over, it was 33 days after Simon van der Stel took control of the Cape. So that gives you an idea of, in 1715, Lourens passed away. And then Ancella became the owner. So well, it's quite unusual though, for an emancipated slave to become the owner of a little wine farm or a little farm at the time. So Ancella took over and she ran Mirati until the year 1735. And then she sold the farm. To give you an idea, when she sold the farm for 2,500 Dutch gulden. And to put that in perspective, a mercenary based in the barracks in the Cape was earning 25 gulden a year at the time. So wow. Ancella, did quite well for herself in her life. And then there were quite a few owners, very sporadic few owners. And then the next important one for me or for the Melk family is that in the year 1763, my ancestor, Martin Melk, who came from Oost-Preußen, from Prussia, he bought Mirati in 1763 and gave it to his daughter, Anna Catharina. And at that time, when Martin Melk bought it, he owned all the property at the foot of the Simonsberg Mountain, which then included 8K, Kanonkop, Mirati, Delheim, and Knorruk. This was all one big farm that the Melks ran. So Anna Katerina married a guy by the name of Beyers, which Anna Katerina's father was in favor of, because like Martin Melk, Mr. Beyers was a staunch Lutheran. And I'm not sure if you know, but Martin Melk, at the time when he bought Mirati, was a very big player in the Cape. In fact, I think he was the wealthiest man at the Cape at the time, because he owned a lot of property. He was in construction. He owned all three, can you believe it, all three Taphuis licenties. So basically, all three pubs in Cape Town that supplied wine to the sailors and everybody in the Cape, he had the rights to supply that. So he was a really big player. And so when Martin gave it to his daughter, he agreed, when Beyers took her hand in marriage. And Martin and Mr. Beyers were both staunch Lutherans. And at that time, the Lutheran faith was verboten, was not allowed. So in Martin's warehouse in Cape Town, still there today at Strand Street, where they would sell the produce to the sailors and the ships, on a Saturday after work, all the Lutheran people used to get together and have a hidden church service, a scale kerk. And because of Mr. Beyers being part of that group, Martin was quite happy to hand his daughter over to him. So Anna Katerina and Jan David Beyers, they became the owners in 1763. And then this Melk clan, Beyers Melk clan, farmed here for about 120 years. And then it disappeared. And then 115 years later, in 1987, the spinster who owned it then, Alberta Annemarie, she then phoned my father because she knew my dad. Because as a young winemaker, my dad studied winemaking. As a young winemaker, he used to come to Mirati to buy grapes from her for Stellenbosch Farmers Winery. So Alberta knew the history. So when she turned 79, she phoned my father and said, look, I have no children, I have no next of kin, and I would like you to take the farm back into the family fold with a few conditions. And that is that, number one, you would continue in the tradition that she and her late father, George Paul Carnets, had farmed the place, and also to the environment. And my dad was only too glad to oblige. And as you asked earlier, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm here, I see myself purely as a custodian of this magnificent place with these 300-year-old trees, incredible terroir at the foot of the Simonsberg Mountain. And yeah, that's what I do. Every day I get up here, I look out northwest, I see Table Mountain, I can give you the weather report in the morning of what's coming, like the northwest coming in right now and the rain we're going to get. So it's a beautifully located piece of land, this. And I always say to the people, you know, Lawrence Comfer was granted this land. And in those days, we might think they were old or those people was in the dark days, but they were clever. He had all the land to choose from, but he chose this little piece at the foot of Simonsberg. So he was clever. And I can tell you, when I sit there at his old house, which still stands today, which today is an art gallery, I often sit outside his house there in the evening, and there's such an incredible energy there. You know, there are trees around me there that were planted by Lawrence, and
So
the energy there is really special now.
Interesting about the trees is I actually watched the history of the slave trade in Cape Town not long ago, and I think in the program they said that the tree that these two were married are still there on the farm, the old oak trees. Is that true?
Yeah. So there's a magnificent tree right at our tasting room here. And this tree is more than 300 years old now. And this tree would have been planted by Lawrence and Ansela. And there are 2 or 3 other ones around as well that you can see. I mean, they are of the same era. So yes, absolutely. This tree is still here. It's magnificent, magnificent tree. And again, I sit here quite often and there's energy there in that tree that's just, I mean, it's just amazing. Really, really incredible.
That's amazing. You're giving me goosebumps as you're telling the story.
So, you know, all these little things I'm telling you now, Lawrence's house is still standing here. The original little cellar is still part here. George Paul Carnets, who owned Mirati from 1926. As you might know or might not know, but George Paul Carnets was an artist, first and foremost. Secondly, very much a bohemian man of note. And thirdly, he bought Mirati on a whim because he loved the trees here. I read his journal the other day. And in there, he did say that he was completely blown away by these oak trees when he stumbled upon this place in 1926. And that's the reason why he bought it. And then by default, he had to speak because he was lecturing art at Stellenbosch University. So by default, he went to his friend, Professor Abraham Perrault. And Abraham Perrault was very friendly with all the German-speaking people, because Perrault went to Germany and he met a German woman there, which he married. So he had an affinity towards German-speaking folk. And he told Carnes, I will help you farm this place. And so when Carnes bought it in 1926, Perrault helped him. They sent out people here to come and look at the soil, etc., all that. And Perrault advised Carnes to plant Pinot Noir. So Carnes planted Pinot Noir at Mirati in 1927. And we all know that the first Pinot Noir to Africa was made here at Mirati by George Paul Carnes. So my Pinot Noir that we make here, very small amount, but we still make it, and I have named that after him. It's called the George Paul Carnes Pinot Noir. So that, you know, there's a story about George here, and his energy is here. He had an art studio that he built here out of clay bricks that he made, and he built this art studio. The size of the studio was dictated by the carpet that he put down there. And this carpet, a friend of his, a noble friend living in Cape Town, bought a grand piano in Hamburg and sent for this piano by sea. And obviously, to protect the piano, they wrapped the piano in a big old carpet. So when the piano arrived here in Cape Town Harbor, the carpet was slightly damaged, and his friend didn't want the carpet. So Carnes took the carpet, brought it to Mirati, put it up here outside the cellar, and built his art studio around the size of the carpet. I mean, it's bizarre. And then he built this art studio, which today is a little guest cottage. So it's called the GP Carnes Guest Cottage. So people can stay there. It's just, you again get the energy of the old man Carnes. We used to paint there in the morning. In the afternoons, he'd go for a walk and look at his vineyards and talk to the people who were busy helping him making wine and growing his grapes. So, you know, there's just so much around here with the energy between the cottage, between Lawrence Comfort's house, between the oak trees, between the manor house that we have today that was built in about 1763 by the Beyers family. The manor house still stands there. It's exactly the same. Some minor alterations were done by George Paul Carnes. But the gable is a beautiful example of a neoclassical style. It's not the Gothic style. The later years, they were more neoclassical in the structure. They were not so elaborate, not so many curves and draaitjies, where Mirati is a good example of a neoclassical design Cape Dutch gable, basically. So the house is still standing here. It's being lived in 110%. And it's all part of the verf and the feeling that we have here. When we go into the vineyards, because of our terroir, we made a conscious decision about 20 years ago that we would respect the nature by using no pesticides in the vineyards. We release insects that we get to try and fight the mealybug. We are very, very conscious of that. We only pick our grapes by hand, so there's no machine driving through the vineyards and harvesting. It's all done by hand. And when we bring those grapes in, it's in smaller boxes. We hand select on a sorting table. We berry select. We use a lot of natural yeast. So for those who don't know, each grape, little korreltjie, has got its little yeast on it. So we use native yeast that's around in the cellar and in the property. We use what we call spontaneous fermentation. And all these things add to give a character that's very much unique to Mirati. So I'm very, not strict, but I believe in that. And that is what we do here. So we try and keep it hands-on, as real as possible. And we still believe, you know, the truth is in the wine, and the wine must honestly speak for itself. George Paul Carnett had a beautiful expression. My quote for the wine expression is always, Carnett always said, seeing is believing, but tasting is the naked truth. And that's what we abide by.
That's an amazing wine philosophy and winemaking philosophy. What else can you tell us about your wines? That's interesting. I see you guys are making port as well. When did this start?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, I call it in the sort of the dark ages. That's there was a bit of a dark time here in Mirati when George Paul Carnett came in here in 1927, and he had all the expertise from Perrault, and he was doing some fantastic work. He fermented his grapes outside the cellar in open fermenters. He used a system of cold water copper pipes. He was one of the first guys that used some kind of cooling, you know, in his tanks, open tanks, concrete tanks. Then he went and then he built himself, at those days, state-of-the-art open fermenting tanks, stackable concrete, one above the other. They were stacked. And these tanks were built, the architectural design came from Algeria, believe it or not, in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, the French were involved there. So the French made wine there as well. And that design, Carnett brought it here. And so they were fermenting and making wine in these concrete tanks. He was quite sort of proactive and pushing the boundaries. But then when Alberta, his daughter, took over, it became, she didn't want to change anything. She wanted to keep everything the same way her father did. So in that process, things slowly got watered down a bit. You know? So the red wines and the white wines, some years were stunning. Other years, they were not very good at all. But Carnett started making two things. He made a fortified red, a port in those days. He called it a port, which though we can't use the word anymore, but we use a Cape Vintage, Cape Ruby, late bottled Cape Vintage. And he made a white port called the Amber. Now those two wines, because they are made by fortifying with brandy spirits, you can, to a degree, sterilize your wine. So when you do your fermentation, at a certain point you add the brandy to it. So the brandy will kill all the yeasts and all the nasty little bacteria, and it will sterilize the product. So there's a better chance that the fortified wine will stay fresh and healthy. If you made a still wine, be it white or red, and it was tainted with acetic acid bacteria, then the wine will spoil and become vinegar. So over the years, in the town Annemie and Ben Prince, our winemaker, port, the Mirati port was a very well-known drink and definitely one of Mirati's tipples of choice, in spite of the fact that there were some stunning years of Pinot Noir, etc. And the red velvet and the claret. But the port was always, if you came here and you drank port, you knew it was going to be a good bet to buy and to drink. And when I came here in 1988, 89, it was the case. Everybody knew Mirati port because Carnett started making that in the early 30s. So, and I totally agree. We still make a beautiful port, and we spend a lot of energy with that. In fact, the oldest vines we have here, port vines, were planted in the year 1977. So that's quite old. But I took it upon myself. I just said, you know, we are living here. We're living. My neighbors, Kanonko, my neighbors, Rustenburg, Knorrook, Delhaag. These are all my immediate neighbors, and they've always made beautiful wines over the years. And there's no reason why we could not do that. So it's taken me about 20 years to grow that with new plantings and new barrels and some techniques in the cellar. But today, you know, it's cheeky of me to say that, but I mean, the Mirati red wines are on the world class, on the stage now. I'm not shy anymore to pour Mirati wines to anybody. 30 years ago when I started here, I wasn't confident in pouring the Mirati wines. But today, I'm not cocky and I'm not, you know, big-headed, but I really am modest about it. But I know what effort's gone in here. And I know what honest work has been put in here. And for that reason, I can quite clearly say now that apart from the fortified port wines, our red wines and the white wines are world class. It's taken a time, but it's there. Beautiful.
Oh, that's amazing. So, right, when people visit the farm, I mean, besides, I mean, obviously the wine and the art, what else can people experience there? What do you offer guests?
Well, I mean, before the little virus came along, my wife Kim started. She likes cooking. You know the old story. Oh, your wife Kim, she cooks so well. Why don't you start a restaurant? Don't ever tell anybody to do that. But we did it, and after 4 years of Kim working in the kitchen, she really grew something special here. It's not big. It's small. Say 50 covers maybe on a Saturday or Sunday. But it's good, honest cooking, and Kim started that, and now we've got a little team working with her, so you can come and have a very nice meal here, apart from the wine tasting. It's the little restaurant farm kitchen that we run here. We've also now built, with the help of Ditopia, Mirant, and Arena, they've built fantastic mountain bike tracks here. And really, again, it's of the best tracks around the Western Cape, no doubt about it. It's all single track cycling. Trail runners use it as well. It is for the skilled mountain biker. It's not for the weekend warrior can come and do some of the tracks. But if you really love mountain biking and you're good at it, this year is absolutely stunning. All the guys, the overseas people, Team Cannondale, Team Scott, they all come and train on these tracks for the Epic. So we've got beautiful mountain biking here. And then we've started not little, but we've doing a joint venture with a company to do weddings here. So we had a very good, book heading out now for this next year. But obviously the virus came and has sort of taken the carpet, ripped it out under our feet. So we just have to tread the water now until next year. But if you want to have a wedding, this is also an opportunity where you can come and do it. And what more special place to have a wedding here? I mean, it's just, you can get married under the big old 120, 150 old camphor trees, and then have a pre-drinks under Ancella's 300-year-old oak tree, and then move around the corner to the canvas, the Mirati canvas, and there your view of Cape Town is just superlative. So there are a lot of things we've done over the years here, but yet we still retain the honesty and the sincerity that this is a wine estate, and our focus here is to create premium wines.
That's awesome. You've been talking about the virus, and obviously the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models a bit. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
Well, I mean, there are a few things. I think, as I said to you now, small, what I think is the internet or the IT guys, the more new way of looking at things. We've done a few virtual wine tastings now. This has really pushed us in the direction of Zoom meetings, doing online tastings. That's been quite interesting. It's really been quite funky for me. I've really enjoyed that. And then I think what we'll do now in the future, when the small groups come back again, tour groups that come, and if they make an appointment, which we prefer, we could give them far more smaller special attention, because I think the Mirati history, should be told more often to the people, and not just to come in here, let's taste 4 or 5 wines and move on, but rather come here and spend some time, listen to the stories, taste the wines, and absorb the whole package, instead of just saying, we're going to do 3 wines and then we're going to scoot off. So rather come here with your mind. I want to learn about the place. I want to learn about the history. If you're not a big lover of wine, it doesn't really matter, but come and listen to the stories, taste the wines. You will be surprised. You might love them. So these are all things for me that I find with the virus now, is that, people are looking at things again from a different angle. People walk past the Protea now and they stop and they go back and say, wow, look at this Protea. Isn't it beautiful? And where in the past they'd walk past and say, oh, well, there's another, one of the Western Cape's flowers, and carry on. But that's me. Maybe I'm becoming old and sentimental, but I do think that this has made us think a bit more about what we want to do and where we are, and our policy about everything in life.
Well, I think you're right. And I also think that, technology gives us the opportunity to record and keep these stories and raise awareness about the fantastic offerings we have in the Western Cape through other avenues, right? Which will bring more people to come actually experience it in person over time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, we travel. We all, you know, when I go overseas to sell wine, I try and go and see places and all that, and I see how other people do it, and I compare what we do, and I still think, you know what, there's room to be. Small is also beautiful, and just be sincere about what you do, and it will pay off. You know, that's my motto, really.
Yeah. So, Rick, your wine journey has been a lifelong one. But what is your most important thing that you've learned through this journey?
Well, as you can quite clearly hear from my conversation with you, there are a few things. I mean, for me, the biggest thing is that, you know, making wine is anybody can make wine. Anybody can ferment grapes. Anybody can put it in a bottle, and you can put a label on there, and you can tell a beautiful story, and the consumer will probably read your story and listen to your story and maybe be blown away initially by what you say. But at the end of the day, the consumer needs to taste the wine and feel whether they like it or not, and does everything gel with them? Does it all make sense? So what I'm trying to say is marketing is a very important part of your product. But at the end of the day, still, what you put in the bottle, you need to be proud of what you've done and be sincere in what you do. That's basically what Hutting, our winemaker, and myself and my team with Desmond, that's what we do here, is the sincerity, honesty, integrity. In the winemaking, you have to do it. You don't get 2 or 3 chances. You know, you have to be real and stay true to your choice and your ideas and what you do.
Awesome. So, I mean, you've touched on it already, but I'm going to ask you again to give us your favorite wine quote, because I loved it.
No, as I say, Elman Carnens, I wish I'd met him. His
Yeah.
daughter, Annemie, I knew, the spinster, but Elman Carnens, you know, that these are little things. Seeing is believing, tasting is the naked truth. That is what our motto is. That's what you have to believe in.
Oh, awesome. Ryk, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and I think people are going to find this, our listeners will find this extremely interesting. How do people find you? If they want to get hold of you, whatever, how do they get hold of you?
They must just come to Mirati, look for this grumpy oak with the long hair that walks around. Yeah.
Okay,
no,
awesome.
You know what? Easily, our website's very easy. It's just, you know, www.mirati.co.za. We've got a great website. I've got a lovely team here. Lawrence in the tasting room. Desmond is our sales and marketing guy. And then Hutting, my winemaker, and the assistant winemaker, and our team in the vineyards. We're a small group, but anybody who comes here and asks, where's Hutting, where's Ryk, where's Desmond, they will all be able to tell you where we are. So it's a nice family, you know, working family that lives and works here.
Okay, well, we'll put the links in the description. And thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I know you guys are busy. And good luck with everything. And thank you.
Yeah, and as we said, you know, we'll do a little promotion on the Magnums now, so people can just follow up on that. We do for this season now, for the winter, and all the COVID time, we'll give a discount on our Magnums. We're doing this promotion, so they can just get in touch, you know, with you or Lisa, and that's a nice little project we'll do as well. So there's some little surprise in there as well.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you very much, Ryk.
All right, great pleasure. Keep well.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Just a quick reminder that you can get that 1.5 liter Magnum discount. So hurry, get in touch with Lisa. She's at Lisa Loves Wines, and we have the link in the description.
Welcome to Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Hi everyone, and welcome to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Johannes Richter, a journalist at Wineland Magazine. Welcome to About the Winelands, Johannes.
Hi, Walt. Yes, thank you.
How are you? Things going with you guys and the lockdown situation? Are you busy?
We're doing well. It's it's a bit of an adjustment as it is for everyone, but we've got our hands full communicating to the industry, and we've got an important job, and I think we're doing it well.
Well, that's awesome. So tell us a little bit. Our listeners would like to hear a little bit about your history. Have you always been a journalist, and how did you become involved in wine journalism?
I haven't always been a journalist. I actually started in publishing. I studied at the University of Pretoria, where I majored in English and information science. I was one of the first students to do a postgraduate degree in publishing, and that was 20 years ago.
Oh, amazing.
So I started outside journalism. I was involved in the publishing industry for about 17 years, and mostly in academic publishing. But I've always wanted to write, and I kept looking for opportunities, and one presented itself about 3 years ago when I got an interview with Wineland, and here I am. So
Awesome.
That's a new career that I started.
So, I'm interested, if you say you always wanted to write, is that you're doing journalism now? Is this your ultimate, or are you going, are you planning your own books and stuff like that eventually?
I don't know. I mean, never say never, but I like shorter format stories and getting to know people and so on. With only 3 years experience, I think it'll be a while before I know enough to be able to fill a book, but it's getting there.
Well, I was talking to somebody earlier today, and it's the winelands are so full of history and stories, and so I don't think you'll ever have a problem to find short things to write
absolutely.
about, and also things happening. So Wineland Magazine and your business, Wineland Media, can you tell us a bit of the history and what you guys are about?
Sure. Wineland actually began 89 years ago. We're turning 90 next year.
Wow.
It's got an interesting history. I'll just go through a few key dates. In 1931, KWV created Wynboer, which is what it was named back then, to inform and educate its members. And then 6 years later, in 1937, it began offering subscriptions to the magazine. And in 1973, it became KWV's official channel to communicate to its members. There was a big change in the 80s when the focus shifted from being a consumer educational focus to industry orientated. So by farmers, for farmers, and by then it was already being subsidized by advertising. So we were moving to an independent platform. Then in 2000, Wynboer was renamed Wineland, and that reflected our focus on the broader industry, Afrikaans and English format articles, more online, getting to some different activities that I'll tell about later. 10 years later, in 2020, we became fully self-sustained, fully advertising driven. And we don't know, 2020 might bring something completely different.
That's interesting. So your readership, has that changed over the years from just your members in terms of the industry members to also maybe the public in terms of the stuff you're covering and
It hasn't, the core readership hasn't changed that much because the industry is pretty fixed, although it's grown and shrunk over the years, obviously. But after the subscription model, after subscriptions became possible, obviously interested people from the public, especially media, PR agencies, everyone with an interest in the industry are able to access the magazine, and that's also been growing.
Has the industry itself grown on your side from, say, just producing and the supply chain to things like tourism and that as well?
Yes, tourism has become a much bigger focus for the industry as a whole. I don't have many figures at hand, but it's almost 50%, if not more, of our product is exported. So it's a very key area of interest for our readers.
That's interesting. So you yourself, what do you? I mean, what do you usually write about? What is the subjects that you cover?
I do a lot of personal interest stories because I don't have a technical wine background. I don't cover very scientific parts of the industry. We leave that to the professionals, but I do the common interest stories, a lot of marketing, media, wherever the story goes, actually.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're getting to do the nice stuff, right?
I hope so.
So I see always the company also publishes industry directory and this Wynberg technical yearbook and things like that. What are these?
Yes, we've got another publication. The Wine Industry Directory is an annual publication that sort of provides a comprehensive overview of the industry. That includes information on organizations active in the industry, wine regions, wine routes, and also the contact information of most sellers and producers. It's also an opportunity for suppliers to the industry to get some exposure, to talk, to advertise and get featured. So it's a very important platform for that kind of interaction.
It seems you're also doing some annual seminars and information sessions and stuff like that. So
we used to do an annual event. The official one was the Wineland seminar, but I think that's run its course now. It was we had a few sponsors. I don't know if that's going to change or if we're making plans, but it's run its course. We've done some informal sessions. The rootstock sessions also ran for a while. But yeah, at the moment we're shifting towards video production. In fact, we've got a video producer and providing some services in that regard.
I was thinking about that, I'm thinking, the Winelands itself leans itself so much more to graphics and video and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think the stories to be told and also from a marketing point of view,
Storytelling is the thing. Yeah, that's what we're good at and what we'd like to focus on.
Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so that is that something that you're going to develop more in future then as well? Of course.
It'll probably expand. The future is a little bit uncertain at the moment, but we'd like to, we'd like to focus on that.
I see on your website that you promote events for WinPro. Are you guys, how are you affiliated with WinPro, and are these events, do you promote other events as well, or only basically?
Not really. No, we don't rely a lot on event promotion and so on. That's not really our game. I think our affiliation with WinPro is sort of a formal affiliation, partly because of our history with KWB, out of which WinPro grew. Mm-hmm. They've taken us under their wing, but we're not really WinPro's mouthpiece. We're more the mouthpiece of the industry, although WinPro is obviously a big part of that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, we work very closely together. We also share the same office space.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, are you, in terms of subscription, are there still subscription options available then for your magazine? Although you said you're moving away to more to advertising base, are there still subscription options, and what are they?
No, that's a subscription is probably the core.
Okay.
Our magazine is part of WinPro membership, so all the wine stylists, producers, and stakeholders who are WinPro members automatically are subscribed already.
Okay.
And then subscriptions are open to anybody who is interested, really. I can tell you about that if you're interested.
Well, tell us. Yeah, why not?
The subscriptions are either both digital or printed. Everything's available on wineland.co.za. The printed magazine is 50 Rand an issue, or 475 for 12 months. Or digital is 25 Rand an issue, or 250 Rand for 12 months, which is very good value. And it's really industry specific articles, very tailored to people who are interested in more than just the wine.
Do you find that people are moving to digital reading of your actual magazine? Is that shift happening?
Less so. It's growing, but less so. I think because of the core subscription model. You know, the people who get it, they prefer the physical magazine. It's a beautiful magazine.
They display it as well, right?
Yeah, it looks good in your display. People drive around with it. They use it as reference in the vineyards, even, you know. So the physical product is still very important to us, and I think it will remain that way.
Yeah, I can see that. So in terms of advertising, I mean, if an advertiser is listening to this, who would be who's your advertising market? Who would be a advertiser? What would that advertiser look like? And I mean, your demographics, like you explained, are mainly the
absolutely. Advertisers are mostly service providers and people all along the value chain of the wine industry. Obviously, it's really not limited to wine. Everything that goes into vineyard, cellars, logistics. You know, there are so many aspects to the production of wine, and so the magazine is really a platform for suppliers to expose their products to the industry.
I would assume also the financial services industry, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got financial, legal services. You know, it's a big industry in South Africa, and everybody has a stake in it, especially in the Western Cape.
What about international advertisers? Is that something that you can still grow, or is that something that's happening already?
It does to an extent. It depends on whether they sell their products in South Africa, usually through agents, but absolutely all the big ones. I don't know, I don't want to mention the names. I might exclude some important ones, but all the big international players are all have a stake in South Africa. Yeah, absolutely.
So okay, so that gives you a nice, almost a permanent base of advertisers as well, because you know because of your subscription model, it really entrenches you into the system. Do you have any competition?
It does. Yeah.
Are there anybody that's really competing with you? I should have asked the question.
Not at the same level. I think we've got a very, very well-rounded communication media base in South Africa that are consumer-driven, enthusiast-driven, and we fulfill the role of industry, almost business to business. And I don't think there's anybody else playing that field.
Awesome. I see that on your webpage you have created a COVID-19 portal, specifically I think to help your readers and whoever's reading your stuff online to get more information. Can you tell us a bit more about what you created there?
Yeah, it's become a very important channel. I think if COVID has proven one thing, it's the importance of clear and trustworthy communication. And also, we're very close to the coalface. With our relationship with BinPro and all the stakeholders who are directly engaging with government. You know, we're the first people to get the news, and the first. We want to be the first to share it. We consider ourselves to be the mouthpiece of the wine industry, and as the only channel with equal access to all branches of the industry, we have a mandate to keep everyone up to date. The COVID portal is a direct result of that. So it quickly became a primary source of information for the wine industry. We already registered 46,000 visits in April, so it's really become a big source of information.
So is this interactive? In other words, what I'm getting to is it's not just from your side that you're providing information. Can people that read it also contact you and ask you to do things on it, or is it a one-way information system?
Well, no, obviously they can contact us either through advertising. I think it's a very good advertising space at the moment. People are visiting it from all over. They can contact advertising at wineland.co.za.
Okay.
or our general inbox is in@wine.co.za. So if they have any suggestions, requests, or needs for certain types of information, they should get in touch. Absolutely.
I think, advertising is, I mean, the coronavirus have forced everyone to rethink their business model. And
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen, I mean, I know your magazine is a bit different, but I've seen that most, I mean, in South Africa, we just seen that the Caxton Group had a problem there. And also
Yeah.
the guys that
Yeah.
published the Cosmopolitan went under. And I think internationally, everybody, all the big publishing firms are reporting losses in advertising revenue. So with the coronavirus, everybody has to rethink their business models, right? So
Yeah.
what do you guys, do you guys have any changes or new ideas in mind?
We're running through all the ideas at the moment. Obviously, it is a real threat. Advertising has been, especially print advertising, has been on a downward slope for a while already. And I think the current situation has just made it much worse. A lot of advertisers and service providers are struggling, and we're looking for different ways to add value to still be able to share and spread the information that we feel is important. But as you said, we're a bit different. We're not consumer driven, so we're not dependent on individual sales, subscriptions. As long as the producers and stakeholders survive and have something, have needs and something to say, we'll be there. We're not threatened on that sense in the same way that consumer magazines are.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. So interesting times we're living in. So Johannes, yourself, I mean, your wine industry journey, like I said, it's been 3 years, but what is the most important thing that you've learned?
Oh, well, it's been a steep learning curve, but it's such an adventure. I think the most important thing for me as a Pretoriaaner who didn't really grow up in the wine culture of the Western Cape was getting to know the people and places. The wine industry is all about interesting individuals and local, vineyards, terroir, interesting places, and visiting them, being able to see and speak to these people has really aided and enhanced my enjoyment of wine as a product. So it's been a very interesting journey so far, and I hope it keeps going.
Well, it amazed me in the last few years how the wine industry grew, right? I mean, we now even have production in KwaZulu-Natal. Do you get to travel a bit to other places besides, your core in the Western Cape?
We do. We make an effort to visit these places. I've been up north to Olifantsrivier and those kinds of regions that people don't normally associate with wine. But they're big. They do a lot of exports. They've struggled in the drought. They have stories that need to be told. So it was a privilege getting to know those people. And everywhere else, we do a monthly series. It's a bit on hold now that was able to travel, but the district book is a sort of an overview of all the wine regions in the country, and we make an effort to go out and meet people and speak to them and tell their stories. That's been very interesting.
I was just wondering, do you guys do any collaboration with international media or magazines to get the South African wine story, or maybe things that happens in the industry out, or is that not something that
there's a lot of communication. We tell each other stories. We obviously watch what they're doing, look for best practices. We benchmark ourselves and our industry against the other big wine producers. So there's a big international focus, but not really collaboration. I don't think many of them have really a reason to market to South Africa. They not as an industry, maybe on a consumer level more.
Yeah. So it's so interesting, right? They're in such a interesting space in the industry. So
I have to put you on the spot a little bit and ask you, what is your favorite wine region or wine?
Yeah, that is putting me on the spot. I think I'll go the safe way and say the last region I visited was the Robertson area, and you know the variety and the producers there are just top notch. You know, I didn't know much about them before, and now I've got a whole collection of wines from that region, and I'm just enjoying all of it.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So, Johannes, your own, I mean, you have to give us your own wine quote or your favorite wine quote.
Sure. My quote would be, "Don't wait for the stars to align before you drink your best wine." You know, they're there to be enjoyed, and especially as we're locked at home, you know, you're tempted to just stay with the cheaper ones, but dig into the cellar and take out some of your better wines. You know, enjoy them. I think that's what I would suggest.
And I think the biggest lesson everyone has learned to actually stock up. You never know what can happen in future.
You never know what will happen. By now, you never know.
So, Johannes, if somebody wants to get hold of you, want to subscribe, or want to do advertising, how do they get hold of you? How do they get hold of you guys?
They can contact our advertising manager, Tanya Matthijssen. She's at advertising@wineland.co.za, or they can contact her on 072 132 4120. Yeah.
And yourself, if a wine producer or somebody sitting out there that's thinking, you know, I haven't been focused what do they need to do to get your attention, to come to the area and to write something about them?
Contact us. They can contact me personally, Johannes at wineland.co.za. Invite me for a visit. I'd love to come tell your story.
Okay, excellent. Do I have to bribe you with a glass of wine?
Please don't bribe me, but you know, my cellar is running empty.
Right, I understand that one. Johannes, thank you very, very much. I appreciate your time. I know you guys are busy. You guys are still working flat out, right?
We're working. We just came to the office for a big meeting today, respecting physical distancing, but most of us are working from home. Yeah.
Yeah, I would expect that you guys can actually work from home quite effectively, I would assume.
Yeah, it's a benefit of the type of work we do.
Johannes, I appreciate your time and thank you for chatting to us.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you, Will.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show.
Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Johan Crawford from Planet Wine. It's a pleasure speaking to you, Johan, and welcome to our show.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Thank you all.
Johan, tell us a bit more about your history and how you got involved in the wine industry.
It's quite a long story, but I'll keep it brief. I was born and bred in Stellenbosch, right in the heart of the Winelands, but really knew nothing about wine. After varsity, I stumbled into journalism, spent about 16 years in Cape Town, first at in the electronic media and then in print media. Then packed my bags and left for Joburg, where I started a PR company, ran that for 16 years. Decided I didn't like Joburg that much, returned to the Cape to retire. And about after 3 months, I found retirement wasn't what it was supposed to be. And I was looking for something to do. And then a winemaking friend introduced me to the many wonders of wine. And I studied at the Cape Wine Academy, started visiting winemakers, learned from them, and eventually got my hands dirty and planted Grenache vines at Nederburg. And from there went through the whole process, and I made my first wine in 2010 at the Grendel with much help from cellar master Charles Hopkins. Then out of the blue, one day I was approached by a major Afrikaans publication to do a monthly wine column for them. And I did that for a couple of years. And then it started feeling like work, and I chucked that. And my lady friend then, who's my wife now, suggested I start my own website. And Planet Wine started as a purely Afrikaans wine website. And then I started getting emails from readers saying, why don't you write in English as well? We enjoy your writing, but very often we don't understand what you're writing about. And then Planet Wine or Planet Wine became Planet Wine. And ever since then, it's been bilingual. And it's been a wonderful journey.
Well, that's amazing. So Planet Wine, that is a blog, right? It's written word.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So blogging, is this now your full-time profession, or is it a side hobby, or how do you see it?
I'm just about everything I've done all my life has been driven by passion, and I've got a great passion for wine. Both my wife and I are foodies. And the funny thing is, when I got into the wine thing, I for the first time learned the wonders of flavors and aromas. And then obviously getting into food, the wonders of different textures. And we both love to travel. So we're very fortunate that we travel overseas once or twice a year. And for the last 10 years, we've been visiting Europe, different countries, and obviously enjoying their wines and comparing their wines and their wine tourism offerings with what we have.
Well, that sounds awesome. I mean, that's the three categories on your blog, right? Wine, food, and travel. And now I understand why you chose these three. Have you traveled to other wine regions besides Europe?
Not yet. Last year we went to Turkey, which I didn't expect much in terms of wine. Then I did a bit of research and discovered that they also have a very strong history. We went 2 years ago. We went to Russia and in Northern Europe, where I did not expect wine. I did get wine. But I did find wine, but very often made from berries and not grapes. But Russia, for example, has a wine industry, and I was quite surprised to discover that.
Well, that's something I didn't even know. This shows you, right? Always learn something. So,
absolutely.
Johan, your favorite wine region? I mean, I know you're biased towards Stellenbosch, but tell us, you've traveled a lot. So what is your real favorite place?
I often get asked my favorite wine and my favorite wine area, and I always tell people, it's like asking a parent of triplets, which one is your favorite triplet? It's so difficult. We're just so fortunate in South Africa. I don't think we really realize how spoiled we are for choice. not just in terms of the diversity of wines and wine styles, but I mean the other offerings like restaurants, accommodation, and activities to do. So yeah, I think I'm going to skip that one. I think every region is very special, and every region offers something unique as far as I'm concerned.
So that's interesting to me. When the first time I went to France, I expected something similar to the Cape Winelands, whereas your Bordeaux and Champagne is a bit more welcoming. But the Cape Winelands is really unique in the way it welcomes visitors, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. We, as I said, 2 years ago, I'm trying to get my bearings right. 2018, we visited France and then Switzerland, and I think the big disappointment of France was Châteauneuf-du-Pape. Maybe I'd expected too much, but I mean, what we got there was not close to what we offer here in South Africa. Burgundy, we were very impressed, Chablis, but as I say, overall, I think we offer probably better than most wine producing countries.
Yeah, the experience is very, very nice. There's no wonder that we're one of the top tourist regions. So you and your blog I mean, you're an influencer in the industry. So if a winelands business are sitting out there and they say, yes, I think I'd like you on to write about my business or about my wine or my winery, how did they get your attention?
They send me an email, they contact me. As I said, this to me, it's a hobby, something I enjoy very, very much. I don't charge anybody anything to do an article. Most of the approaches come from my side, where I would approach a lesser known or a new winery and ask them, can I come and visit you, taste your wines, and write about you? As I say, we don't charge anybody. We do it for free simply because I'd like to introduce more and more people to more and more wines and more wine areas. So as I say, it's purely passion driven.
I assume at least they give you a bottle of wine or a dinner or a lunch every now and then.
Every now and then.
All right.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
So Johan, in terms of the whole winelands has expanded so much in the last few years. I mean, we've expanded. I mean, all over the country there's wine now. So what is what is to use the most exciting developments in the South African wine industry over the last few years?
I think the one thing, as I'm from the old school, and my friends who are in the winemaking business, we tended to make, or they tended to make wines the way their fathers did and their grandfathers did. Where today's younger generation are more energetic, they seem to push the envelope more. They're more adventurous. They would try new varieties. The one thing I do like is the fact that we're spending more and more time on experimenting with lesser known varieties. A few years back we were in Croatia, and on the island of Corčula I discovered some absolutely magnificent white wines. And speaking to the winemakers there, I mean, they've got a very similar terroir to what we have. So there's still so much growth potential in South Africa. It's actually amazing.
So do you see your blog Planet Wine, expanding? Are you getting a lot of, your readers? If you have to say your ratio between South African readers and international readers, what would that be? Do you know?
I'd say it's about 80% local and about 20% overseas. I'm surprised that we've actually got a couple of people following us from Russia. I don't know how much they understand of what I'm writing, especially in Afrikaans, but they seem to be very keen. And what I like about it's a small. I don't have a mass following, and I've never been interested in that. This is not for me to make money or anything. This is just passion driven. And what I like about the people that read Planet Wine, that follow it, is the fact that they're very keen, very enthusiastic. Whenever I write about a new winery or a new wine or a wine style, there seems to be a lot of comment, questions, and people would go out and try it and come back to me and say, no, you're either right or you're wrong. We don't like it or we love it. So, yeah.
So this question, next question I had is, about the coronavirus, and it's forced everyone to rethink their business models. And your business model, or your passion model, if I can call it that way, has been online from the start. So you're not really affected by something like Corona, but your certainly your readers and other Winelands businesses are. And
Yes.
what would you suggest for them? Do you have any changes or things that they could do to get themselves, their stories out, and or maybe even additional digital business models?
I think, Will, this pandemic is forcing us to rethink many things in terms of marketing, in terms of marketing communication. I did find, having a marketing communication background, that too many wineries or wine producers did not really understand the importance of communication as part of the marketing mix. And I've also found that too many wine producers spend too much time and too much energy on the overseas market. I understand that is very important, but if you can't, I think the ideal thing is to have your local market, buy up all your wine, and for me, the perfect situation is where you've got to actually say, hang on a second, we can't sell you any more wine. This is meant for the export market. So yeah, but we'll have to rethink quite a few things in terms of our marketing.
That's very interesting. I think you're right in that you're saying, especially now when these lockdowns and stuff are lifted, world tourism is going to take a while to actually rebound. So I think local tourism is going to be extremely important for all our tourism-driven businesses.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we spend too much time concentrating on the overseas market. The one thing that we've found every year overseas, talking to people saying, come to South Africa, look at our exchange rate. Our rand is worth nothing, so it must be the cheapest holiday ever. And they would tell me, no, South Africa is actually bloody expensive. And then we did a survey about 2 years ago, coming back from Switzerland, which is extremely expensive. And we did discover that very much of the pricing is aimed at the overseas market and not the local market. And I hope that Corona will now force these people to hang on a second, your primary market should be your local market, and your secondary market, your overseas market.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how things change.
Absolutely.
So your wine journey seems to, I just wanted to ask you something. Do you still make wine? Or have you
I haven't for the past few years. We retired to Jacobsbaai. We've been living here for 3.5 years. We're moving back to Melkbosstrand now. My wife's been suffering from sinusitis since we got here, so that's forcing us back to Melkbosstrand. We've got property there, so then I'll be closer to Cape Town again, and obviously I'll go back to trying to make some more wine aside. I miss that actually.
So your wine journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
Oh, wine is not a destination. Wine is not a destination. It's a journey, and it's a wonderful, wonderful journey of discovery. And the most beautiful thing for me, after having been in it for about 20 years, is there's no end in sight.
No end in sight. I like that. So, Johan, on that note, can you give us your very own wine quote, or your favorite wine quote?
That would probably be it. That wine is not a destination; it's a journey of discovery. And I've just done an article on which will be published soon on Planet Wine, about people who limit their taste to just one wine or just one style. And I find that so, and I don't want to be nasty, but so ignorant with so many wine styles, so many wines out there, that people just limit themselves to one wine or one wine style. Go out there, try new wines. Don't, if you taste a wine you don't like the first taste, don't push the glass away. Try it again. Be open-minded. And the main thing is get to know the basics of wine. Understand what wine is all about, the flavors and the aromas. You'll enjoy it so much more.
Johan, I mean, that's such good advice, and I'm looking forward to reading your new article. So if people want to get hold of you or Planet Wine, where do they find you?
Well, obviously planetwine.co.za. If people want to send me an email, it's wine@iafrica.com. My details are on the website anyway, and I mean it has a Facebook page, and people can just send me a message on the Facebook page. I'm looking forward to lesser known, lesser commercial, unknown wineries contacting me. I'd love to do their stories. I'd love to tell their stories. To me, that's the one thing that I enjoy most.
So Ian, going back to what you were saying in communication, right? I don't think that wineries or wine estates realize they've got such a rich history and so many stories to tell. And it's great that you have the platform for them to tell those stories, because you know, the more you tell your story, the more people engage with you.
Exactly. And you know, to keep secrets in such a competitive industry is stupidity on steroids, as far as I'm concerned. And there's an expensive way of communicating, and there's a more cost-effective way of communicating. Wineries and wine producers should sit down and rethink their marketing mix, and don't discard PR just because some PR companies are very expensive.
I totally agree with you. Johan, it was been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Will.
And yeah, thank you. I will leave links in the description below to Planet Wine and to your Facebook page and your Instagram and everything. And yeah, thank you very much for spending the time. It was enlightening.
Thank you very much, Will, and thank you very much for having me. I really enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, and best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start the show, I need to share something really exciting. It's called the About the Winelands pop-up. And if you want to get your customers excited about your lockdown or online specials, you need to email us right now. Email us at visitthewinelands@gmail.com and add Winelands pop-up to the subject line. Who knows? We might just make you an offer you cannot refuse. That is, visit the winelands@gmail.com. Now, on with the show. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Abigail Bisogno. Abigail is the founder and the owner of the Spice Route in Paarl. Good day, Abigail, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Hi, nice to be here.
Well, it's our pleasure having you. So, Abigail, tell us a little bit about yourself, your history, and how you started the Spice Route.
Okay, so just to let you know that Charles Back is my business partner and my brother in the Spice Route. So we are shareholders and completely joined at the hip when it comes to the Spice Route and make all the decisions collectively. How it all came about, I grew up on Fairview Wine Estate. My parents were Beryl and Cyril Back, and half of the Back family were divided into fashion people and the other were farmers. And I decided to go the fashion route. So I spent 35 years of my life in corporate, primarily in the fashion industry, all with the Fashini Group. And until Charles twisted my arm and said to me, I was actually away overseas on holiday, and I got a call from him, and he said that Seidelberg was coming up for sale right next door to Fairview Wine Estate. And he said that a farmer only has one opportunity in his lifetime to buy the land right next door, his own farm. I think Charles has managed to do it 3 times in his life.
Wow.
I partnered with him in buying Seidelberg, and we then turned it into the Spice Route.
Awesome. When did you start with this? When did this happen?
I left the Fashini Group in 2013, and Charles had already started about the year before. But when I committed myself fully to doing the renovation and the development of the property, we really started to escalate the business and welcome all the artisans on site and renovate. And it's really been an ongoing process. We're still nowhere near where we want to be.
Well, it's already become an institution. So, you know, when a guest arrives there at the Spice Route, tell our listeners what they can experience.
I think probably for me, the most important part of what the Spice Route has to offer is the magnificent views. We really think that many wine farms have got so many attributes, but not many are situated with the absolute view of Table Mountain. And one can see the sun setting at 6 o'clock, and you have a clear view on a good day of Table Mountain, which is quite a spectacular sight. Other than that, we've got wide open spaces, which I think is going to become more and more relevant as we go into this unknown future. We've got 3 restaurants, we've got wine tasting, we've got a chocolate factory, we've got CBC breweries, we've got Red Hot Glass, we've got My Gift Store, we've got Brenda's Delicatessen. So there's endless opportunity for everybody to do something that suits their palate or their lifestyle. But for me, the most important is the natural beauty of the situation and the value that it finds itself in.
Yeah, I just can't believe it. It's also a family destination, right?
I think that's really what we try to capitalize on. We've put a kiddies playground there as well, and I'm hoping to do more of that. It's all natural. We encourage families, we encourage the kids to run around. I particularly love to hear the sound of happy children. They're outside, they're in nature, and that's the way we want to keep it. We want to make the children feel as free as possible. There are no restrictions on their movements. They're welcome in every venue, as are dogs. So it's really all about a family outing. We've got magnificent trails, cycling trails, walking trails, hiking trails. And I think this is something that we're going to build on going forward, because I think after being stuck inside for so long, the most important thing is to get out there and exercise and be with your family in fresh air.
Oh, we saw that on the first day the lockdown ended. I mean,
Yes.
I still hear it every morning between 6 and 9. The dogs in the street barking the cars, right? So because
It's
everybody's
really,
outside.
it's a first. In my neighborhood, I've never seen so many people out and about.
People that never walked are now walking. All right. So tell us about the 3 restaurants you have at your venue. I mean, they sound great.
They are. I think we've tried to position them so that they all offer something different to everybody. So we've got the Barley and Biltong, which is primarily a family restaurant where we have burgers, the best chips in Cape Town, and a grilled chicken is a new offering, grilled veg, and we have beautiful trestle tables where people can just join, and there's lots of space, so we'll be able to space them out in the future, and very casual, very relaxed. And then we have the Wilderers, which is the main dish is an unbelievable value for money pizza, and it's situated right under the oaks, very, very popular because of the way it looks and all the very old oak trees that are there. People love to sit under there in summertime, also very family orientated. And then we've got a slightly more sophisticated restaurant called Jewel, which is for the more sophisticated palate. However, this lockdown period has given us lots of opportunity to reassess all our offerings, all our menus. I think we're going to go even more family and encourage people to use our lawns. We have lots of lawns on the Spice Route, which we've always tried to keep pristine, but we're going to be less anal about that and allow people to spread out and have almost a slightly kind of a picnic offering going forward as well.
Well, that's awesome. I think that you're right. People will be don't want to be cramped into small spaces for a while.
No, I think there's going to be probably a restriction on that, and there's going to be a personal feeling from people that they don't want to be on top of others.
I agree. So something different I also saw there is the distillery. So I'd love to hear more about that.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of, but Wilderers originated, they right at the gates on the way to Franschhoek of the new Val de Vie exit or entrance. And the original starter of it came from Germany. He was Mr. Wilderer. He unfortunately has passed away. But his son, Christian, has taken, and his late father had a passion for grappa. So we've got a grappa in a beautiful old copper still that is made on Spice Route. And then they've added an extremely successful product, which is their gin range. And I think a lot of people that are listening will know that Wilderer's gin is really, really very popular. So we offer the pizza restaurant in the front, and then you walk through to the back, and there is a whole tasting room. And just before lockdown, we were about to upgrade the tasting room for them as well, and try and do a slightly more family one downstairs, a private one, and upstairs enhance that. So those are all the things we're going to have to reassess again, depending on how we go forward.
Okay, awesome. The other thing that you offer is a bunch of tastings there. They all look and sound awesome. And you have this tasting passport where people can, can almost taste for a year or something.
Yes, you can taste with it. You don't have to do all your tastings in one go. We've got the chocolate tasting, we've got the wine tasting, we've got the ice cream tasting. So there's a lot on there, the gin tasting that we offer, and it's a fantastic corporate gift. So a lot of our Christmas party people that come and book for their companies buy the passport as a gift to their staff, and then the staff can use it at their own discretion over a period of time. It's very good value for money, and it encourages people to come back. And when you've had your tasting, we stamp it so we know, okay, you've had your chocolate, or you've had your ice cream, or you've had your wine, and then you come back and your beer, you come back and you do your tastings at your leisure. It's extremely popular.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, what a great idea for gifts for your staff, right? So talking about that, I see you do a lot of advertising for year-end functions and stuff like that.
Yes.
Do you offer any
Yes.
other functions or events? Is this
You
something
know,
you're going to expand?
I chatted to Charles in preparation for this interview because I always like to get his input. And really, the two of us sort of looked at each other and said, you know what, we'll do anything. We're happy to really host anything at this point. I think we have so many interesting venues on the farm. We were actually going to do a few more this year, but I think that will have to wait for next year now. I think time will run out by the time we reopen. We're happy to accommodate anybody. We've done all sorts of, we do launches, we do office parties, we do birthday parties, but I think we feel there's opportunity for us to really do more, and I particularly enjoy setting up functions. I love to do flowers from a personal point of view. So anything, we're happy to accommodate anybody and anything.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
Well, I think you're touching on this all the time, but the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models, right? So what other new ideas have you got in mind besides, do you have anything new that we can expect from? Oh, tell us. Yeah, I'd love to hear.
I think we've got, well, I'm not going to disclose what was on plan. We had some really interesting things before, which was basically looking at more children's activities, but I'm not quite sure where our partners stand on that, but they were extremely exciting. I think how we're feeling at the moment is that we want to integrate a lot of our business together and make them more powerful as a team. So encourage a lot of pairing with our wine now. So encourage maybe the restaurant Jewel to help with more charcuterie platters, come up with some interesting dishes to go with interesting wines. Charles launched a natural wine called Obscura that's made in the Spice Route cellar in Malmesbury. It's made in a quevery underground. It's an absolute natural wine. So we're very much leaning towards being more natural, being more authentic. So we're thinking, well, we've already started a vegetable garden, and our restaurants draw on that and use it. So we ask the chefs, what are your particular vegetables or herbs that you like, and seasonally, and then we plant it for them. I think that's something that we feel we must grow, and so we'd be more farm to table, more seasonal dishes, so the menu will change according to the season. As the corona has hit and the silence on the farm has fallen, so has the natural life on the farm come into its own. There are more birds, there are more squirrels, there are more mice, and the flowers and the vegetables have absolutely flourished. I mean, it's just been the most amazing thing to see. As deathly quiet, the earth has really started to move in the silence. So we had this abundance of vegetables that nobody was using. We gave the farm laborers the first choice. They weren't crazy about aubergine or beetroot. So what we've been doing with the excess vegetables from the farm, I have gone through and picked up every week crates of fresh vegetables and delivered it to Ladles of Love, which is an organization in Cape Town that cooks for the homeless. I think they started with 2,000 meals a week. They're now in excess of 30,000 meals a week. So awesome. We've been giving them support. Charles opened a soup kitchen on Fairview. also drawing from all our natural resources and feeding the homeless in the neighborhood. But that's something that I think we can, because of the success and the way that the soil on Spice Street seems to just be kind to the vegetables and the flowers, is to capitalize on that and to just maybe then do a vegetable market once a month or once a week, depending how big we go. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that have come out of this time where you have had time to reflect and to think how you're going to survive economically past lockdown.
Yeah, I can. That sounds awesome. Abigail, more on a personal note, from changing careers from fashion to hospitality and this. Well, this must have been. How hard was that?
I think it was pretty hard, to be honest. It was always something that lingered in the back of my mind, that I couldn't live on the treadmill for the rest of my life, and that I would like to have a second career, because I literally went into the Fashini group and spent 35 years with them. And I felt that you do have a little bit of a sell-by date in the fashion industry, although I'm still absolutely passionate about the industry and about fashion. But I always had this sort of lifestyle was taking over from fashion, that it became more important to enhance the way you live, the way you fill your home, the way you decorate, the way you eat. So for me, that was always something that was at the back of my mind. So I think this has afforded me the opportunity to follow a direction that I'm equally passionate about, but to sort of go from being a clock watcher, treadmill, running all the time, to a slightly more kinder pace took a bit of adjusting.
I can believe that. In terms of how did you come up with the idea for the spice route? Where did that come from?
I think that was, I've got to give Charles the credit for that. You know, he's a great thinker, and he's an innovator. He comes up with these concepts, and I bought into it immediately, and it just evolved from there. To be honest, I'll give Charles the credit.
Okay, so I mean, you now have a Winelands journey. So what can you tell us? What's the most important thing that you've learned from your Winelands journey?
I think volatility. I think, and I suppose in any business, I mean, I can't make it specifically to Winelands, but I think so many elements affect you. And you've got to learn to be able to ride that wave. I mean, we've had the drought, which put off all our, we've got a large tourist market, and that was very hard. And then now we've got the virus. You know, so there's always something, and if you need to just be tough and strong and manage your way through it and stay positive, because negativity is probably the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like I say, there's opportunity lurking everywhere, and you just need to find the best. So
you just got to find your way out of it, and you've got to adapt and change your business model. If you're stuck in your business model and the world is changing at such a rapid pace around you, you're going to get left behind.
Absolutely. So Abigail,
yeah.
I need to push you for your favorite wine quote.
Oh, I got prepared that one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm going to quote Mr. Charles back.
Okay.
So I said to Charles, because I'll tell you mine afterwards, but Charles says, a day without wine is a day without sunshine.
That's awesome.
So that was his quote. I don't have a quote, but what I often say is, I'm not a wine expert by any means, but I sure do know how to drink wine.
Well, that's good enough, right? I mean, that's
absolutely
wine is
no
made
question.
for enjoyment.
Correct.
So, how do if people want to get hold of the Spice Route, want to get hold of you? Do you have anything going on at the moment? Is everything closed down?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
think
yeah.
we've got a very comprehensive website, so people are welcome to visit our website. And then we've got a fabulous campaign that's running on Instagram at the moment. So to stay alive during lockdown and to stay in touch with our consumers, we have done a campaign celebrating all our artists or our artisans on the Spice Route. So I've done one about how I go about designing and making pottery with some of the people that I work with. And we've just had Charles Duplessis, who's the winemaker from Spice Route. He's just done one on the new Obscura wine. And then this week we're going to launch with Brenda's Deli. So people must visit Spice Route Destination on Instagram, and they will be able to follow us. All our contact details and everything are on our website. And yeah, we're hoping to be as open as soon as possible.
Okay, that's awesome. I'll put all the links down in the description and everything. And yeah, that's
Perfect.
great. Abigail,
Yes, lots of activity.
Well, it's great. I mean, it's proven, and you would know this from your fashion days, that, during recessions and bad times, brands that keep on advertising are the ones that not only survive, but they're the ones that thrive. So you need to keep yourself in the minds of the customer. Yeah.
Correct. And stay in touch. I think people, the interesting thing is even our old posts and have picked up. So people are at home sitting and looking for information and trying to engage with brands that they're fond of. So there's been a lot of engagement with our customers and loyal followers.
Well, that's interesting. Have you found that social media has become more important in your business over time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Charles did a fantastic campaign for Fairview on wine sales online. You can go and have a look at it. And there's just been such it's just a lot of fun. I mean, he always puts a fun element into it. So there's been a lot of engagement. It's been very important during lockdown.
I love their April Fool's campaigns over the years. I don't know. It's been so good, right?
I was one of the fools.
Oh, my word. Abigail, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and good luck with everything. And thank you
so
for
much.
spending the time. We really appreciate it.
Well, I hope you're going to come and visit when we are allowed to have a glass of wine on the lawn.
Absolutely. I won't miss it for the world. I wanted to see
Okay,
that
I'll
beautiful
hold
table
you to
mountain.
that.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every week for our latest episode. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Before we start today's show, I really need your attention. As you know, the South African wine industry is in dire straits, and this is because of the lockdown and the alcohol ban. We are urging everyone listening to support the Save SA Wine campaign. Please join our Facebook group .com/groups/Save SA Wine, and also please share all posts on social media with the hashtag Save SA Wine. If you are a business in the wine industry, we invite you to share a video explaining how the lockdown ban is impacting your business and how many jobs are at risk. We are doing our 50th podcast next week, and we are dedicating this podcast
to the Save SA Wine. All videos submitted before Monday evening will be featured in the podcast. All the details are in the group. This is all videos submitted before Monday evening, the 3rd of August. So please don't delay, submit your videos as soon as you can. The group, again, facebook.com/groups/Save SA Wine. And now, on with the show. Good day, everybody, and welcome to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Ken Forrester of Ken Forrester Wines. Ken, thank you for joining us, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Thanks, Will. Thanks very much for getting us online here. It's always, so much going on, and at the same time, it's kind of we're standing behind a screen with everything shut down.
Amazing world we live in, right? I always said we can travel internationally because anywhere in the world is just a flight away, and that's been not true lately.
It's terrible. I have a daughter who lives overseas currently, and just the thought that I can't get to see her is horrible. It's really terrible.
Yeah, we've
the longest I've been in my life without seeing my child. It's not a great feeling, I promise you.
No, it's totally horrible, and it just shows how quickly life can change and how many things we take for granted, right? That we shouldn't have.
Totally.
Ken, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry?
Well, it was kind of, I suppose, in hindsight, looking back on it, was probably one great big fortunate mistake. I don't know. I started, finished high school, I went and studied hotel management, and I wanted to get aboard the Union Castle lines. I wanted to get on board. I thought that would be the nicest way to be able to do it. And shortly, kind of at about that time, we were totally boycotted and there were no more liners coming to South Africa. So it meant emigrating. And I had my whole family here, which didn't seem like such a good idea to leave the country. So I went and worked for Southern Sun Hotels. I worked in hotels, and then from hotels, I went into my own restaurant. I went and joined a friend in a restaurant, took on this restaurant. Crazy 21-year-old starting a restaurant or taking into a restaurant in Johannesburg. And then within about 4 or 5 years, we had a couple of restaurants running and we had more things going on. And then I joined up with Marc Guibert, and he had Ile-de-France in Johannesburg, and we had a partnership going with La Bastille. And with these restaurants running, we came down to the Cape, my wife and I, to a wedding. A friend of ours getting married down here in the Winelands. And I took my wife around and showed her all the producers that we were buying from. Because in those days, you were buying from a wine producer, you couldn't just pick up the phone and they delivered. It didn't work like that. Each winery put their wine on the train themselves. We didn't have the kind of distribution network 40 years ago that you've got today. And so unless you were buying from Distillers Corporation or Stellenbosch Farmers Winery, and then you were getting the very humdrum kind of just the middle of the road kind of wines, and I wanted estate wines. And people like Spier and Baxberg, for example, wouldn't ship their wine together because they were scared you were going to steal each other's clients or something. I'm not sure, but that's how far back it was. And I showed my wife this property. We were actually talking to him, Jannie Engelbrecht at Rust and Vrede, and he said, man, there's a farm down the road here towards the coast. But he said, met daai Bobbejaans grond, hier sal nooit Cabernet kan groei. And we came and had a look at this farm, and it was all Chenin Blanc mainly, with a little bit of Syrah and some Cinsault, and actually some Sauvignon Blanc as well. And so we had a look at this place, and it was on the market. It was for sale. And I said to my wife, with all the chaos going on in Joburg, we, in our one restaurant downtown Johannesburg, had just had 18 of our windows shot. March, one of the last marches before the elections. And so we semigrated. We bought this property on a public auction, 50 hectares of Stellenbosch, situated between Stellenbosch, right underneath the Helderberg, on the way to the coast, on the way to Somerset West. And we are literally halfway. We're 10 kilometers to Stellenbosch and 10 kilometers to Somerset West. And this 50 hectares, as I said, was planted largely to Sauvignon Blanc. I made the very first vintage. I took about 2.7 tons of Sauvignon Blanc to Mike Dobrovich in 1994. And Mike very kindly pressed it, and I got some barrels. I got some secondhand white barrels from Hempy's to Toy, and Kevin Arnold, who had a partnership making Chardonnay with those barrels. So we took this Sauvignon Blanc and we fermented it in barrel in 1994. And the first wine I made was a couple of 100 cases of Blanc Fumé, made by Mike Dobovich and myself. And then the following year, we spoke to Martin Meinert, who was a good friend of mine. He was the winemaker at Vergelegen, but he had a winery that he wasn't using. Can you imagine somebody just happens to have a spare winery? Well, that was Martin. He was working at Vergelegen and he had his own cellar and vineyards in Devon Valley. And basically, I wanted to rent his cellar, so I rented space in his cellar and then took my grapes there and started making wine there. And Kathy Marshall had just finished her training and she was working at Vergelegen with Martin, and Kathy came on and she was our very first winemaker. So it's been an incredible time. If you look back over 25 years of where we started, and today we produce about 1 million bottles of wine and we market in about 40 countries around the world. Half of our production is here in South Africa, in restaurants mainly, and then the balance is all offshore and in mainly restaurants there as well. A little bit of stuff in liquor stores, but no really big supermarket stuff. So we've always looked to kind of produce great wines. We don't buy in grapes. We try and farm, or we try and get leases on other people's land, and we'll farm that land. We've got the most fantastic viticultural team headed up by Peter Rousseau. And we farm their property and then negotiate to buy their fruit from them at ruling market prices. But that way we guaranteed quality from the fruit all the way through. So that, in a nutshell, is what we do. We've got 3 ranges today. We've got our real popular, easy drinking, everyday petit range. And that petit range includes Sauvignon Blanc, Chenin Blanc, Chardonnay, Rosé. There's an off-dry white, and we call it our natural sweet. And there's a Pinotage and a Cabernet. And that, you know, I think everybody wants everyday wine. And for me, our petit range is quite simply my 100-point wines. Those are the 100-point wines, because when you've had that tough kind of day and you get home and you reach into the fridge and you pull out a bottle and you pour yourself a glass and you have a sip of that wine and you go, yo, nice. That's as good as it gets. What did you want more than nice? That's 100 points right there. And so for me, it's really critical to get good quality in that bottle, and, you know, retailing that at around 60 Rand a bottle, I think is right within reach for many, many, many people as an everyday wine. And then we have our reserve range, which is slightly older vineyards mainly, and barrel fermented, and a little more time spent in the cellar, maybe a whole year before we launch and release those wines. In case of the red wines, the Renegade and the Merlot, we're looking at 2 years before release. So the wine's already got a little bit of age on them. They've spent time in oak. They're richer, softer, riper. And then finally, we have specific single vineyard parcels of wine for things like Gypsy, FMC, our flagship wine, FMC, which we've been making now with our 2019 vintage FMC, is our 20th vintage of making FMC. And when Martin and I made that wine, Martin's a member of the Cape Independent Winemakers Guild, and that wine went into the guild auction, the very first vintage of that wine in 2001, I think. The vintage wine, the wine was 2000 vintage, and we sold it in 2001 on the auction. And we sold that wine on auction for 160 Rand a bottle in 2001. And that was the same price as Anthony Hamilton Russell was getting for his Chardonnay. So it was a monster price. It was huge. And I decided, well, if we're going to sell it on auction for that price, then we've got to be brave enough to take it to the market at that price. And we had a launch in Johannesburg at my restaurant. I still had a restaurant up there. My partner had a restaurant that kept Gatrell's. And Mike Fridgen said to me, you know, that's a very stiff price for Chenin Blanc. And my argument to him was, it's a good price for white wine. That's a great price for great white wine. I think that's very fair. I think I'm quite happy to pay that money for a great bottle of white wine. Why wouldn't anybody else? And I have to say that just with kind of as a product of inflation, that wine today sells at about 550 rand a bottle retail, and we sell every bottle we make. If I could produce double, we would sell it all. We sell out of that wine. We've been out of that wine in most markets now for nearly 3 months. And we don't rush the next vintage. If we're out of stock, I'm afraid we're out of stock. It just takes that long. It's hand harvested. It's selections through the vineyard. You know, before the drought cycle started about 5 years ago, we would do 4 or 5 selections in the vineyard. And now we currently, in this kind of drought cycle, had to be a little more choosy, a little more picky. And it might require 10 selections through the vineyard. And each selection might be 3 or 4 days apart or a week apart. And all of that fruit, that whatever we pick, if it's just a barrel's worth or 2 barrels or 4 barrels, all of that gets made separately. It's all fermented in barrel in 400-liter French oak. And it's all wild yeast ferment. I mean, I love the kind of concept that everybody's jumping on, that's natural wine bandwagon. I mean, we've been using wild yeasts for 25 years.
Wow.
That's what we do. We didn't know you could. It's just, we've been playing this game with wild yeast and going through mallow in barrel and yeah, we use a bit of sulfur, but it's kind of smart. It keeps the wine clean and stuff like that. We're very cautious with our sulfur levels. We keep them as low as possibly. And we use absolutely 0 sulfur prior to moving the wine for its first racking. So right through fermentation, etc., there's no sulfur on that wine. And yeah, the FMC has really been a wonderful, wonderful kind of project. And, you know, I said to Martin Meinert when we started out, I said, Marty, why can't we make the best white wine in the world? He said, yo, you know, maybe your kids, maybe in 20 years' time. I said, why should it take 20 years? Why can't we approach that and set about doing it? And I truly believe that we've kind of established an icon after 20 years. And, you know, I have that FMC in top restaurants around the world. It's in London, New York, Paris, even in Paris, believe it or not, on restaurant lists. It's in great wine stores around the world. And it has a huge following. I have private clients who buy that wine. We have a client in Aspen who buys 5 cases every kind of November. He tells me, look, don't take offense here, but this is my kind of everyday Montrachet. Well, he's paying us a bottle. If that's what you're happy, you know, I'm happy. It suits you. I wish I could get $60 for it, but that's what it becomes in retail America. So, yeah, it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. What can I say? Well, 25 years later. And to keep myself slightly insane, we constantly have other projects on the go all the time. We make some wine from Pickenierskloof. We've got some Chenin Blanc from Pickenierskloof, which is a vineyard planted in 1959, a little bushvine vineyard. And there what we did was we applied all the natural principles of kind of hands-off winemaking, very minimal interference. And what we do there to make it just a little more tricky and even crazier is each release of that wine is simply denoted by 1, 2, 3. So right now we're busy building the blend for the 3rd release of the wine, no vintage. And in fact, the wine in the bottle is a blend of 5 vintages in this 3rd release. And if you think of all of the champagne that you've ever drunk, most of that champagne, 99%, might have been non-vintage, in which case it was a blend of somewhere between 3 and 10 vintages. But nobody bats an eyelid. Champagne to champagne, you don't even think back how many vintages are in this. You don't think to look for the vintage unless you're specifically looking at vintage champagne, but you need lots of money for that. And so have a non-vintage white wine from a single vineyard made up of between 3 and 5 vintages each year, and all wild yeast barrel fermented, old neutral barrels. When I say old barrels, 10-year-old barrels, there's no hint of oak on the wine. The barrels are simply vessels which allow for nice gentle oxidation and good settling because of the oxygen protein kind of alignment that takes place. So we do that. We make a bit of Sanso every year just to kind of keep the staff right up to the people who sit in debtors and accounts and logistics. we make a wine each year where I say to them, what would you like to make this year? And I'll go and source the grapes, and that could be Pinot Noir, it could be Sanso, it could be, what have we made, Gewürztraminer. And we kind of go and get the grapes, we de-stalk, little hand de-stalking, and when you work out how long it takes to hand de-stalk half a ton of grapes, you never want to do it again. It's so serious, it's hard work. And then we'll crush the fruit and ferment it right here in the cellar, open bins or in a small tank, and then press that off with a little hand press and into barrel if it needs to go into barrel, and set it up, and that becomes a little kind of fun for the staff. That's the wine that they made each year. So we constantly have new projects and new things going on. It's wonderful. We do special wines for little groups. Frank Dangereau with the food barn wanted some Syrah, and he came and had a look at our Syrah, and we kind of produced, we have various Syrah vineyards that we make from, and he said, but he, kind of likes the idea of a classical French styled Syrah, more Rhônish, kind of slightly wilder, less kind of berry fruit. So we gave him some samples of both styles, and it ended up he took both. So, we constantly kind of fiddle about and make stuff. And that's what we really love doing. I've got an assistant in the cellar, a youngster by the name of Sean Matesa. And Sean went through agricultural college here in Stellenbosch. He's been with us now for 6 years. And Sean is just the most wonderful, wonderful youngster. He's taking over more and more of the winemaking and got his own projects going now. So every day is fun and exciting. There's always something new going on.
So Ken, I have a problem now because you've been so passionate about the wine, and when you talked about the 100 points and you haven't stopped, I need a glass of wine now, and I think everybody listening to this need a glass of wine, and most of us can't get any. So,
and this is the reason that those people have wine cellars, just in case there's going to be a lockdown. And people, build yourself a little cellar under the stairs, net while you will, but let's get some wine in stock.
I think that's right. We need to encourage people to stock up and make sure they have a cellar that's stocked. I mean, no decent person should not have a stocked wine cellar. Ken, where does I'm very interested. I mean, you're so passionate. Where does this Ken Forrester passion come from?
Well, I don't know. I've always had this kind of passion for food and for wine. My biggest kind of bugbear in the restaurant industry was to try and find good, consistent beef. So we would talk to our butcher and we'd have the most magnificent sirloin. And then there'd be a big rugby match that weekend, and the next week the sirloin was terrible. I'd say to him, what happened to the sirloin? No, he doesn't know. No, he didn't hang it or whatever. Then I kind of started digging into this, and the beef industry in South Africa is very interesting because we don't have a grading system that tells us about what actual breed of beef. So we don't know. The grading system from the state abattoirs doesn't tell you this is Angus or, what the dairy farmer's just gone out of business. So he sold all of his old Jersey cows, and the Jersey cows go through the abattoir. So we're getting meat with big yellow fats on it. We don't understand what that is. How did that change? Well, there's no recognition of the different breeds through the abattoirs. So it becomes very, very difficult to get consistent beef. And eventually what we did was, about 10 years ago, I spoke to a vet who was a professor here at Stellenbosch University of animal husbandry, specifically bovine animal husbandry, cattle, getting mommy cows pregnant. That's his business. That's what he does best. And I was chatting to him about a little piece of land we had down here, which was not suitable for vineyard. And I said I was looking for high value beef because, Stellenbosch is expensive land. You can't just put trolleys on it. So he said, well, what about we go for some Wagyu? And I said, that would be an excellent idea. How do we do that? So we had to import embryos. So we bring embryos in frozen in nitrogen, and then you get some surrogate cows, some mommy cows, and you get these cows all cycled and into their kind of phases, whatever. And he comes along, inserts the embryos, and the embryo takes 9 months. The gestation period is 9 months. And after 9 months, you have 100% Wagyu cow. Remember, an embryo is not artificial insemination. An embryo is it's already a fertilized egg. So it's a Wagyu egg, fertilized Wagyu sperm. And that embryo is 100% Wagyu, even though it's carried in an Angus cow, for example.
So
Interesting.
after 9 months, your cows are born and you've got Wagyu beef. And 10 years later, we're now producing Wagyu beef with the brand Cape Wagyu. And we now have consistent beef. It took me 40 years to get there.
Do you have to keep on importing the embryos, or can you start building your own herd eventually, or doesn't it work that way?
Well, for different bloodlines, we can bring in embryos because we want to kind of have a variety of bloodlines. We don't want to repeat the same bloodlines. So yeah, just from a genetic point of view, it's good. It's healthy to have some different bloodlines coming in. But generally what we're doing is we are now putting our bulls to our own cows and producing our own Wagyu from locally produced Cape Wagyu. Yep.
Interesting. So, yeah, well, I didn't even know this. Every day you learn something. Can your estate is it's such a nice place. What can you experience when visiting you guys?
You know what we try to do? We had a tour operator phone us up and say, you know, guys, you want to bring buses there, but your gates are too narrow and you need to trim all your trees. And I said to him, no, maybe you must get smaller buses because we don't really want big buses. We can't accommodate 40 people jumping off a bus all at once. We're a much, much smaller kind of place and we want to stay that way. So we've got a tasting lounge, which is set up with some tables and chairs, with a little bar area, with some couches, settees, with little lounge areas. So it's a whole mishmash of different environment that you can come in and get comfortable. We also have the most wonderful outside seating area under the trees, wonderful old oak trees. And you're sitting right next to this Verfmeer, this old-fashioned Verfmeer with a tinkling fountain next to you. And we try and treat people in a very personable and genteel kind of way. We try and look after them. We provide cheese platters. And obviously we provide some Wagyu biltong and Wagyu droborst. So there's this little selection of knickknacks of food, not specifically a meal, but we use exclusively Dalewood cheeses. And we put out a cheese platter with homemade biscuits and maybe bread. And we offer you various different kind of tailor-made tastings where we would say to you, this is the Shannon 101 tasting, the Shannon Masterclass tasting. This is the best of both worlds tasting with some reds and some whites. You know, so there's a whole lot of options. And we happily open bottles and taste virtually anything we have in stock here. And, you know, kind of people say, oh, you can't taste that. That's our most expensive wine. Imagine if Ferrari said you can't test drive our cars. How would they sell them? You know,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
As far as I'm concerned, it's all available for tasting. You know, come in and taste, come in and feel welcome. And there are people who, you know, under normal circumstances, before government shut us down, there are people who want to just come and sit here and have a bottle of wine, have a glass of wine and a cheese platter, because it's a great place just to sit under the trees. We've got 6 dogs, a variety of shapes and sizes, kind of 3 of them ex-animal welfare, 3 little local Jack Russells, and then the rest kind of all mishmash. So the dogs are welcoming and friendly. It's just a nice environment. We want you to feel comfortable when you come here.
Wow, that sounds wonderful. First you made me want to have a glass of wine, and now you made me hungry. So I'm scared to ask you the next question, and that is, you're also selling champagne in your wine lounge. Can you tell us a bit more about that? That's quite interesting.
Well, you know, like they say, a lot of business is done on the golf course and in bars. Well, we used to go to many, many years ago, I'm doing 23, 24 years ago. Every year, our distributor in the UK, which was Oddbins, which in those days was the premium distributor of clever wine, of interesting wine in the UK, they had nearly 400 stores, and buyer was a fellow called Steve Daniel, who probably has the best palate that I've ever come across in my life. The man is an unbelievable taster. And they used to have a show every year, which was just a wonderful show at the Park Lane Hotel in the ballroom right on Hyde Park.
I know exactly where that is. Yeah, nice place.
Number 1 Park Lane, right next door to the Mini and BMW dealers down there.
That's right.
And we go down there, and I'd fly in the night before, land that morning, take my suitcase straight to the show, get off the tube, and then walk from Marble Arch or whatever, straight in there with my suitcase, set up on my stand, and meet all the mates that you met last year. Then that Saturday night was a big party, a big event, dinner and a party, normally a dance at a big event.
And then the next day you'd arrive feeling slightly worse for wear. And the guys next to me were Bilkart champagne. And I was feeling slightly worse for wear. And I said to the fellow, do you mind if I have some champagne, please? This is 9 o'clock in the morning, as one does. And he poured me this little 1 centimeter splash. And I looked at him and I said, that's seriously not going to work. Where I come from, we need a glass of champagne. Oh, South Africa, we don't have representation. So I said, well, that we can talk about, but let's get some champagne going first. So we had a sip of champagne, we had a chat, and long story short is I ended up being the importer and representative for Bilkart Salmon and have been for the last 22, 23 years. And
Amazing.
it's the most delicious champagne, the most wonderful philosophy behind it all. It's in the same family since 1818. It's now in the 8th generation of the same family, the Bilkart family. And the legend is that Francois Bilkart married Elizabeth Salmon for her vineyards. She had the most unbelievable blanc de blanc vineyards. And the two families will never agree because they both think each other married each other for each other's vineyards. So it's a wonderful kind of French story. But
Typical champagne story, right? I think these guys invent these stories to sell their champagne. I've read so many of these stories, and then you find out later on these are actually these stories were invented as a marketing ploy.
You know, and it works.
Yes, of course.
You can't knock it. It works. And you know, their champagnes. What I love about their champagnes is that you know you don't feel that searing acidity. The balance on their wine is just magnificent. And they recently, about 6 or 7 years ago, decided to increase the size of their cellar and their production. And they took in a partner, and they asked their bank to issue some kind of B shares and to raise capital. And one buyer, one person took a whole batch. He said, right, that's it. And his guy, Mr. Frey, and Frey also has a Bordeaux vineyard and a Rhone vineyard. He's got Chateau Bechevel in Bordeaux. He's now got a share in the kind of recapitalizing of Bilkart, and he's dying to buy the whole place. And he also owns the place down in the Rhone. So they really are in good company. They make wonderful, wonderful wine. They were at a champagne dinner, and Francois Bilkart, who's just about retired now, he's about 80 years old. He still goes in every morning. And his father used to go in until he was a ripe old age every day. And he says he was at a champagne producer's dinner sitting next to a big, prominent brand. And this guy from this brand was telling him about how much money they've spent on packaging and marketing and advertising. And Francois said, that's really strange because we just spend our money on grapes, on the best fruit we can buy. And that's their philosophy. That's how they think. Yeah, and it works. I mean,
Ken, I think you just said something that most businesses forget. The best money you can spend is on the quality of your product. That's where it should start, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It couldn't be any other way.
And I think this comes right through just the way you're speaking about your philosophy in business and your philosophy in wine and your philosophy in beef. You realize that the quality of your ingredients and the quality of your product is ultimately the thing that matters most. So that's very nice to hear.
Well, you know, I put my name on the thing, and I thought that was a good idea because the farm was called Skoltsenhof when we bought this place. Now, I think that's a difficult name to market. Skoltsenhof, you know.
Yeah, it just sounds like debt as well. Or you never get out of debt with that name. You don't get out of debt and you don't get out of the court. So that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that was the moeilijk. And I thought to myself, at least I haven't been to jail yet, so maybe Forrester can work, because I know a lot of people from my restaurant days, and maybe that's what we'll do. So we called it Ken Forrester Wines, just for lack of inspiration, I suppose. We should have been smarter than that. But at the end of the day, with your name on the bottle, you've actually got to want to drink the wine yourself. And frankly, I will drink every one of the wines that I make. And I really would back them because based on the fact that we produce that fruit, and I've got really smart viticulture, and we work really hard on viticulture and getting balance in the vineyards. You know, we've looked at organic farming and we've looked at all kind of production methods. And we farm with no herbicides, no insecticides. Absolutely, you know, if we have to go through and spray anything that's as natural as possible, we use sulfur, obviously, to control leaves and stuff like that. But really, it's as clean as we can. We use ducks to control snails. We bring in our ducklings at the moment are busy nesting. They're on eggs, and we're just waiting for them now to hatch those eggs out, and we get all those babies going. And we should get to about 60 ducks. It's what we look for each season. And then we train those ducks. Once we've grown them up a little bit and fed them up for about a month, they get a stable to themselves with some infrared lights and lots of crushed millies. And then we put a little plank with some crushed maize up the plank onto the back of a little trailer behind a quad bike. And they walk up this plank onto this trailer, and we take them down to the bottom of the farm and then lead them back every day. And we drop them off in a different part of the farm every day, and they walk back. And as they walk back, they scavenge, and they literally eat anything that moves. They are our deadly ducks. I mean, these guys clean the vineyard up for us. They take out all the insect growth, which is just fantastic. Great.
Wow, that's an amazing story. Ken, something else, you know, we talked a little bit about the lockdown, and the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you have any new ideas or changes in mind?
Sorry, well, new ideas in terms of what, marketing, selling wine? You know, at the moment, we're all literally in the same boat. We're very engaged in Zoom calls and stuff like that with our overseas clients, just on the telephone with our overseas clients, talking to them, being in touch with them, trying to keep them going. But they have the same problem. Their restaurants are all shut down.
Yeah.
So the demand has tapered off remarkably. I mean, there's really, sadly, the demand has fallen tragically. So we're desperately kind of trying to keep things going, keep things burning. In the local market, it's terribly difficult because people can order wine and they can't get it. And with the last lockdown, we sold a lot of wine online. And then when opened up, of course, we needed the courier companies to come to the party to get the deliveries done. We try to do all of our local deliveries here. I mean, I filled my car 3 times a day and drove to Cape Town and to Simonstown and to Cape Point and all around. I delivered myself. I mean, all of us were driving around with our cars laden, 60, 70 cases of wine in your car. But to get to Joburg and stuff like that, we needed couriers, and we were let down terribly by our courier company. So sadly, we disappointed a few folk. It was just, I mean, and unfortunately, I hear it happened to a lot of the wine industry. So, you know, just getting your stock out after lockdown is going to once again be a bottleneck. You know, it's very tricky, very difficult. We obviously staying in touch. It's hard to do tastings because people don't have wine, you can't get stock to them. We were hoping to release and launch our Gypsy, which was now delayed because we wanted to send out a bottle to press and interested people and influencers. And at the same time, there's a wonderful, wonderful dish which actually comes from that part of France, which cassoulet from the south of France, from Carcassonne, which is just sort of near the Loire Valley, and near the Rhone Valley, sorry. And we wanted to cook up a cassoulet from a recipe that we used to use in our restaurants and send out a cassoulet and a Gypsy. And what could be nicer than baking your cassoulet and sitting down with a bottle of Gypsy and then talking about it, except that we can't send the wine out. So yeah, it's restrictive, it's tough. And you know, it's really tough on staff. We've got to try and maintain and keep our staff employed and try and keep people going. And you know, the knock-on effect is what really worries me. You know, if you lay somebody off, you're laying off the breadwinner of a family. It's not one person out of work, it's 5 people out of food. And you know, government hasn't given us a lot of support. We've got TERS now until the middle of August, which obviously we're claiming on behalf of our staff. We're doing what we can there. But at some stage with without income, we're going to have a discussion with maybe asking people to temporary layoff for 3 months, or get them in to work and just pay them for the hours that they work. But it's incredibly difficult for the industry. And the bad news that really worries me is that with this big fall in demand, we've had a great vintage. 2020 was a good vintage. 2021, with wonderful winter rainfall and a nice cold winter, looks like another good vintage coming. We've got a lot of fruit and a lot of juice, and everybody is sitting on tanks and full tanks.
Yeah.
Most people, when I say everybody, I think majority of the industry is sitting on full tanks. We've seen bulk wine prices, which we kind of give us an indication of the state of the market. We've seen prices slipping by 30%.
Wow.
You know, we're now just starting to prune and looking towards next year's harvest with tanks that are still full. And I just feel terrible about what is going to happen to the growers. How are they going to sell their fruit? If the prices fall 30%, it'll knock farmers off the land.
Yeah, this is true. So yeah, there's hard times coming. Yeah. So Ken, talking about this, I mean, this year has been a very, I mean, I think people probably learn more this year about themselves than any year before. But what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
And what's the most important thing we've learned? You know, I think you kind of don't burn your bridges.
Yeah.
You know, you want to sell wine to somebody. If they don't want your wine today, just stick around. You got to wait a while. Maybe they'll take your wine in 10 years' time. You know, we're not here for the short term. You know, looking at vineyards, that FMC vineyard, at some point, I mean, that vineyard was planted in 1970, so it's already 50 years old. Now, at some point, that vineyard's going to be past its sell-by date. So what we did about 10 years ago was we took cuttings from that vineyard and had them all cleaned up in a lab, in a technical nursery, and then replanted the bottom part. I took out 1/3 of the vineyard, which was a sacrifice. I had to lose 1/3 of the vineyard, but I had to make some investment in the future.
Yeah.
And so we replanted FMC at the FMC vineyard, but we still have 2/3 of the old vines. And what we've done now with the old vines is that where we have weak vines, or where vine has picked up a disease or dieback in the rows, we've now taken out that vine, left the soil fallow for a year, and then replanted the following year. So we're interplanting, and we mark those young vines, so we separate them. We don't pick that fruit to go into FMC. That gets picked separately. But when you plant a vineyard, you're planting it for your children. And you might not even see that fruit in that wine come to full fruition. So it's a long-term game, you know, and it's not a kind of quick release. And I'm always slightly amazed when we approach restaurants and we want them to buy our wines and that, and they'll say, sure, but you know, there's a listing fee. What's this listing fee? Well, you know, we've got to pay for wine lists and etc. I mean, they're buying the product and they're putting a margin on it. They're marking it up. I mean, essentially, you know, if I sell a wine to a restaurant at 100 Rand and they sell it, I imagine on that 100 Rand, let's assume we make a 30% gross margin. So we're making 30 Rand. They sell that wine for 300 Rand. The waiter gets a 10% tip on that wine. He makes as much money as I do. And it's taken me 3 years of growing the wine, making the wine, keeping it in barrel for 2 years before I even see my 30 Rand. He gets his 30 Rand the day he sells the wine. So, I mean, the market is quite a tricky market, but that's as that anytime soon. It's just that to have to grow to have to own a vineyard, grow the grapes, make the wine, have a big fancy stainless steel cellar with wooden barrels imported from France, and then to buy the bottles and buy the labels and buy the boxes and then go to a restaurant and say, I'd like to give you 10,000 Rand to buy my wine, seems crazy to me.
Isn't that where the power of branding comes in, though? If the restaurant's sitting there and this customer comes in and says, can I have a bottle of Ken Forrester's wine? He doesn't have a choice, right?
You know, unfortunately, the wine, how can I say, the loyalty to brand with wine is not as extreme as it is with, say, beer, for example, where, I mean, certainly before the advent of all the craft beers, you had an Amstel drinker and a Castle drinker and a Lion lager. The guy only drinks Windhoek. No, I don't drink Castle, or whatever the case is. Whereas in the restaurant, you look at the wine list and you're looking for a Chardonnay or you're looking for a Chenin Blanc, and you'll go, there's a great Chenin Blanc from Sebastian Beaumont. Let's have that. We'll be happy with that. You know, and so there's always a replacement, and there's not a lot of brand loyalty, sadly.
Is it that a South African thing where we've actually marketed the varieties more than the actual wines?
Well, I think that branding is, in the wine industry, I think branding is everything. You need to build a brand. You've got to be a brand. If you think of literally any wine, think of a French wine, immediately it's a brand. And that's what's really, really important. You know, if I say Guiguel, immediately you know what we're talking. It's got to be Southern Rhone, Guiguel. It's going to be fantastic. And it's you know, Guiguel. So branding is really, really important. And I think that to me is possibly the hardest thing, is to constantly stay on a path of brand building and producing wine that's good for your brand and sending out a message that's good for your brand and maintaining the honesty and of your brand so that your brand actually does grow. You've really got to be consistent, the messaging that goes out and what you're doing, your product, your quality, all have to be utterly, utterly consistent.
Ken, it's such a pleasure talking to you, but my last question for you is to give us your very own wine quote, or if you can steal a quote from somebody else, that's fine as well. Which one is your favorite?
Yeah, well, a long time ago, I kind of said, you know, here we are with all the problems of the world in one hand and a glass of Chenin in the other hand. Now that's better. That just feels much better. A glass of Chenin can really help lift the problems of the day, I promise you. It works for me. And, you know, it's just, I heard a lovely, I think it's actually a Dion Mayer quote, if I'm not mistaken, who said that anybody who's against wine simply doesn't understand it. They've never met good wine. And I think that that's a reality. And to see us locked down because of an alcohol ban, I mean, I cannot imagine that people think of wine as alcohol. You know, if you're talking about abuse with alcohol, is it, I mean, can you imagine that people drink a bottle of Chenin Blanc in a restaurant and start stabbing each other with the knives at the table? It's not consistent with what government is setting out to try and do here. And if anything, yes, I think we can't be ignorant about alcohol abuse. It certainly takes place, but I don't believe it's the wine industry. And I don't want to say that we're innocent, but I do think that it has a lot to do with social norms and social government and social policing, and actually just people, you know, looking out for each other, as well as government's role in a functioning state, which is critical.
Well, Ken, I mean, on that note, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. If people want to get hold of you guys and want to order wine, or just, you know, want to chat, how do they get hold of you guys?
Well, we've got a wonderful website. We've got a great website. We've also, because my daughter convinced me, she's very tech savvy, we've got an app. There's a Ken Forrester app, believe it or not.
I saw that. That's wonderful.
You know, and it's got so much information on it. And all of our wines are listed, every tasting sheet of every wine in the last 10 years, just about. And you can order wine direct from us online. You know, we could give you a code, and we could give you a code for a discount. Will, if you wanted, we have people specifically quote Will 10, we'll give you a 10% discount on all your orders. And, you know, for good measure, we'll throw in the shipping as well.
There you go. And Ken, can you promise that if you're lucky, Ken Forrester will deliver the wine personally?
if it's close enough. I've kind of got to, I'm a little bit gebiedsgebonden. I kind of travel the Cape. I'm not going to get to Joburg or Bronkhorstspruit anytime soon.
Well, I'm telling you, Ken, your passion is really, it rubs off. And it's great to hear somebody that's, after all these years, are so passionate about the business and their wines. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. We'll put all the links down in the description. And I'm sure people will love this 10% discount. So
they just, there'll be a voucher on the internet site, on the website. When you're buying a wine, there's a payment voucher, and you just put in Will 10, and we'll give you the 10% discount straight off there. It'll come off automatically.
Okay, awesome. That's wonderful. Ken, thank you so much. I know you're busy, but I really appreciate your time, and I think people will love listening to you. You were very informative and very entertaining.
Thanks.
And you really made me hungry and thirsty. So that's great.
Those Wagyu burgers are something else. Well, you must try the Wagyu burgers sometime.
So this is burgers, biltong, steaks, and don't forget the cassoulet and of course the wine that goes with it. So I'm in for all of this.
And the best with cheeses, eh?
Oh yeah, of course, that as well. Thank you, Ken. Have a nice day.
Cheers, Will. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Before you go, please remember our invitation to post your video in support of the Save SA Wine campaign. You need to post this to the Facebook group and you will be featured on your 50th podcast. If you are a member of the public, you can support the Save SA Wine campaign by joining the group and sharing all the social media posts with your friends and family. These are all posts with the hashtag Save SA Wine. Here is the group again. Facebook.com/groups/Save SA Wine. All the links are in the description below. We really appreciate your support and thanks again for listening.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Today I'm talking to Lawrence Relian. Lawrence is the marketing manager at Darling Cellars. Hello, Lawrence. How are you?
Hi, well, I'm good, and you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you coping with the current situation? Everything well?
Yes, yeah. Well, in the lockdown, it's I think it's difficult for anyone and everyone. I'm working from home, so I've been here since the lockdown. We did open, so we can export since Monday, so we've got quite a few exports going out. And production's also started, so at least there's some light in the end of the tunnel. But I think it's a challenging period, and yeah, I think going ahead is going to be difficult as well. So, but be positive, and we'll get through it. So, yeah.
I'm sure we all will. So tell us,
Yes.
Lawrence, how did you get involved in the wine industry, and what is your background?
I grew up in Paarl, so basically I grew up in the winelands. And my father and mother, they used to drink some wine, and obviously I was introduced to wine. Well, growing up in Nepal, and I know a lot of farmers there in Nepal. Most of them, obviously, they delivered to KWV in Nederburg at that stage. It was quite some time back. But yes, so I grew up in the winelands, and I went studying in Stellenbosch and Cape Town, and I did some courses in management and retailing and marketing. After that, I went to Europe, and I traveled, and most of the time I stayed in France for about 9 months, and obviously drank quite a lot of wine there.
Also, where in France did you stay?
I stayed mostly in Paris, and then we hitchhiked. I didn't work. I was just after I studied, so I was just having some fun, and yeah, I was very interested in going to France. And yeah, it learned me quite a lot of things, and obviously from wines as well. And we hitchhiked basically through France and stayed at places and stayed with people and on beaches and whatever, as you do in that stage. Those when you were young, like 20 years old. I think nowadays you can't do that anymore. But yeah. So anyway, so I came back, and that was just after the '94. So when the South Africa had the new democratic government. So I was looking for a job, and I found a job in the wine industry, which is basically I worked for a liquor store, and then after that I worked for wine farms. I started at Bull & Cellars now these days in Paarl, and from there I went to Tolbach Winery, and now I'm at Darling Cellars. So yeah, it's basically in short how I got involved in the wine industry.
Do you actually live in Darling, or do you drive through to the cellar?
No, I stayed in Rebecca still, so I've gone back to my room. Yeah, my wife works in Franschhoek, so we need to have a midway somewhere. So it's either Wellington, Rebecca Still, Hermon, or Malmesbury. And we quite like Rebecca Still, so I also got married here a few years back ago. Okay. But I like the quiet. It's nice and quiet if you want it, and if it can get quite busy during weekends if you want it. So you can do, and it's close. You're close to the airport, close to the city. Half an hour's drive to work, so it's not that busy.